front row.
Spoke to him a few weeks before the race, and he said, well, it's the first time I'm driving a Ford. Maybe that's a good omen. It's certainly working that way so far. Pole position. I don't think anyone expected Gardner to put that car on the top spot, but he was absolutely brilliant in those very slippery conditions in the top 10 shootout yesterday.
I think it helps being an ex-bike racer, because when you've only got two wheels and you make a muck up in the rain, it really hurts.
Well, Gardner, I remember in his two-wheel days, Baz, he was fantastic in the wet.
Yeah, incredible.
Absolutely courageous. And he certainly showed he's still got plenty of that, plenty of heart. Wayne Gardner, great Australian sporting icon, and here he is in the big race that he wants to win. He really wants this one on his CV before he calls it quits.
Just waiting for the final cars to get into position at the back of the grid. This huge field, 55 cars here. They stretch all the way around Murray's Corner and back up there towards the Dunlop Bridge.
Wonder what's going through the minds of these drivers.
Oh, you would see nothing.
Just going to drive into a wall of spray. Everyone has our fingers crossed that the car doesn't stall or there's no drama on the grid when these cars leave, because it could be catastrophic if that happens.
As you say, if someone stalls, there's no chance whatsoever to see them, none whatsoever.
This start is so crucial. Problems for the Big Kev Commodore in pit lane, and that looks like it's the VS version. Aaron McGill and Owen Kelly, so they're in pit lane already. But 55 V8 supercars, 23 Fords, 32 Holdens, a total of 33,000 horsepower about to be unleashed right here at Bathurst. Who says mountains can't move? This is the FAI 1000. Let's hear the V8s roar.
A long time keeping it.
Bates and Gardner. Gardner gets away, but it's Johnson who's made the better of the start as they work towards Hell Corner for the first time. Mark Skate immediately on the charge, settles into third position, but it's Junior Johnson who leads the field away.
Hopefully everyone's taking a sensible approach to this. They normally do.
Oh, look at this, back there.
1,000 kilometres to go. They're just squeezing through there. Looks like a nice clean start, a miraculously clean start. As the rain pours down on Mount Panorama, and look at spray here as this field trying to pick their way through the mush.
Gardner
look at Gardner.
already starting to make a move on Stephen Johnson despite the conditions here. And the drivers trying to find their feet. Johnson a little sideways as they work up towards the cutting for the first time.
Gardner's doing the sensible thing to get through. If he must get through, it's such an advantage to be in the lead.
Wait for the typical V8 reception on top of Mount Panorama as this field thunders up through the steepest part of the course, a 1 in 6 grade as they climb out of the cutting up towards Reed Park. Hear these crowd roar.
Look at the water running across the circuit there.
Across Skyline, you can see the amount of water lying on the circuit.
See, Gardner's thing was really the back end of Gardner's thing was really aquaplaning.
Down toward Forest Elbow for the first 161 times. Stephen Johnson, 26-year-old Queenslander, son of the great champion Dick Johnson. And he's leading this one. What a fabulous moment for the young Queenslander, the second-generation racer.
The worst thing for him is he's the first one to arrive to see whether there's any surface water down here, Cowsey's the chase, and you know, everybody's going to be reading from him. Look at the water here. Right now, this is the next section here on the right-hand side that was catching everybody out in the top 10 shootout. Just here.
Stephen Johnson taking it easy as he comes out of the Auto Bartel chase. Wayne Gardner in hot pursuit, the pole position man. Shell Ford got the jump on him, but Gardner now, headlights ablaze, sitting in the spray of the Shell number 17 Ford. Mark Scaife in third. Craig Lowndes at the wheel, though, taking the start for Holden Racing Team.
Has made a move there, gotten around Mark Larkham, so the Rat keen to try and get up closer to the front of the field. Scaife dropping back just a little bit, I think, to give himself a bit of vision and things like that. Lowndes, of course, it is that's at the wheel, let's not forget that.
So first lap around, Stephen Johnson just over a second ahead of Wayne Gardner. Craig Lowndes in third. Then it's Paul Radisich, Mark Larkham, Jason Marguada in the Valvoline Commodore, Glenn Seaton, Russell Engel in the Castrol Commodore. Miraculous effort that. They've done the engine change and he's running in the top 10. Todd Kelly, Stephen Ellery in the Super Cheap Ford, and Stephen Richards, last year's winner, just hovering outside the top 10.
It gives you a good idea how Engel up the inside there. That gives you a good idea how aware the drivers are of the terrible, terrible conditions with absolutely nobody has gone off on that first lap.
Big charge up the hill for the second time. Fortunately, no carnage, no accidents yet. It's Russell Engel now. Tries to pick his way through the traffic. New engine on board the Castrol Commodore.
Ford Livet race score there showing you the updated positions. After the first lap of the FAI 1000, Russell Engel has moved up a position there.
Look at the amount of spray on top.
Incredible.
Visibility coming down. We do apologise if you're looking for some in-car shots at the moment. Cloud level on top of Mount Panorama. It's so low and so thick we cannot get our helicopter in to show you those pictures at the moment. It requires the microwave link to bounce the signal back to our control centre. With these conditions, it's very, very difficult to do. But as soon as we can, we promise you, we will give you in-car pictures.
Despite everyone tippy-toeing around the circuit in these wet conditions, fastest mover is Cameron McConville. He started in position 52 after some engine dramas in the Delphi Commodore and has moved up to 38th after just one lap.
Barnes has just got past Larkin.
It's interesting that Gary Rogers chose to put Jason Bargwanna in for the first stint. Bargwanna really followed his career. He has been sensational in the wet weather conditions. I remember him in the Adelaide 500 earlier this year, giving chase to the ultimate winner, Mark Scaife. Very, very exciting performance. Bargwanna with it all to do.
I shall never forget Bargs on the main straight at Phillip Island in the Aquaplay. You remember that? What? Yeah. I bet he'll never forget it either.
Absolutely courageous performance. He's a little guy with a big heart, Jason Bargwanna. 28 years of age, originally from Coburn in New South Wales, now faces himself down in Melbourne.
Look at Engel behind Larkin now.
So gradually clawing his way up since the beginning of the race. Look at that visibility at an absolute minimum from these drivers as they charge up Mountain Straight once again. It must be so difficult at that sort of speed to judge when to make a move and how close you are to the car in front.
These guys rely very, very heavily. Look at Engel up the inside. Larkin gives him racing room. And Engel comes blazing through the inside and speed stick turn. Takes another position. That'll put him up into the top 6. So Engel on a charge in the Castrol Commodore. Heart-stopping moment earlier this morning with a pushrod failure in the original race engine. But the Perkins crew, well drilled and fast engine changes, managed to turn that around, I think, in under an hour and get that car back on the track. What a brilliant effort.
I think it's the first time Engel started, isn't it? Isn't it always Larry that...
Yes, Larry normally takes the helm. You can see the Holden sticker across the visor there has come unglued. It's probably an indication of just how much water there is out there.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be a tough day for these blokes. I just wonder how many of these top guys will be left standing after 161 laps.
Another guy who's made a good start is Stephen Ellery in the Super Cheap Autos Ford. He's gone from 12th position up inside the top 10, currently in 9th.
Gardner in the lead.
Gardner has taken the lead from Stephen Johnson. Didn't see the move, but he has done a brilliant job finding his way past the Shell number 17 Ford. So Gardner, he wasn't sure how he's going to approach this race. But obviously, it suits him. He said, if I can run the pace, it's going to be good enough to lead. That's where I'll go. So Gardner's obviously very comfortable in the car. This is the sort of pace he wants to run at. 2:32.26 last time around for Stephen Johnson, but Gardner was some 0.7 of a second faster. So he's got plenty of pace aboard this car.
Gardner in a car that's exceptionally well sorted. A car that Glenn Seaton has campaigned in the Shell Championship Series all year. Neil Crompton and Glenn Seaton are in a brand new car for this event. It's Wayne Gardner leading the way in the early stages of the FAI 1000.
What a brilliant comeback to Bathurst for the Wollongong Wiz. 41 years of age now. Born in Wollongong on the New South Wales south coast in the steel town down there, but it's a much more glamorous life for world champion Gardner these days. Splits his time between his house in Monaco and Australia. Competes as a factory driver for Toyota in the All Japan GT Championship. Meanwhile, troubles for the big Kev racer. It's got a grand.
He's been complaining of a rather severe vibration ever since the first warm-up lap occurred. They've taken the wheels off and put them back on because they thought that it might some of the wheels might not have been put on straight. Now they're thinking that it could be a broken axle. Let's see if I can get a word with Owen Kelly. Owen, what seems to be the trouble?
Huge vibration under the rear end of a warm-up lap, and came in, checked it. I thought it might have just been a loose wheel or something, but went back out and it's still there, so guys just having a look at it.
Well, hard luck. Let's hope you're not the first mechanical retirement of the day.
Sorry, mate.
Thank you.
Quite a luck there for Owen Kelly. Had his debut win in the Formula Ford Championship this year, the youngster. Tasmanian who bases himself in Victoria and had high hopes in his debut. V8 supercar driver, has done a fair amount of testing for the Big Kev racing team throughout the year, and that's their cars being campaigned this weekend.
Meanwhile, Wayne Gardner is flying in the lead. He's done a fast lap at 2:28. The first man to trip below 2:30. Fantastic effort. Almost 2 seconds ahead of Johnson McLean at the moment. Scaife and Lowndes in third. Radisich Bright Car in fourth. Bargwanna in fifth. Ingle in sixth. Larkham in seventh. Seaton in eighth.
Very wet conditions and very early days here in the FAI 1000. Trust you're enjoying it, and more right after this.
Well, almost all the field has survived the first few laps of the FAI 1000 in these horrific conditions. However, unfortunately, it looks like the problem with the second of the big Kev cars is terminal. Owen Kelly and Aaron McGill taking an early shower today. After the shower, they head out on the circuit, and Big Kev, well, it's not too exciting for him, but he still has Paul Morris out there, moving from 18th on the grid up to 14th overall. He's quick, and that could still be a forceful combination this afternoon.
Certainly could be. These conditions, though, just not letting up in the slightest.
Oh, Stephen Ellery. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Well, he's going to spin it too,
Yeah,
I think.
can he get out of it? It's looking doubtful.
That's a rotten piece of luck for him. He'd moved inside the top 10.
No, I would say no,
dear.
absolutely
no. He's stuck on the curb.
I tell you who is flying is Longhurst. Longhurst got the fastest lap of the race, 2:27 at the moment, and he's picked up 4 places in a matter of 3 laps. So
Got the rain starting to back off this. Stephen Ellery asking for a push from the marshals, but no one's going to step out there near the racing line unless they're under caution, I can guarantee it.
no way.
So this could be our first safety car period. Only 20 minutes into the FAI 1000.
This is the problem, Mark. When you get weather like this, you can work really hard, build up a 10-second buffer. They whack the old safety car out, and all your 10 laps and 15 laps of hard work go down the pan.
I think we've got the safety car out on the track at the moment. Field slowing down. You can see the yellow flags and the SC signs showing clearly to the drivers. As we showed you this morning, those flag points all around the track play a crucial role in controlling the safety of this event. The flag marshals, all volunteers, they do a fantastic job. Stephen Ellery.
Oh dear, doesn't that tell the story?
Well, he's just gone a lap down.
After the success of the team's first race win at the last round of the championship at Sandown.
How would he be feeling? Look at that. Body language says 1,000 words, doesn't it? Stephen Ellery shattering from the highest of highs at Sandown, where he ran wheel to wheel with Mark Scaife. Finds himself stuck on the curb, and he's just gone down a lap. What a tragedy.
Incredible how this place can make and break you, isn't it?
The other thing...
That is one of the lasting images of Bathurst 2000, isn't it?
The problem also with safety car in weather like this is the tyres cool down so quickly. All the temperature, you've got about nice 6 or 7 laps, good bit of heat all the way through them. And because of the track temperature being what it is and the rain, they just cool down so quickly.
It's been such an encouraging year for this team. They really have come a long way in terms of the development of the car, and we've always known the talent that Stephen Ellery has had.
Look at that.
As he continues to...
He's just torturing himself. There's actually a bit of tear in the eye there too. Let the team get on the headsets to him. It's okay, Steve. Hold it together. I've seen guys come back from more than a lap down before. Doesn't mean you're out of the race by any stretch of the imagination, particularly when you've got this amount of rain. Anything could happen.
Look back to Larry Perkins and Russell Ingall's win in 1995, where they did that. Came from a lap down virtually.
Safety car on the circuit.
Of course, the problem is the marshals can't give the guy a hand because they can't get any traction either. We saw in practice the marshals falling over. Oh, there we go.
Looks like he tried to dive up the inside of the FTR car. Maybe got it wrong under brakes and paid a very heavy price.
It is just such a quagmire in that middle run-off section of the auto buy-and-sell chase.
You really can't afford to get offline here, can you? I mean,
No.
you just get off on that slush. And it's very easy to get stuck, as Stephen Ellery just showed.
Oh, just.
He'll be so angry with himself. He doesn't want to spend any more time on the grass. Look at this. He's going to do a 3 or 4 point turn just to avoid going off on the grass. He knows what it's like out there, and it's just cost that team very, very dearly. Here's the points in the Shell Championship Series coming into this grand finale at Mount Panorama. Mark Scaife on 1,402, Tander on 1,193, a 209-point lead. Lowndes could still take second from Tander, depending on how this race unfolds. But the equation is Scaife has to finish 17th or better, regardless of where Tander finishes. If Scaife should retire, Tander has to finish first or second, and Scaife has to finish lower than 17th for him to take the title. It's a fascinating equation. Certainly the odds very much in Mark Scaife's favour at the moment, but Bathurst being Bathurst, it's not over till it's over. Brent Denyer.
How soul-destroying is this for Stephen Ellery? Of course, he had that fantastic run at Sandown. Now he's here. He's so keen to put in a good effort. You can see a tear in his eyes. He just clutches his helmet with his hands. He's destroyed. The morale of this team has just gone down so much after qualifying 12th. It's a fantastic effort, but there's no mechanical problems by the looks of things. Apparently, according to the team, he spun on his own, possibly locked up the rears as he was going into the chase, and it was just all over from there on. So hopefully they can at least get back out.
Yeah, we've got our fingers crossed too. You can see the team checking underneath. That car was beached in the middle of its chassis. They're probably just having a look underneath to make sure no things have been damaged, particularly the exhaust system, which rides very low on these cars. So just a cautionary check. Make sure the car's okay. Would have taken the opportunity to top up on fuel. And Stephen gets back in the race, but he's lost a chunk of track position, hasn't he?
Well, he moved up inside the top 10. Just continuing to work away at it. So, yes, it's been a costly error. One thing he's got to do now is just stop cursing himself and refocus on the race at hand. You can't afford to make a mistake in these sort of conditions. Let's check out how they stand at the moment. Gardner on top from Stephen Johnson. This is the FAI 1000. More in a moment. Mount Panorama. The rain continues to fall. We are still behind the safety car. Stephen Ellery has rejoined the circuit after coming off right here at the Auto Bytel Chase. He made up a couple of positions at the time, but will now be right at the back of the field. What a rotten piece of luck for him.
Oh, here we go.
Safety car off.
Going back to full green racing as Wayne Gardner leads the big V8 pack through Murray's corner onto pit straight. And we're back to racing. Oh, very sideways, Mark Larkham. And that's the problem. It's this slippery. You've got 600 horsepower at your rear wheels. You've got to be very careful with the throttle.
Glenn Seaton's taken full advantage of that moment by Mark Larkham and has ducked through there as they head up Mountain Straight once again. This plume of spray coming off the back of these 600 horsepower V8 supercars. Wayne Gardner, the 1987 World 500cc motorcycle champion, leads this trio of Fords. The two Dick Johnson entries running second and third. Stephen Johnson ahead of Paul Radisich. And then it's our championship leader, Mark Scaife. But of course at the wheel of that car at the moment is his teammate Craig Lowndes.
Lowndes in that early stint just seemed to be dropping back from the leading pack for a while just to maybe get a bit of clear vision. No need to push that hard early in the race. And the Holden Racing team just have to play a game of tactics today. Shell Championship Series win paramount on their job sheet. They're not going to get caught up in any early battles like that. So Lowndes sitting comfortably back behind this Ford trio. Wayne Gardner showing tremendous pace in these slippery conditions. He sat in behind Stephen Richards for a couple of laps, blasted past, and he's showing tremendous form in the opening laps of the FAI 1000.
Yeah, he's starting to put away from Steve Johnson again. See that?
He's very happy with the setup on the car, working hard with his co-driver Neil Bates. And Bates, I spoke to him this morning, and he was pretty happy actually that the rain has stuck around because he's had no dry track time in this car during the week. And being the expert rally driver that he is, I'm sure the slippery conditions would suit him to a T.
Those of you keeping an eye on the progress of last year's winners of the FAI 1000, Greg Murphy and Stephen Richards, the Kmart Commodore, which missed out on a spot in the top 10 shootout, has now moved into the 10. Stephen Richards at the wheel of the Kmart Commodore, currently running 9th.
The order at the moment, Wayne Gardner, Stephen Johnson in second, Paul Radisich in the second of the Shell Fords in third, Craig Lowndes, Jason Bargwanna right up behind the Holden Racing Team driver. There's a bit of a gap back to Russell Engel, Mark Larkham, Glenn Seaton, Stephen Richards in the top 10 now in 9th, Tony Longhurst, Todd Kelly and Paul Wheel, outstanding job from the K&J Thermal team. He's running 12th.
Gardner seems to be able to judge these wet conditions just perfectly. He's right on the edge. He's pulled a good couple of car lengths clear of Stephen Johnson. This is the view from Craig Lowndes' car. We jump aboard with last year's champion, a 3-time winner of the Shell Championship Series. His last win at Bathurst came here at the tender age of 22. He's the youngest ever winner of this race, but his last win on the mountain was 1996.
We said we'd get you some in-car camera shots as soon as we could. Weather just allowing us to get the odd one in there from on board Craig Lowndes' car. Wayne Gardner, though, the Wollongong Whiz on the charge. And the slip and the spray. Gardner spending some time in the All Japan GT Championship. They do have a number of wet races over there. So he's well skilled in the wet weather conditions on 4 wheels and on 2.
Yeah, Wayne was saying they call him the Rainmeister in Japan.
Bill Woods.
Yes, I'm with the chairman of Avesco, Mr. V8 Supercar himself, Tony Cochran. He's thrown off his Akuba and he's drives of home for just a moment. What a spectacle, Tony.
Yeah, what a fantastic day for V8 Supercars. But unfortunately, God hasn't been kind to us, and the weather this week up here has just been appalling. But the guys have got a tough day in the office today, but let's just hope we get through without too much carnage.
It's a credit to them that they've been able to deal with these conditions, Tony, both in pit lane, of course, and out on the track.
Well, it is. I mean, you know, they're professionals and they do a hell of a job, and it doesn't get tougher than this in their profession, and this is a real test today. And as I said, you know, I just hope we get through without too much carnage, and that, you know, we have a good race. But it's going to be fairly exciting viewing all day for the fans, no question, whether they're here at the track or at home in front of a TV.
How do you think Mount Panorama stood up to these conditions after a week of rain?
Well, it simply hasn't, Bill. I mean, I love hearing politicians and everybody else talk about how this is an icon for Australia. Quite frankly, the conditions up here, I've seen third world countries that are better than this. And every other sport gets its federal funding and state government funding, except good old motorsport. Well, you know, our fans are taxpayers too, and we put an awful lot of money back into the system, and we need a bit of money spent on this place because, quite frankly, we can't keep coming here like this. I mean, what the fans are having to put up with this weekend is atrocious.
I know Bathurst City Council is chasing something like $15 million. $1 million of that they want to put into resurfacing the track in the short term, but also to improve the long-term facilities as well.
Well, you have to. I mean, you could. I mean, it's a great testimony to our fans that there's 40-odd thousand people here today in these conditions. Any other sport in Australia in these conditions wouldn't attract 10,000, let alone out in the middle of nowhere. So, you know, something simply has to be done. We have to be heard, and we're going to be heard, I promise you, because we're not going to put up with this crap.
Well, the fans have been sensational so far, and so are the drivers and teams. They're putting on a great show, Tony. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
Pleasure. Hope we get through a good one.
Ever the diplomat, Tony Cochran.
Says it like he is.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
From one V8 star to a V8 legend. Joining us here, Grand Marshal for the FAI 1000 in the year 2000. A big welcome to Alan Moffat. Alan, thanks for joining us in commentary.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Well, what a wonderful day. I mean, the weather hasn't been kind to us, but isn't it tremendous, the growth in V8 supercar racing we've seen in this time?
Well, just standing over the start line, which I haven't been privy to in the past, Mark, Daytona doesn't form up a field for the 500 that looked as good as this morning. I mean, sure, they've got 40-odd cars, but 55 cars out there in these conditions, it's a tribute to everyone.
When you cast your mind back over your career, Alan, can you ever remember the conditions at Mount Panorama being as bad as we've had this week?
No, I can't. But the weather in the past, you used to get a bad day maybe on the Friday. You might get a nice day on Saturday. Then Sunday could be wet, but the whole place didn't become waterlogged. And I can endorse Tony Cochran's comments. This track has been here for over 40 years, has contributed to the happiness and enjoyment of so many fans around the country, not just in New South Wales. And now's the time to say we're in the 21st century. Let's spend 15, I don't care if we spend 20 million on it, to bring it up into a super world-class venue.
Paul Radisich on the charge there. You can see him flashing his headlights at Stephen Johnson to get out of the way. The Rat got through on the chase. And now Craig Lowndes up behind the Shell 17 Ford. He wants to find his way through too. So great battle here under very difficult circumstances. The drivers now starting to get a feel for these slippery conditions, and they're starting to attack.
Yeah, you saw old Paul give him the flash, and Steve just moved over.
Fast time for Wayne Gardner too, a 2:27.15. The time starting to tumble down. The rain perhaps backing off just enough. Oh, we've got a drama coming down the Conrod Straight by the looks of things. I think there's a problem over near the Dunlop Bridge, I've been told. Word is it's Tony Longhurst, who may have just rejoined the circuit, but he's lost an awful lot of track position. Well, just goes to show how slippery the conditions are. He's coming into pit lane. There he is. Word we heard was that he'd spun.
Well, it's still possible to aquaplane on Conrad, Mark. Honestly, the speeds they're going, maybe just when he pulled into 6th gear, got a little extra traction in the rear of the car, and it wouldn't have taken much to go around.
Well, we saw that before when Paul Radisich made his way around Stephen Johnson. Stephen gave him room, but in the process, got out into some water and almost the back end almost came around on the 17 Ford. We might be able to have another look at this. What happened to Tony Longhurst there? The wheels are off, they're checking. Maybe he's got a problem with the braking system. Dramatic moment in the FAI 1000. Tony Longhurst. Let's have a look at this again on the Shell Helix replay. There he is, look.
There he is, across the top there. Well,
just under the bridge.
Yeah.
That's...
And what's happened there, Alan?
Well, I think he probably was accelerating through the gears, and it's quite possible that just at the crest of that hill there is where the water is running off from the hospitality areas, and he may have just got undone when he popped the clutch, and all that power goes into the rear wheels. Gave him a 90-degree turn. He recovered it quickly. We can give him credit for that.
Hearing it from the man who knows, 4-time winner, Alan Moffat, joining us in commentary this morning. Alan, can you believe the difference? I know you did a lap in your 1970 winning GTHO this morning. Can you believe the difference and the level of technology that's happened in 30 years in V8 touring cars?
Well, I was very, very worried and concerned about everybody having to start this race this morning, Mark, but I can tell you that compared to the cars we had, at least they're safe inside those cars. And the bravery they're all showing is very impressive to me, I can assure you. Again, Lowndes.
Yep, continues. Fantastic fight here. 3 Fords leading this event. Craig Lowndes fighting a lone hand for Holden in the Holden Racing Team Commodore, sitting in behind Stephen Johnson, who's making it very difficult for the reigning Shell Series champ.
I think we have to remember that the psychology that this team would be using, Mark, they only have to come 17th, and it would be absolutely ludicrous to do anything untoward. If Craig can get by or Stephen makes a slight oops, he'll take advantage of it, but I don't think we're going to see any heroics here in the next few laps.
Look at the vision through the windshield on the HRT Commodore. Stephen Johnson makes his way up Mountain Straight. Lowndes, can he make a move here on him?
Fantastic shots.
Lowndes could easily end up playing a major role in someone else's accident, couldn't he, really?
Well, that's what he really does need to use all his energy in that one, Barry. He can't really throw it away. He's there, tail gunner, looking after Mark Scaife's championship, and he's naturally the lead Holden at the moment. So here's the type of thing that gets a little bit iffy. He can't do much, and if the other fellow doesn't just accelerate at the right time, you have a touch. But speaking about the visibility, Mark, that's actually quite clear compared to what we've had in years where you were pulling an old sock out of your uniform and trying to wipe the window. These rear demisters on the front are really a superb invention, and we didn't have them 30 years ago.
I just could never imagine they had heated windscreens in aircraft for donkey's years, and I used to see when I was in England, you see Bathurst in the rain, people wiping the screens with their hands. You think, why don't they have an electric screen now? Now everybody has.
The real worry, Barry, was when you took both hands were wiping the screen.
Meanwhile, we've got the Dean Canto Moncrief Ford in pit lane as this tremendous battle continues for third position. Stephen Johnson and Craig Lowndes really going at it. There's his teammate, the Rat, Paul Radisich, opening a bit of a lead. 4 seconds the lead now that Gardner has over Radisich, and the times continue to tumble. Fastest lap once again to Wayne Gardner, a 2:26.51. So the circuit gradually getting a little bit drier. The rain just easing and the times are starting to tumble. Look at Lowndes all over the back of the Shell Helix 17 Ford, hard under brakes as they come down toward the chase once again. And he has not been able to find a safe place to pass for quite a number of laps now.
Good battle going on in behind these guys as well. Russell Ingall trading positions with Jason Bargwanna as Lowndes makes a move down the inside on Stephen Johnson and takes it. So Lowndes moves up a position now into third.
Holden fans erupt along pit straight as Lowndes moves up another position.
That was a very good move. He judged it perfectly, and I think Stephen was very wise in not trying to get too creative at the very bottom of the circuit. He'll sit in there and I'll see how long he can stay with Scaife. Sorry.
Lowndesy there, yep. Let's go to Grant Denyer.
Down here with David Bernard. David, Tony Longhurst, a bit of a moment there. What happened?
Yeah, I'm not real sure what happened. He's just had a slight touch with the wall. Car appears to be okay. We know it's got a very slightly bent steering arm, but he said it's tracking straight and it seems to be going fine. We haven't gone a lot down. It's going to be a long race. It's going to be a lot of pace cars, so we're not out of it yet.
Throwing your strategy at least, though, into all sorts of chaos.
Well, yeah, it's very hard to plan for this race, and all the plans have just been thrown out the door. So I'll be getting in the car. I think I'll be doing a double stint. The idea is to have Tony in at the end. Hopefully we keep it off the fence and keep it clean. Luckily we've got not much damage. Like I say, we haven't got a lap down with the pace cars. We'll catch back up. We'll be right.
Thanks, David.
David Bernard, 23-year-old Aussie who's returned to race in Australia over the next few years. But Longhurst has now dropped back to 52nd place. Can you believe it? They've got a long job ahead of them, but as we've seen in previous races at Bathurst, being last in the field does not necessarily consign you to not being able to win the race. Larry Perkins proved that to us in 1995. You've got to keep on pushing on.
Another look at the pass on the Shell Helix replay.
It's on board Craig Lowndes' car.
I think Stephen was a little out of shape when he turned right. He just wouldn't have the power on as much as he liked, and it just gave Craig an opportunity to get alongside him. As soon as Stephen saw the car flash by, he very wisely fell in behind him rather than try to outbrake him at the very bottom of the hill.
Yeah, he's a very cool customer, Craig Lowndes. Let's have a look at another replay coming down into the chase. Salmon white car.
Oh, straight on.
Rod Nash's car, the Auto Pro machine.
Whoa. There's been a few cars across that same bit of grass this weekend.
Yeah, and that place has copped most of them, hasn't it? Look at the wheel tracks through the grass there, just an indication of how many cars.
Just went around at the wrong time, yes.
It is a skating rink, there's no two ways about it.
Wayne Gardner, meantime, has extended his lead out to 4.7 seconds over Paul Radicic. So we check him out for you here at the FAI 1000 at Bathurst in the early and very wet stages. Gardner leading from Radicic, Craig Lowndes in third position, Stephen Johnson in fourth, Jason Bargwanna in fifth, Russell Ingall sixth. Stephen Richards has moved up into seventh position, just ahead of Glenn Seaton.
It may be wet and cold at Mount Panorama, but the action's really warming up. Larkham, Kelly, Wheel in 11th, Bowen Richards 12th. That's a good effort too.
Further down through the field, Baird, McDougall, Steve Reed and Trevor Ashby, 19th position. Internationals, Plato and Muller, one position further back.
Now we've got trouble, you can see behind there. Rod Nash's Auto Pro Commodore struggling to get up the climb, the 1 in 6 grade to the cutting. Could this be another safety car period?
Bolton Wilmington, further back through the field, Canto and Moncrief, who are currently in the pits with problems. Then it's Field, Howison, Longhurst and Bernard, 52nd position. Stay with us here at Mount Panorama.
We're back at Mount Panorama, the FAI 1000. It's wet, particularly on the top of the mountain where the mist and the rain have set in quite heavily. You might notice when we get a little closer to it, the front left side of Paul Radisic's car as he chases down Wayne Gardner. I think he has kissed one of the back markers on the way through in this pursuit of the pole sitter. Incidentally, 7 cars have won from pole, 7 cars have won from second on the grid here, 8 have won from third on the grid, only 3 have won from outside the top 10. Paul Radisic, of course, was high up on the grid and in the top 10 shootout. And there's the damage there on the right-hand side of your picture. Mark Osler and Greg Rust, this is flirting with danger in these conditions.
Oh, it sure is, Billy. We were just saying that Paul Radisic admitted after last year's race he probably brushed a dozen of the slower cars throughout that 1,000-kilometre race. It was just the last one that cost him any chance of victory. But look at how much they've closed the gap to Wayne Gardner. Wayne Gardner did a very slow lap that last time around, a 2:31.03. That's allowed them to close into 1.6 seconds the back of the FTR Falcon.
As the rain comes down harder, Mark, it only takes one little skid in the driver to get that hard in his throat, and he thinks, hey, I'm out in front, let me just back off a little bit. He knows the fellas behind him are having the same problems he is. Look at the fog there across. Not that bad for the drivers compared to what we're looking at.
Well, we've got safety car. Safety car is out on the track, Alan. You see those yellow flags waving? Yep. So they're going to come out and clear up some of those racks. Let's go down to Grant.
I'm down here with Dean Canto, a sad story to tell. Our V8 Lights champion is out. What happened?
We've got a leak in the power steering rack somewhere, and I'm finding it very hard to steer without the power steering, so we're trying to see if we can fix it. If not, we'll just have to push on. But yeah, we're very happy with the car. We're picking off the car every 2 laps average and making our way up, but unfortunately these little things happen.
And I'm not being mean, but you're not a big guy, so you're going to go out here and steer this thing around in these conditions with no power steering.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try my hardest. But yeah, I was struggling a fair bit there without it. But anyway, I'll just try and push on.
You bought this, are you, from Paul Wheel for this race and of course the championship next year? Disappointed?
Yeah, for sure, you know. But there's plenty more years to come for me at Bathurst and for the team as well.
Let's hope your hard-working team can get you back out there.
Thank you, guys.
So close.
Yep, just one of those freak things that goes wrong occasionally, and it's been a good car that Paul Wheeler's campaigned throughout the course of the year. That team, the K&J Radiators team, they bought a new car at Sandown, and gee, it's been a jet here this weekend, and we're expecting big things from both Paul Wheel and Greg Crick during the FAI 1000.
Cricky in the rain was a rocket the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's a very talented, very underrated driver, I think. Greg Crick, the Tasmanian, enormously experienced, and very fast when he's given a competitive car. In the field, this is probably going to be the story of the day. Safety car period after safety car period.
Well, it helps with the driver mentality, Mark. They should be able to say, look, there isn't much point in driving it into the ground to get away from the fellow behind me as long as I can pace myself and have a couple of car lengths. But it's just a pity that Wayne sees this gap go away, because there's nothing stopping the number 18 Shell car to get right up on his bumper bar. In fact, he's not doing his job unless he does get up on his bumper bar.
Alan, some of the drivers have been quite critical of the licensing system and the speed differential with some of the privateers at the back of the field here. The car that Paul Radisic has made contact with is one of the V8 Lights campaigners this year, Shane Howison, who's well down the order. I mean, there's a visibility problem, no doubt, because of these conditions, but should things be improved, do you think? Let's have a look on the Shell Helix replay here. This will tell the tale.
Just here, look at him kiss the rear bumper as he comes across. Click.
Oh, well, yes. that's you know, I'd be wanting to have a little word with Paul if he was driving for me there under those circumstances, because there was room to fade to the right a little bit. It's every driver's duty to get through the traffic. 30 years ago we had Datsuns and Toyotas that we had to pass. The speed differential was probably 60 miles an hour. And in fact, 2 little cars dragging down Conrad, it was quite frightful passing on the right-hand side with the grass on the right-hand side. So I really do think it's the driver's job. That's what they're professionals for, and you cannot go through this race without hitting somebody else.
I would say they're going to have to shift that car coming up the hill there, because it's...
Well, you're coming out of that blind approach,
exactly that.
And there it is.
The Rod Nash Auto Pro Commodore. Gee, it hasn't been a good weekend for that team either. Cameron McConville in the second of their team cars had problems with an engine in qualifying, only got 1 or 2 laps in, and now Rod Nash certainly seems set for retirement. Billy.
Yes, well, while we wait for that car to be removed, just a reminder that Alan Moffat isn't the only monument to Ford at Mount Panorama this weekend. There's the banner competition, and we've got down to the final 4, so we'll have this pause in the race and check out some of the entries. You get a chance at home to vote for the banner. If your vote corresponds with that of the judges this afternoon, then there are only 4 to choose from, so you have a 25% chance of getting there. You'll go in the draw to win the viewers competition, and that is a trip for 2 to any V8 supercar round next year, all expenses paid, and $4,000 worth of Ford merchandise. The person or people who came up with the winning banner get an XR8 with the full kit worth 55 grand. It's an exceptional prize and a great opportunity, but you can see they've put a lot of work into getting hold of that XR8 for sure. There's been some magnificent entries. On the left of your screen there is actual flame and smoke coming out of that exhaust on the Ford AU. This is the XR8. Wonderful piece of gear. Anyone would want to own one of these. Even perhaps the odd Holden fan who might want to sell it back to their Ford mates. But anyway, we're back on top of the mountain, still under the safety car, and this will be, I think, not the last time we see this happen today.
Yeah, poor old Gardner. I mean, every time he builds up a bit of a lead, then it's all wiped out in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
The only good thing that comes out of any safety car is the opportunity the driver should really be taking some deep breaths and saying, look, I've got a chance to have a rest, so that's the best I can hope for at the moment.
Haviland Ford back in the pits. Well, just goes to show when you have a little problem earlier in the race, it can set off a chain reaction, a domino effect of disasters. And that car has been in the pits at least twice. So problems upon problems starting to emerge, and we're so early in the FOI 1000. At this stage, we like to thank you, Alan, for joining us in commentary, and we hope you enjoy your role as Grand Marshal this weekend. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
This FAI 1000 race update brought to you by Attrition.
I can't believe it. This is only 61 laps old. Got another 100 laps to go. And so much drama already unfolded. This is an absolute feast of action. Safety car has peeled off. We're going back to race conditions. This time around, Mark Scaife and the Holden Racing Team Commodore is going to lead them under the FAI bridge. Thunders down pit straight for the first time. The Valvoline Cummins Commodore shadowing the factory car all throughout the day. The important thing here is to watch that Mitre 10 Ford with Alain Menu at the wheel. It's currently 6th position, but all the cars in front of him are yet to make their compulsory pad change. They've got to do that before lap 120. So the Mitre 10 team tactically have a bit of a step up on their rivals at the moment. Menu is only 2.5 seconds behind Scaife after that restart. So that Mitre 10 Ford, if it continues to run reliably, is a real threat. Menu is really turning on some speed here.
Tell you who else has got some speed, Mark, and really starting to hound the back of Garth Tander at the moment. That is Neil Crompton in the Ford. Sigford Racing Falcon third. In car 5, has gotten around Larry Perkins before that safety car period. And looks as though we may have another moment. That's the father and son team, Bill and Luke Cedars, the all-trans trucks Falcon, a car that's been campaigned during the Konica series throughout the year. And these guys, both former truck racing competitors, but that looks as though it's on the run-up Mountain Straight and parked safely away from the circuit near the wall, so I don't think it'll necessitate a safety car.
Well, I hope not. This race continually plagued. Oh, there was a squeeze there too. Paul Morris, Matt Neal, Big Kev Commodore, the meat and the sandwich. And Cedars paid a heavy price there, rubbed along the concrete wall, but he is a fair way out of that turn. Race director Tim Schenken may consider that not to be too much of a danger park there. I hope so, because we want to see some hot laps without all these disruptions from the safety car. Neil Crompton now honing in on the back of the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. Inspired drive by Crompton in his final drive for FTR. He's been a loyal deputy to Glenn Seaton, particularly joining him in the endurance races. Let's go down to Grant.
Right, Jason, you've just stepped out of the car. Interesting little strategy there. Both cars come in with the sign of a pace car, safety car.
Yeah, we decided to get the pad change out of the way now. You know, that'll just help us later on. We should be able to get some pretty good track position later on when everybody else is doing their pad change and under yellow. So, you know, hopefully it'll work this time.
You put slicks on both cars, but we're standing here in pit lane and it is dropping a few drops. But across the top, is it coming down there as well?
It's been drizzling up the top of the mountain for a while now, and the track, it's just continually got a dry line because everybody's out there on slicks. So, you know, as long as there's a dry line on half the track, it's still going to be quicker to be on slicks.
And how are you finding the back markers?
They haven't been a problem, you know. So far, so good. I didn't have any problems with them out there, but you know, with all the yellows, there isn't really enough time to be catching them too. So I think if we have a long stint, we might be in a bit more trouble.
A look into the crystal ball for us, Jason. Where to from here? As I suppose it's a little bit too early
to say about my career in America?
No. Oh, okay, that too.
No, you know, it is probably a bit early to say what's going to happen today, and you know, it's a long day, as you know. There's still 100 laps to go on that board up there, so you know, we'll just have to take it as it comes. I might head inside now and have a 4 and 20, and you know, we'll come back out later on and try and win this one.
All the best.
Thank you.
He was a star at the recent Honda Indy on the Gold Coast, wasn't he? Running inside the top 10 for the Delapenna Motorsports team before getting involved in a tangle with Max Pappas. Now we hear from race control that Dean Canto has gone off somewhere, and as a consequence the safety car is on standby. So there it is.
That's Hell Corner. That's coming out of pit straight, heading up Mountain Straight. So once again, the race as we saw last year plagued by safety car periods. Hopefully Canto can get that car out of the way.
These guys have had some dramas with power steering today, and they endeavoured to get back on the circuit even though the pump had failed. So that's a pretty tough exercise.
It's actually Ian Moncrief, his young Queensland co-driver at the wheel. So he's come to grief in the BMC software machine. Dean Canto, of course, the winner of the initial Konica V8 series for privateers, but not doing so well in their debut in the AU4. They recently purchased from Paul Wheel. Meanwhile, look at the battle for second. It's a ripper. Garth Tander getting shadowed by Neil Crompton, I believe, car 1. Holden Racing Team Commodore, there it is. Mark Scaife peeling off into pit lane. And I'm sure this is when they'll make their brake pad change, and Garth Tander's going with him. So Crompton now sweeps through to the lead of the FAI 1000 as the 2 leading Holdens come in to make their stops. Watch the clock. Every second critical here as they go head to head. Big pliers going in there. I believe fastest pit stop so far has been 18 seconds. Going to take them a little bit longer than that though when they're doing their pad change. The Holden Racing Team, probably the best drilled outfit in pit lane. Look how quickly they're turning this car around. 22 seconds.
We were here until about 7 o'clock last night, and both of these teams were practicing their pit stops, particularly Gary Rogers Motorsport. They were in the garages working away. Who is going to win this pit stop race?
Oh, that's good. That's good to do a driver change, 4 tyres, brake pads in under 35 seconds. You're pretty much on the pace. Valvoline Cummins team just a fraction slower. That put them that much later down pit lane.
So Bargwana back at the wheel of the Valvoline Cummins Commodore, and Lowndes takes over the number 1 car. Neil Crompton has all that action, inherited the lead in the FTR Ford.
Good call. See, they came in just as there was a hint of the safety car coming out.
It was a last-minute decision. They were almost past the pit entry, and they both swept in.
And that's why those pit teams have got to be so on the ball, because you can get a call when you're just not even prepared for it. The guy's going to come flying in. You've got to be ready to go at every second of this race. No relaxation for the mechanics, team tacticians, the engineers. It's a tough old motor race. Don't go away. There's plenty more to come after this. mate? Have a walk?
I organised to have a meeting, so I went and had that.
You all right?
We're back at Mount Panorama. The safety car's still there as they clear the Dean Canto wreckage. However, just a reminder, the Ford Banner competition continues for viewers in the eastern states. Here are the 4 you have to choose from. And there is the phone number to call to cast your vote. Now, if you manage to agree with our judges this afternoon, you will go into the prize pool and you may well win a trip for 2 to any of the V8 Supercar rounds next year, any one of your choice. And of course, that'll largely depend on where you come from in Australia. And you also collect $4,000 worth of Ford merchandise. The person or people who creates the winning banner will win an XR8 Falcon. And just a reminder that that is real flame puffing out from that exhaust pipe of the Falcon there. And here is the AU XR8, an exceptional bit of gear with full body kit worth $55,000. And right there is the racing version. And what a splendid performance too from the man who leads the FAI 1000, Neil Crompton. Down in the pits, Grant Denyer.
Yes, I'm down here with Dean Canto as they clean up your car from the top of the mountain. I suppose Ian Moncrief was in the car. It's just a habit, or forced out because of this power steering problem?
Yeah, it was very hard to drive without the power steering. I suppose that could have contributed to it. But yeah, he's just been caught out and he's obviously gone off the track and hit the wall. And unfortunately, that looks like it's the end of our day.
A tough day for you, a couple of problems.
Yeah, well, we had the power steering go after about 7 or 8 laps. And we sorted that out and just disconnected the power steering lines and drove without power steering for a while and started to get back up there and settle down. And now this has happened, unfortunately.
Well, hard luck.
Thanks, mate.
Now, just to update positions for you with some of those pit stops that have happened along the way. Craig Lowndes has rejoined in 19th position after that brake pad change. It's been an incredible just how many safety cars we have had here so far today. Just 65 laps so far. There's Lowndes' teammate Mark Skate. He's got a tough time in the office. Looks pretty hot there, doesn't he?
Yep.
In the background, Ivan Muller. But already this year, there have been 8 safety cars after just 65 laps. Last year, there were 9 in the first half of the race.
And then there were none in the second half. So it's a funny old place, Bathurst. You never know. There's Garth Vander working hard for the Valvoline Cummins team. Getting a bit of a neck massage.
Leanne Ferrier, his girlfriend there with him as well.
So Garth relaxing in the pits as they wait to go back to green. Lights are still on the safety car, so there'll be another lap under yellows as we introduce to the commentary Wayne Gardner. Wayne, what can we say? You were the fastest man out there until your car went out. It was a very impressive start to the day.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, obviously very disappointing, but you know, I had a pretty good day yesterday and getting pole and got a trophy. At least I go home with a trophy. That's nice. And of course, you know, we made a good start today, past Stephen and led the race and pretty well much had everyone gap today. It was just unfortunate we had a mechanical failure and as well as Batesy was punted off and put in the sand trap over the top of the hill. So, you know, what can you say, but it's the way it goes. That's racing.
You've showed so much pace here, like genuine race-winning pace every time you've come here, but you just haven't had the luck on your side, have you? It just seems to desert you.
No, you're right there. You know, I've led the race a number of times over the years, and always something seems to either give up on me or whatever. But, you know, I'm certainly not going to give up. I'm going to keep trying. I do want to win this race. I think I'm got enough experience, and I'm obviously fast enough to win this race. So all it is a little bit of luck on my side, and hopefully one day it might happen.
You were saying the other night it's one of those things that you really just want to tick off on the Wayne Gardner to-do list.
I do, you know, I want to, exactly. I want it on my CV, and obviously it's impressive to say you've won Bathurst, and as I said, I think I'll qualify enough for, you know, to be qualified pole, and obviously fast enough, but just can't seem to do it just yet. And unfortunately, we had a mechanical failure, and also Batesy had an off in the sand, so this is the way it goes.
This is one of the outstanding performances so far in the FAI 1000, the All Blacks, Team Kiwi. Their V8 supercar debut. You couldn't pick a more ominous place to make a debut than here at Mount Panorama in the FAI 1000. But this team, fresh from car preparation in New Zealand, doing an outstanding job, 12th at the moment. It looks like they're having a pretty reliable run.
It's an incredible performance when you consider that they've had no testing against any other V8 supercars. They've done all their miles on circuits in New Zealand, so they haven't had a benchmark to go up against. And for Angus Fogg, this is his first ever time at Mount Panorama. Jason Richards has been here before, but in a substantially underpowered BMW by comparison to a 600 horsepower Holden Commodore.
Yeah, Jason ran into some trouble earlier in the week. He had a mix-up with a spinning car that put him into the wall, did some damage to the right front corner of the car. It wasn't enough to put them out of contention, though. The repairs were done effectively, and they got some good equipment there. Ex-Larry Perkins Commodore, Grant Denyer.
Well, one of the great drives of the day, no doubt, has been with Luke Youlden and Christian Murchison in the Castrol Racing team. You guys are in 7th at the moment. You're about to jump in, Luke Youlden, which will bump you back a bit, but what a great day so far for you guys.
Yeah, we're really happy, Grant. We're just sort of staying out of trouble and sort of picking them off one by one.
Not bad for your first or second attempt now at a V8 supercar.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's a bit hairy around here in the mountain when it's a bit wet, so it looks like it's going to rain for my stint again, so I picked the good stints, don't I?
Well, good luck for the remainder of your race.
Yeah, thanks very much, Grant.
Over to you, Barry.
Yeah, Garth, I'm not rubbing your shoulders for you, but how'd it go? How was it going?
Yeah, the car's really good. It was really tough up there when it was sort of raining and the cutting and all the way up to Reed Park, and then it was dry everywhere else. So you're sort of having a tippy toe on slicks and then go for it down the bottom part of the circuit. So car's really good. It's turned out to be good in the dry. We didn't get a lot of dry running, obviously, during the week. So yeah, everything's going well.
Horsepower-wise, it looks good down the straight. Got plenty of speed.
Yeah, no, the engine's strong. I mean, the car feels really good. We're not getting any warnings or anything like that. So, I mean, we're just cruising around waiting for the last sort of 70, 60 laps.
So you just need something on the radio saying Scafey's blown up, don't you?
Oh, we'll wait and see. There's a long way to go yet.
No, buddy, kidding.
Thanks, Baz.
Lights off on the safety car, and we are set to resume racing. Neil Crompton will lead the field around. Larry Perkins in behind him in the Castrol Commodore. Greg Murphy is one car further back, but he's third on the road, or third outright. At the moment, the car in between is the car trying to unlap itself. Stephen Ellery.
It was very interesting. The Ford team chose not to bring Crompton, or Larry Perkins chose not to come in at that time. Under a safety car period, they must have a lot of confidence. We're just going to have more and more yellows, because that could be a strategic blunder for not getting the yellow flag periods for a moment. These teams have got to perform their compulsory brake pad change. It's going to lose him a lot of track time. Look at Stephen Ellery. He's desperate to get past these two and unlap himself. Get himself back on the lead lap. Safety car comes out now. He'll be able to go around, make up a full lap and join the back of the queue. What an extraordinary fight back by the Super Cheap Autos team, if that were to happen.
Christian Murchison taking the fight right up to John Faulkner there by the looks of things as well. But it's an interesting point you make, Mark, because both Seaton and, of course, the Castrol Commodore in the hands of Larry and Russell came in on lap 35 for a fuel stop, so they must be due any time now for another fuel stop at least. There is a window, don't forget, between lap 48 and 120 for those brake pads.
And don't forget Murphy didn't come in either. The Kmart Commodore sitting back there in the queue. So some fascinating tactics to unfold here. All Stephen Ellery's got in his eyes is getting in front of those two cars in front and putting himself back on the lead lap. And he is driving like a man on a mission. The biggest mistake, most costly mistake of his career happened earlier in the day when he spun, got it bogged out in the grass, got stuck on the curb, dropped the lap, and now he has been driving the wheels off this car to try and get himself back into contention.
An incredible performance from him when you consider that he's had two spins, one down at the chase and one at the top of the mountain.
Here he goes.
Showing the pace that he's showing is unbelievable now. On the outside of Larry Perkins in the Castrol Commodore. Here he comes, Stephen Ellery sweeping down into the chase. That is one less car he's got to pick off in his bid to unlap himself.
Yeah, that car's got some speed in a straight line. We saw that at Sandown in the recent touring car round. team's engine builder, Craig Hasted, now has signed an exclusive deal to supply only Ellery next year because he's had an enormous number of inquiries since the performance at Sandon. A lot of people wanting to get engines built by the team, but they have an exclusive arrangement for next year. This is a team that obviously has high hopes of really battling it with the top teams next year.
This has been an extraordinary race, Wade, particularly from a strategy standpoint, hasn't it?
It is. I'm actually just sitting here watching Crompton to see if Ellery actually can make any pace on Cromley, because I know Cromley's out there pushing real hard, and I know Ellery's car's very good, so I'm just interested to see if he actually can make any ground on him. Because while you're behind the pace car, you obviously your tyres go down in temperature. So usually in the car I was in, which is the same as Cromley's out there, it takes a little while to get heat in the tyres, and usually the first or second lap you're a little bit hard to get any pace out of the car. But just watching him in this lap, and he's on with it pretty hard at the moment, and Ellery doesn't seem to be making much, so Ellery's still got his work cut out in front of him.
Great job too by Anthony Tratt, the Toll Express Ford. He's battling for position. They're currently 5th outright in this race. Great job, teamed with Alan Jones, the former world champion. So the Toll Express Ford really flying here. Probably going to get some sort of overlap happening when they make their next stop. But at the moment, looking very strong in the top 10.
Great performance from the Toll Express Ford. Alan Jones was actually quickest in one of the wet practice sessions earlier in the week. He's actually the oldest person in the race this weekend, Alan Jones, but still showing some great speed, and so too is Anthony Tratt. Big brake lock up there from Menu as he sweeps into Forest Elbow. Now this is the Rick Bates, Brett Peters entry, and it looks like Peters at the wheel.
Smoke pouring from the back of the car. This has not been a weekend for the Bates boys. We hear it may be a blown tyre. Something as simple as that, they may be able to get back into the race without losing too much time. The colour scan Falcon. Rick Bates cutting his teeth in V8 supercar racing. And we believe it is a blown rear tyre. Look at Anthony Tratt on the attack, and the Toll Express Ford sneaks up the inside of Alain Menu. That puts Tratt now up to 4th position. What an outstanding performance by the privateers. Still yet to make their second stop. That's going to put them behind. As you say, you get out of step. These lead teams, the car behind him, for instance, has already made 2 stops and made its compulsory brake pad change.
They are certainly looking good at the moment, the Mitre 10 Ford team, aren't they? They read that perfectly. This is Rodney Crick.
Mike Emery's Commodore. Peter Gazzard. Team sponsorship from Mount Gambier in South Australia.
Gee, that's a shame that car's actually out, because I think that was the car that punted us off us. Batesy off into the sand, so that's a shame.
A lot of damage there to the car plan Commodore. Try and limp it
maybe
back.
it's the wrong one, sorry.
Oh, look at this now. Stephen Ellery just went way off the racing line there. I think he almost locked his brakes in his pursuit of Neil Crompton. He is a man on fire at the moment.
He is the fastest man on the circuit, Mark. His last lap around a 2:14.3, so Ellery is flying. That's the quickest lap of the race so far.
It is fastest race lap in the Super Cheap Autos Ford. This small but very enthusiastic team taking the fight up to the factory squads at the moment. The Shell Helix replay. The blown tyre on the colour scan Falcon, driven by Rick Bates and Brett Peters. Another replay, more drama on top of the mountain that time around.
Oh, no, that's car 34, is it? That's the Tanda car.
Oh, it is too.
Boy, oh boy.
That was involved in an accident with the car plant car. So, squeezing down the inside. Coming out of Forest's Elbow. Bargwana just running out of round. Look at this. Oh! I just saw him getting off line when we saw that shot from another angle, but he had everything locked up for a fraction of a second. So Stephen Ellery driving as hard as he can to get himself back on that lead lap. He's only got 1 car in front of him before he is.
2 years in a row now. Stephen Ellery's just been driving exceptionally well. We saw him here teamed with Paul Radicic last year. Heartbreak for both he and the Rat. Now Ellery pitting.
Not a bad call. Almost got there. But he's going to have to pit under green flag, which is going to drop them right back down the order again. All that hard work he's done. But he is making progress throughout the day. But they're going to lose a lot of track position now, having to pit under green flags. every team out there is praying for a yellow flag period about the time they've got to do their stop. Hasn't worked out for the Super Cheap Autos team, Baz.
Yeah, Steve came in so fast. He's definitely in a hurry, Steve, and he nearly run the guy over in front of the car. That's really bad luck. They could have really done with a pace car, couldn't they? After all the hard work that he's done, and it's just going to go right down the field again now, and you know, would have been absolutely all he could have wished for if he could have got on the lead lap and on the same lap, and then the pace car come out would have been spot on.
They were in 24th position when that happened, and Ellery has handed over to multiple Australian Formula Holden champion Paul Stokely, and a guy who's driven formerly with Wayne Gardner in the Coca-Cola race team.
He has, yeah. Paul's a great driver. He's also driving in the GG production in the Lamborghini, and Paul's an outstanding driver. Unfortunately, we never got results together, but he was very quick here in Bathurst, and I would line up with him any day. I think he's quite a talented guy, so Ellery's done a good job in picking him up.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's been a good team. The development of that car has certainly come along as the year has progressed, as the Kmart Commodore gets sideways in the wet. This is the second entry in the hands of David Truckee Parsons and Darren Hossack.
Well, we were just doing our sums there with Nigel Greenway, our statistician. We just figured that no driver can do more than 3.5 hours continuous stint behind the wheel. That's why Ellery had to come in then, because if he stayed out there one lap longer, he just would have exceeded that. What an incredible stint by Ellery. He's been in the car for 3.5 hours non-stop.
And despite those two spins, has recovered brilliantly. We'll keep an eye on their progress during the course of the afternoon for you. This is the FAI 1000. Neil Crompton leading the way in the Ford Tickford Racing Falcon, but I've got to say, FTR and the Castrol team must be standing by for a pit stop any time now. They've only pitted for fuel on lap 35 on both of those cars.
Whoa, see that? Oh, goodness me. So the Asia Online car stepped offline and the Shell Helix Ford got a bit wobbly. Just shows how hard these guys are pushing. Barry Sheen.
Yeah, I'm with Steve Ellery. Steve, 3.5 hours, it's a long time.
Yeah, I feel like I've been in a war more than a motor race, but no, look, it's been a bit of fun, but I'm fairly disappointed.
I think the whole of Australia felt for you when you were sitting there with your head in your lap.
Normally in that situation, when you're going off like that, and you know the track's wet, or the grass is wet, you just plant your foot and drive through it, but for some funny reason I spun, and I just couldn't drive the track off. I got caught on the ripple strip, lost the lap, tried my heart out to try and make the lap back up, but I had another spin and didn't manage to make the lap back up, but we're going to try. It's not over yet.
You could have really done with a safety car, couldn't you?
Yeah, what I was trying to do was unlap myself and then get a safety car, so I get sent to the back of the train, but you know, we're still in there. Anything can happen yet. It's still early days, but you know, it's going to be bloody tough from here.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Barry.
So, race continues as they head up across the top of the mountain. The Aussie Mail Ford still running strongly. Weather conditions remaining fairly stable over the last few laps. So these teams can get in some consistent dry running. Let's have a look at the Shell Helix replay. Another one in trouble at the same spot that's caught so many cars this weekend. Matthew White, Steve Owen Challenge recruitment car. The ex-Larry Perkins machine. Former Bathurst winner, in fact, back in 1997. Now in the hands of the privateers.
Well, one of the best showings of the year so far for Brad Jones in the Aussie Mail Ford. As you can see, he is in 7th place at the moment. Neil Crompton leading the way from Larry Perkins. Those guys due to pit any time now. Last year's winners in 3rd position ahead of Anthony Tratt and Alan Jones. Then it's Larkham and Menu, and Parsons and Hossack are inside the top 8.
Faulkner and Macro, Radisich and Bright, McConville and Brabham up there in 11th, McDougall and Madecki in 12th, Scape and Lowndes 13th. More in a moment.
Not even halfway through the race here in the FAI 1000 for 2000, 73 laps down, and this place is showing how cruel it can be. We're looking at John Faulkner's Asia Online car, Adam Macro behind the wheel. Pit stop here for the Crompton-Seaton entry, second at the time. We'll keep an eye on the time here. They're going for their compulsory pad change right now. We know that elsewhere on the circuit, big trouble for Mark Larkham's car. Alain Menu at the wheel, smoke coming from that. We'll keep an eye on that as well. There's plenty happening right now here as they get set to change tyres as well. And drivers too, it seems. So a big stop there for Seaton and Crompton. Perkins and Ingle away. Prominent when they stopped in third position.
That was a good call by FTR and Perkins. A safety car coming out, but they got the drop. They just do it so early in the piece. Even before we hear from race control, there's a safety car coming out the track. These guys are in and doing it. It's a good time. They'll jump back into the queue without losing too much track position. So FTR and the Castrol team looking very strong at the moment, completing their brake pad change. Mark Larkham waiting in pit lane for his Swiss teammate Alain Menu. We believe he's been called in by race control to fix this oil leak, this smoke pumping from the back of the car, which is a great shame, because tactically and speed-wise this team were looking very strong only a few moments ago.
And behind Greg Murphy there, it's the field line up behind the safety car. Now, for those of you wondering about last year's champions and perhaps what their strategy might be in the Kmart Commodore, they have stopped twice, but not for pads yet. Their last stop, Murphy is currently at the wheel of that car, was on lap 52 for fuel, so it's a bit of a different strategy being shown by some of the other teams.
Want to pick a winner yet, Wayne? You want to pick a winner?
Gee, that's going to be hard. I think Larry's still looking pretty good there. I was just watching his pit stops and everything looks to be rather calm in his pits. I think Larry's looking pretty shiny at this stage, but look, you know, it's a bit of a lottery at the moment.
It really is.
A slick stop. They made up a place on Neil Crompton and Glenn Seaton there. Let's go to Grant Denyer.
We've got a bit of a quirky story down here in the Wayne Wakefield Ryan McLeod Chico pit. Now, Wayne, you were in the car when, you know, it sort of went off and did a bit of damage. You're feeling a little bit guilty. So what are you going to do?
Well, mate, I'm hoping Anthony Tratt's feeling a bit guilty because he hit me from behind while the safety car was on the track. But yeah, but I was driving at the time, so we've sort of rallied together and with Sarah Jane and Chico Roll, and we're auctioning off an unscathed bonnet and the one that was in the accident.
Because it's Ryan's car, isn't it? It's not yours.
No, mate, it's not. I've been trading panels with him all year, and we had to kiss and make up and race together in the race, the Bathurst 1000 today. So yeah, so.
All right. Well, now, Sarah, you've been a bit of an attraction here this weekend. How much do you think your bonnet's worth?
Oh, a fortune, I think, I hope. My bonnet. You're saying it was Ryan's car. I think it's mine.
Well, there you go. So if you got a few bob, maybe this could be yours.
We'll give out your mobile phone number for those donations, Grant, or for the office.
Grab a Chico. Grab a Chico bonnet. That's about all they've got left. Smile about at the end of a very difficult day. Rotten luck for the Chico team. The Mitre 10 Ford now limps into pit lane. And we've seen that smoke billowing from the right rear wheel. Mechanics will swarm on the car. Baz, what do you think the smoke is?
Well, one of the guys reckons he could smell power steering fluid, and that's what they're guessing at the moment. And Mark's saying, well, you know, can't you just fill it up if it is power steering fluid? But the problem is the officials are saying that, you know, with the smoke, no, they're saying to stop the motor at the moment. So as soon as I get the bonnet open, I'll have a look and see. They reckon the majority vote down here says it's power steering, but to get at one of these things, you'd have to be blooming Houdini, you know, to get underneath the bonnet there and get at the power steering pump. The only way to do it would be from underneath. That's why the guys are under there now. I'll have a bit of a look around the side here, see if I can see what's going on.
It's not a job you envy, is it?
When you realise how hot these things are, yeah, I would say it is power steering fluid, because from here it looks kind of reddy colour. So
yeah, that drops falling on the. That sounds like power steering fluid to me, Baz.
Yeah, it does to me, and it looks the sort of thickness of it. You say, definitely is.
Well, it's all happening here at Mount Panorama. Mark Larkham's best result was third in 1997. Would this be the end of his day? Find out on the other side of this.
The FAI 1000 continues, and as luck and good management would have it, Greg Murphy, who won here last year with Stephen Richards in the Kmart Commodore, is leading the race again after a whole range of incidents and safety cars and pit stops. Nathan Pretty, that's the My Car entry there, underneath the HRT umbrella. Behind him, the Shell Helix team putting a lot of pressure on there. Radicic is on the attack, so there's plenty of race left as we approach 76 laps. 75 for the leaders. They've just passed that mark, heading for 76 now. Long way to go.
Look at Craig Lowndes. He's come storming through the field, gets squeezed on the inside by his teammate. Wheels up two on the curb as he came flying down the inside of the Young Lions entry.
Where's Mark Scaife?
Boy, oh boy.
So Craig Lowndes, storming drive.
That's actually, Mark, that's a little bit silly, I thought, because he's obviously got a championship to go and win for Scaife, and here he is trying to shove it down the inside where there was clearly no room, and it was lucky the other car moved over for him. Very lucky.
Heart-stopping moment, that. Championship on the line, FAI 1000 on the line. Craig Lowndes in full aggression mode. Sneaks down the inside of Nathan Pretty on a charge, chasing Paul Radicic, who's now second in this race. So Lowndes coming back from 19th after that pit stop, setting the track alight in his pursuit of the leaders. He's now got the Shell 18 Ford in his gun sights. And Greg Murphy a further 3.4 seconds up the road from the Shell Ford.
We hear there may be some sprinkles of rain appearing at the top of the circuit once again. Wayne Gardner, that must make it incredibly hard for the drivers. All the rubbish that's come out as we look at the Shell Helix replay.
Yeah, he's pushed in rather too late here. Obviously, number 15 hasn't seen him, and he's had to jump up over the curb and try and avoid him. It was a pretty silly move, I thought, considering, as I said, there's a championship on the line.
Down the mountain now, closing in on Paul Radicic in second place. Greg Murphy in the Kmart Commodores leading this one as they come down through Forest Elbow. Lowndes catching him hand over fist. And you see the body language on that car across the top of the mountain. He's pushing it very, very hard. Craig Lowndes.
7.5 minutes plus for the Mitre 10 Ford team.
Blown O-ring on the power steering system, we believe. We've been told from pit lane, which has leaked out all that hydraulic fluid. We had no choice but to come in and try and fix it. Just trying to drive one of those cars without power steering would be murder in this company.
I think it's just about terminated that car for the day, or any chance of winning anyway, a result. This is going to be interesting to watch these two cars. When I was out there, Radicic was he was about the same as me up this area, but up over the top of the hill I was a bit stronger than when I had the HRT car behind me, Lowndes. His car was very strong over the top and over the dipper, so you watch Lowndes, I think he'll be about the same pace from here up to about the cutting. And after the cutting over the McPhillim, you'll start to see the HRC car come at him really, really fast over Skyline and down through all the curves.
When Jason Bright was at the wheel of car 18, he radioed to the pits at one stage and said, the car feels very soft, and that's obviously because of the setup they've chosen perhaps for the wet conditions. And that was but it started to dry up. The teams are doing well. You've just got to make do with what you've got.
Well, we just heard a message. They've sent a very stern message to Craig Lowndes. No more risky manoeuvres like that one, thanks very much. So he's had the word from team management.
Lady's luck was on his side there with that passing manoeuvre, because it could have been rather nasty.
Yeah.
Particularly from the same team.
We were talking before. Oh, sideways there for Lowndes. They come across the top of the mountain.
He's pushing very, very hard at the moment.
Certainly is.
He's keeping his foot hard on it and using all the road, as you can see.
To give you an idea, his last lap was a 2:14.9 by comparison to Murphy at 2:15.2 and Radicic at 2:15.5.
Well, we're listening to the radio. They've called him again. Calm down, Craig, calm down is the message he's getting from team management. They don't want any risks with this car. They're looking very strong at the moment. Mark Scaife in the box seat for his third Shell Championship Series win. It's all now in the hands of Craig Lowndes as he fights for second place, trying desperately to pass the Shell forward.
He's all over him like a cheap suit over the top of the mountain, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes in top speed against the Ford. He's going to probably have a go soon under brakes.
He's almost matched the fastest lap of the race. He's down in the 14s at 2:14.9. It's only half a second away from the fastest lap so far. Lowndes hard on the brakes as they come.
Radicic just covered the corner, so he couldn't pass him.
This is a great scrap. This could be the critical race here. Consider that Jason Bargwanna is back in 14th position. He's going to come down the inside. They're going to go side by side under brakes into Murray's corner. Lowndes has got him. Radicic gives him racing room. And the kid sweeps through to take second place.
Good job. Just keep it conservative. You're doing a good job, pal.
You can hear the crew just telling him to cool it. He's got 40,000, 50,000 fans on Mount Panorama cheering him on. And he's only got Greg Murphy ahead of him now. 4.9, almost 5 seconds up the road. Drama here for Rodney Forbes and John Cleland under the Dunlop Bridge, which has caught a number of cars today. Could this be another safety car period?
I wonder how that has happened on the occasions that there have been crashes here today. It's invariably people getting tangled up together.
I've never seen the number of accidents under that Dunlop Bridge. It's extraordinary.
Everyone seems to pull out of the chase and they're all bunched up tightly and everyone's vying for position and someone gets squeezed.
There's so much dirt, garbage and mud on this track now, Wayne. It must be a nightmare out there.
It is. They're very dangerous conditions. If you step offline just a little bit, you know, you mentioned about this corner here, why there's so many guys. Oh, you can see they've either been through the mud.
Yep.
On the exit of that corner, it's very, very slippery, where obviously there's a lot of mud and debris and rubber coming off the tyres, and it's just really like ice through that corner. It's obviously caught Rodney out, and he's had a spin and brought more mud onto the track. Even look into the pit entry there, you can see it's just covered in mud and water and slop.
Looks like something off the Dukes of Hazzard set now. Everything hanging off it. A couple of wheels pointing the wrong direction. Maybe they can get that car back into the race. Very badly damaged. By the look of it, it may just be superficial. VB pit stop clock goes to work. They bring the damaged car into the pits. This is where you see so much drama and excitement in the FAI 1000 in pit lane. Rodney Forbes, it was at the wheel. The car is running in 20th position. Grant Denya's on the spot.
Down here, of course, they've switched the engine off. The front end damage looks pretty bad, and I think they might call it quits until they can fix his front right and front left corners.
Big disappointment for John Cleland, the Cavalier Scotsman who comes out here every year to compete in the great race. This car is looking in big trouble now. Rodney Forbes caught out, big spin and making contact with the concrete wall coming onto the Dunlop Bridge that time around. Didn't see the first part of the incident, but he's paid a heavy price.
This is what's happening. Further back in the field, Darren Hossack in 8th position. We hear from the pits that the Mitre 10 car may have rejoined the circuit, but it's been in there for around 12 minutes, so a substantial amount of time lost for last year's pole sitter.
About 6 laps worth there, sitting in pit lane, so that's well and truly put the Mitre 10 car out of contention after looking so strong in the opening stages of the race. Greg Murphy, meanwhile, continues to lead, but his lead is getting chopped down 3.7 seconds the gap now between Murphy and his closest pursuer, Craig Lowndes. Radicic back in third. Brad Jones and the Aussie Male Ford, they're still in the hunt here. In fourth place, Stephen Johnson in fifth.
The pit strategy so far for Ford Tickford Racing and for Castrol Perkins Racing have been mirrored. Both Russell, or Neil Crompton I should say, and Larry Perkins pitted at the same time, but the Castrol Perkins outfit got out a little slicker, and that has helped them with position on the road before the safety car peel back in. Russell is currently in 6th position, Glenn Seaton in 12th.
This is the battle for 7th place at the moment between Nathan Pretty and Andrew Miedeke, joining Dougal McDougall in the Pepsi Commodore. So the third of the Perkins prepared Commodores looking very strong here. Let's have a look at the Helix replay of this move by Craig Lowndes. Radicic just went to the outside, almost as though he couldn't fight him off any longer. Gave him plenty of room, opened the door right up down the inside. Lowndes took advantage of that to move up to 2nd place. This is a good battle though. Nathan Pretty, the guy who emerged from relative obscurity only a few months ago to star for the Holden racing team in car 2 of the Queensland 500. Looking very strong with his teammate Todd Kelly until a Hold radiator put them out. And now they're putting in another strong performance at Mount Panorama. Currently 7th, playing a good backstop role to the leading #1 car.
Here's our leader, Greg Murphy. 80 laps down, and some damage at the front of the Kmart Commodore. Perhaps that's that contact earlier in the day with the Challenge Recruitment Commodore of Owen and Matthew White. He was charging hard, Murphy, in the early stages of the race on top of the mountain, and he couldn't quite get past. So some damage at the front of the Kmart Commodore. The gap between himself and Lowndes, 2.9 seconds at the moment. Paul Radicic sitting in 3rd, Brad Jones in 4th.
Geez, Richards and Murphy are going to have their fingers crossed they get another safety car period here. They still haven't made their compulsory pad change. They've got to do it before lap 120. Running along okay on fuel mileage at the moment because they've made their 2nd stop for fuel, but they've got to get that pad change out of the way. A lot of their closest competitors have already completed that.
Mentioned before about the fact that Glenn Seaton was a little slower getting out of the pits to Russell Ingall. The reason for that is that the Castrol team didn't actually complete their pad change there, so their stop was a little shorter and they got out quicker. So they're another one like the Kmart racing team who have yet to do their mandatory brake pad stop. Is it frustrating for you, Wade, not being out there?
I'm not a good spectator, to tell you the truth, Rusty. I can sit up here, but to sit outside on the fence, no, I can't do it. I've got to walk away. I'm obviously a bad sport because I want to be out there and having a go rather than sitting here watching it. So, but you know, it's interesting as well for me. I'm watching the way the different teams are playing their tactics and when they're coming in, obviously, to do their pit stops and so on. The FTR team have actually got through their pad change now, so I think Cromley and Cito should have a pretty good run towards the end, and I think they're in with a very good chance.
You spent a bit of time commuting between your base in Monaco and in Sydney. What are your plans between now and Christmas and looking ahead to 2001?
I'm on holiday at the moment. Just started just about an hour ago. and look, we're over in Manly now, and we're just going to play with the kids and have a bit of fun at home and just enjoy life a little bit. I'm probably going to go back to Japan next year, although I don't have a contract as yet, and they're still talking with them and negotiating with them, although you know, I'd like to come and do maybe another race or 2 here or a couple of races, so who knows.
Great battle here between Brad Jones and Stephen Johnson. They're fighting over 4th place in the FOI 1000. Look at Johnson on the attack, just sneaking up alongside. The Aussie Male Ford has another stab under brakes as they come into Hell Turn. Gets up the inside. Junior Johnson moves up to 4th place behind his teammate Paul Radicic in 3rd.
Junior's doing a good job out there, may I say.
Yep.
He's doing a very good job. I was very impressed that he's driving earlier in the rain. Here's Larry.
Now this is a surprise stop. Doesn't look like the boys were ready there with the pads or anything. So
this is not a scheduled stop at all.
Now the bonnet's up. That's never a good sign. So Larry discussing with Russell, there must be a problem with the Castrol Commodore car 15. We were just watching that. Nathan Pretty in the battle for 6th. With Andrew Miedeke in the Pepsi car, they come in for their stop as well.
That's very unusual for Larry, Mark.
Sure is.
He's normally got very, very strong reliability in this race, and that's why he's won so many. But
they only stopped 8 laps ago.
You could see they were totally underprepared when he came in there. The boys were still running out, getting all their brake pad equipment ready. So it was very much a surprise stop by Ingle. There you are, that's the fact. Larry Perkins has retired only 4 times out of 21 starts. What an outstanding record. But this is turning into a bit of a shambles now.
You look back to 1993. He won here with the late Greg Hansford. Then 95, he took victory, and again in 97, finished 2nd in 98 and 7th last year.
Oh, listen to that.
That does not sound good.
I think that's the air dract, but I think it's doesn't sound too good, the engine earlier on.
Well, don't forget this team had to make a very sudden engine change this morning after the warm-up. They broke a push rod in the engine, and they had to wheel it behind the pits, do an engine change in an hour. It was a phenomenal effort by the team, and they've been running very strongly, but now we are 81 laps, almost 82 completed, and the Castrol Commodore is back in the pits for an unscheduled stop. So of all the cars that you would pick as having mechanical problems this weekend, Wayne Gardner, that's got to be the biggest surprise of all.
It's very strange. As I said, Larry's normally known for his reliability and strength, but it doesn't look too good and doesn't sound real good, so it sounds like it might be terminated for the day.
Jason Barkwana sitting in 7th position. The Valvoline Cummins Commodore.
And the Kmart team are going to have their fingers crossed leading this race. Greg, we've just been doing some sums on this. They've got to try and make about 90, 91 laps before they come into the next stop. If they can do that, that'll require only 2 more stops for fuel. Everyone's trying to get through on 4 stops.
Well, they're renowned for their fuel economy. Their last stop, I should say, is lap 52. Barks at the moment is sitting in 6th position in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore and doing a terrific job, but it's Greg Murphy who's leading the way in the Kmart Commodore.
And look at the gap between Murphy and Lowndes now. It's down to 1.6 seconds. Craig has continued to attack.
Word we hear from the pits is that Stephen Richards may be getting set up for a stop. At the moment, it's Murphy who's leading the way from Lowndes. Radicic in 3rd position and looking good in the FAI 1000.
this FAI 1000 race update, brought to you by Attrition.
Into it, and look at this battle for the lead now, because Craig Lowndes is like a magnet all over the back of last year's winner Greg Murphy. And let's not forget, these two guys teamed up together to give HRT their last Bathurst win in 1996. Then Lowndes was 22 years of age and Murphy was 24, and now they're against one another in the race for the FAI 1000.
What evenly matched cars they are too. Greg Murphy. Lowndes has caught him up pretty quickly, but he's finding him pretty difficult to pass. He sets up for a move on the inside as they approach speed stick turn, but Murphy very strong under brakes in the Kmart car, fighting hard for track position. He wants to maintain the lead because I think we've done our sums on this. He's going to try and at least make 90, 91 laps before he comes in for his next stop. That'll probably be their brake pad change as well, but they'll just be praying for a safety car somewhere around here. Otherwise, they're going to lose a lot of time.
What's it like in situations like this, Wayne, when you're saying Greg Murphy's shoes and you've got Lowndes all over the back of you in one of the most crucial races of the year?
Well, he obviously knows that he's in the lead, so he's trying to protect that by closing all the doors on the entry into corners. But the best thing for Murph, and it's whether he's doing it or not, is not look in the mirror and just keep concentrating on where he's going and trying to pick good lines, because he's going to pick up some slow drivers soon too. So he's got to anticipate there to get around them and just try and keep Lowndes behind. But he's under a bit of pressure at the moment, and it's interesting to see if he makes any mistakes.
It's a great battle. Former teammates, the Holden Racing team, former Bathurst winners together. They know each other pretty well. Certainly their driving techniques.
The back marker actually worked well there for both of them, even getting away, and that was quite courteous of that slower car.
See Murphy flashing the lights there too. He can't afford to get caught up in some of the slower traffic. Flat out down Conrod Straight. Be clear and simple onboard telemetry shows you as they sweep down into the chase. Hard on the brakes and back down to second gear.
Kmart's pretty strong on straight line speed. They've got the match of the HRT car, which is normally known as the fastest car in a straight line. So yeah, they've matched them in horsepower.
So Lowndes comfortable in second place. Away at the heels of the Kmart Commodore. Let's go a ride with Greg Murphy.
Frightening roller coaster ride around Mount Panorama, and Craig Lowndes has made the most of it. Out of the slipstream and down the inside of Greg Murphy. He's got him. Lowndes takes the lead in the FAI 1000.
Well, you can see him setting him up for that move all that lap, stiffing around the rear bumper of the Kmart Commodore. He had superior speed and a great run out of Forest Elbow. Just carried it to extra speed. Look at Murphy now. He's headed off into pit lane. Hasn't quite made that 90 lap distance. We were thinking he'd need to do 4 fuel stops. So it'll depend on how many safety car periods we've got toward the end of this race. It'll determine the fuel economy and ultimately whether this team's got to make a splash and dash for fuel late in the race. Baz.
Yeah, I go, wow, you want to set up brake dust, as old Murphy tried. I tell you, the brake dust coming out of this thing. They're just throwing a bunch of water in the radiator and just trying to keep the thing cool. So maybe it's getting a little bit hot. The driver change is all done. Everything looking pretty cool. Yeah, there's no dramas that I can see. Everything, one hand, 2 hands. Yep, no problem, done.
For a set of pads, fuel and a driver change, that's a very slick stop indeed.
That's very, very fast. That was faster than HRT. HRT did it about 34 from memory. They pulled 4 seconds off them there. So that was very, very fast. Stephen Richards taking over the seat. The Monroe in-car camera. Just be pumping that brake pedal to get those hydraulic pistons back up position. Those new pads in place. They can now go through, having made their compulsory pit stop change. So just giving the windscreen a spray. There is some concern, I believe, from race control, the marshals down there on pit lane. That buckets of water they were tipping all over the car to cool it down. It's a bit of a no-no apparently, with the cars coming in on slick tyres, considered to be a bit of a hazard, so they may have to watch that in future.
Mark, they must have a bit of a heating problem because most teams haven't done that, so there must be a bit of a concern about heat in the car or the engine overheating.
And that's the second stop where they've done that, Wayne, so yeah, it must be an issue for them. Richards return to the circuit in 12th position. Here's the man who's now in the lead, Craig Lowndes, the Holden Racing Team Commodore.
These other cars have had problems. This car has been faultless so far, and hasn't it got some track speed? Boy, oh boy. They've got to come back from a pit stop or whatever. The speed of this car is quite astonishing.
It's very, very fast over the top, over Skyline right down to Forest Elbow. It's very quick through there. When he was behind me in my mirrors, he was monstering me there a couple of times. But in other areas, it's a little bit weak. So, but their car is very quick, obviously.
Incredible strategy, too, of that team, picking the pit stops to perfection, Baz.
Yeah, with Murph. Is there an overheating problem?
Yeah, it's running really hot, like 120 degrees, so it's well over, and it's costing us a fair bit of horsepower. Sorry for spitting in your eye.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I feel quite honoured.
I get in a spew. Yeah, it's costing us a fair bit of straight line speed, as you probably could see. Car's handling not too bad, but having to drive it too hard to try and keep up there, and it's as we just every couple of seconds the alarm comes on to tell us that it's overheating. So
I thought you were trying pretty hard. You should have seen there's about 2 tonne of brake dust came out.
Yeah, I should have done. We were using the brakes up pretty hard, so
keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's still a long way to go, but you know, we've got a bit of a problem, and we'll just keep circulating.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, buddy.
Well, keep an eye on that. Hopefully it won't continue that overheating problem for the Kmart Commodore of the defending champions, Stephen Richards and Greg Murphy. Should say a very big thank you as well to Wayne Gardner for coming up and spending some time with us in the commentary box, mate. We wish it was under better circumstances, but there's always next year, and you'll eventually put a Bathurst in the bag, no doubt about it.
Yeah, well, I will. I'll keep trying until I do it, and yeah, I think I proved, a few points today, and yeah, it's great. I really enjoyed it. I just wish I was still circulating, wish I was part of it. I would like to win it, and I'll keep trying until it happens. So.
Have a great Christmas, mate.
Thank you, Rusty.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thanks, guys.
Good on you. Wayne Gardner there, 1987 World 500cc motorcycle champion, a sporting icon to the Australian fans, but still wants to bag this one. Hasn't quite managed it yet, but Wayne will be back for many attempts for years to come. You can be sure of that. As the FAI 1000 continues, Craig Lowndes 7.2 seconds the lead now over Paul Radisich in the Shell Ford. Teammate Stephen Johnson another 7 seconds behind. So a strong performance from the Shell team. They're well in contention for this race at the moment. They've got to track down that red car. Holden Racing Team Commodore.
Here's the Pertec Ford, the second of the Stone Brothers racing entries in the hands of Simon Wills, recently crowned Australian Formula Holden champion again. 2 years in a row he's done that. Now a bit of mud down the side of that car, so they've had an excursion somewhere. But they're running in 10th position at the moment. Wills and Craig there, his teammate. Lowndes is leading the way from Radicic and Bright, the second of the Shell Helix Fords in 3rd position. Then it's Jones, a great performance in the Aussie Male Ford. Garth Tander and Jason Bargwana well placed in 5th. And so too is Neil Crompton in 6th position, just ahead of Dougal McDougall and John Bow.
Yeah, look on the right-hand side of the screen. You can see how close they are. How many cars are still in contention for this one? The safety car period, and they all immediately bunch up. Kelly and Pretty in 15th, Parsons and Hossack in 16.
17 cars, in fact, still on the lead lap. There is Team Kiwi, Jason Richards, doing an exceptional job in 17th position, just ahead of McConville, who started from the back of the pack. Then it's Plato and Muller, Harris, Morris, Bates, Salmon and White.
As the field going down, you can see how many laps they've lost on the leaders there. Some of these teams dropping right out of contention. What a shame. Larkham and Menu so strong in the opening part of this race, but you've got to be there at the finish.
Certainly do. Further back through the field, Donoghue and Mecklin, who qualified in 14th position, well down the order.
Cloud and Wakefield retired, of course, after that incident in Chico Commodore.
And at the back of the pack, there's some of the retirements for you. Back with more on the other side of this.
Welcome back to pit lane, Mount Panorama, where the clouds are darkening again. We may have some more rain. There's certainly a sprinkle or two up the top. Down in pit lane, we have the Aussie male entry, Brad Jones, just giving way to Thomas Mazira here. They've acquitted themselves exceptionally well. They've had no luck at all this year, the Jones brothers, in the Shell Championship Series. Let's hope they can at least run to the finish of the FAI 1000 and run strongly. They'll definitely be contenders. Two quality drivers at the wheel. Last year's race holds the record for the most cars on the lead lap at the finish. There were 7 there when it was all over. This year with 16 cars on the lead lap now. Still a long way to go, but it's such an intense race. And the attrition rate has eased just a little bit, so... Oh, no! Dominic Cotter! Major lose up the top there. And that looks terminal.
Pretty much terminal, Woodsy. That's a big lose. Safety car is on the track.
Well, that was a smart pit then from the Aussie male team, because they may not lose too much. Bargwanda had just passed Brad Jones when that happened, and here it is again.
Step right offline there.
Saw Peter Brock suffer similar fate back in 1994. Had a big crash up at this part of the track.
They're running in 26th position, and Peter Doolman is actually at the wheel of that car.
Look at the damage to the Gatorade machine. So there's Peter Doolman. Fortunately, he's out of the car and he's okay, but that'll hurt. It's a team not running on a huge budget. Saved up a lot of their stocks to have a real go at Mount Panorama this year. It's ended in disaster for the Gatorade squad. One of the few Sydney-based V8 supercar teams.
One of the many Larry Perkins built cars in the field as well. This is a car that Russell Ingall used most of the 99 season. Now here we see some pit stop action happening. Car 17 is making its way in. Stephen Johnson at the wheel.
One of his teammate Paul Radicic is up ahead. They've been pitting on exactly the same lap up until now.
Just seen car 18 come past us in the commentary box here, Mark. So unlike the previous 2 stops, which were in tandem,
Grant Denger's on the spot.
Well, they're expecting both cars to come in very shortly, but first of all, it's Jason Bright. He's Stephen Richards. Stephen Johnson, I should say, excuse me, is jumped out of the car, and Cameron McLean's now got in. It's just going to be a tyre stop. Now, this is their 3rd, and it looks like probably they're going to have to do at least one more, like everybody, to make it through the home, make it through to the finish line. That's quite a slick stop. But I suppose if this safety car does come out and everybody else comes in because the pit lane is getting quite busy, does that mean that Brad Jones probably picked the best moment to come in because he now will jump to the front of the queue?
That's exactly right. The faster you can make those calls on safety car deployments, the better off you are. And Brad Jones' track position will be proof of that. First in, best dressed. That's the way it works with safety car periods and pit stops in touring car racing.
7th position, Jimmy Richards brings the Caterpillar forward in, hops out. John Bow standing by to get in. Car 600.
Bow strapping himself in, and Jim Richards just done a great stint there. 53-year-old veteran. Still showing tremendous speed on Mount Panorama. Most reliable co-driver you can find. Caterpillar team, well drilled. Car performing solidly. Not quite matching the pace of the outright leaders at the moment. He's certainly well placed, ready to pounce should they strike trouble.
They're another to have done their mandatory brake pad change already as well.
Be clear and simple. In-car camera looking down on John Bow. The Caterpillar Ford. They've had a fairly quiet run up till now. Just hovering around at the middle and tail of the top 10. It's very, very hard to match the sheer pace of the Holden Racing Team Commodore at the moment. Craig Lowndes and Mark Scaife absolutely in blistering form.
Well, it's time for a drink for Team Gatorade. Craig Lowndes leading the way here on the mountain. Back in a moment.
That's all right, it's only one. Come to time. Well, the wet weather earlier today prohibited the driver parade, but there's been plenty since the start of the FAI 1000 under the safety car, that is. And we're looking at Team Kiwi, who are doing pretty well. They're back in about 17th position at the moment, just ahead of the other all-foreign entry of Plato and Muller. Ivan Muller at the wheel at the moment. So a pretty good effort all round from the Kiwis. Now it's 17th position for Jason Richards. Angus Fogg is back in the pits, of course, waiting for his final stint. Muller at the wheel of the 18th placed HRT Commodore. And they've had a rough time. They were buried off the track at one stage, dug themselves out, and Barry's in the pits with the Kiwis.
Yeah, I'm in the pits with the Kiwi. I'm with Angus. Angus, you're going good.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? We're wrapped at this stage here. Just hope it keeps on like this.
Well, when you consider you've never been here before, and to be 17th, that's not, and considering what happened in practice.
Well, exactly. You know, we have very few laps. Jason had a small moment into the wall, sort of reduced our time a little more, but hey, we're going well, and we just keep banging around and wait for that last hour and see what happens.
Is it very daunting driving here for the first time?
Yeah, hugely daunting. You know, I'm quite experienced, but here is just like nothing I've ever experienced before. So,
has any of the really quick ones come past you?
Yeah, I mean, our plan is just to keep circulating, obviously. So when the quick guys come up behind me, I'm just letting them go. They put too much pressure on me. I'm better just to keep circulating and let them hit the wall, you know.
Right, thanks, Angus.
Thanks, Barry.
The Kiwis there as menacing as the Harker that preceded their start to the FAI 1000. Just a reminder, Matthew White will be along at 5:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time with Sports Tonight, and they will pack into that program all the highlights, and there have been plenty already from this year's massive event. All the dramas, all the stories, and lots of those will be the hard luck version. Now, Craig Lowndes leads the event. He was 3.6 seconds clear, but of course that's academic now under the safety car. And here's another look at that Dillman crash up the top, which left the Team Gatorade team car stranded, and this is why the safety car's out there. Just running through the top five: Radicic, Barguana, Seaton and Cameron McLean, who of course is co-driving with Steve Johnson. So the Shell Helix team, boys, is looking very, very strong. Second and fifth at the moment.
Certainly are, and the lights are out on the safety car, Woodsy, so we're set to resume racing in the FAI 1000. Monroe safety car peels into pit lane, and Craig Lowndes resumes the lead of this race.
Look at the queue just behind them. 1, 2, 3 cars back. There's the Shell Helix Ford. Paul Radicic in second place. And Jason Barguana and the Valvoline Cummins Commodores right behind him, with Glenn Seaton in hot pursuit. So the leaders once again have been bunched up next to the safety car. We've got another sprint on our hands.
Gary Holt giving way there in the Eastern Creek Karts Falcon.
That is an outstanding job by that all-Kiwi team, Greg, I've got to say. Now, top-placed internationals, first time at Bathurst. Not a lot of money available for the effort, but they've pulled enough together to put together a very decent appearance in their debut in V8 Supercar. There's who's out, and there's plenty of them.
Anto and Moncrief, who we saw earlier, they had power steering problems and they clouded the wall. Ritter and Lay, who were meant to be running back up, if you like, to the Valvoline Cummins Commodore, being campaigned by Garth Tander, and Jason Barguana, who's doing a sensational job in third position at the moment. Incredible strategy there by the Aussie Male 4 team. We saw just a brief shot. Thomas Mazira, who's currently in 10th position.
Look at the speed that Lowndes has got. It's just incredible. He's opened up such a gap on the field in just half a lap's distance. Keep in mind, these cars have been sitting behind the safety car for a number of laps. The tyres have cooled down, the pressures have dropped, the cars are quite difficult to drive. This is where Lowndes has really pounced. Just opening up the biggest gap he possibly can on his pursuers while he's got the opportunity. And here they are. Paul Radicic in second, Jason Barguana in third, and Glenn Seaton just menacing behind in the FTR Falcon in fourth. What a battle.
Incredible performance. Jason Richards just up ahead of them. Now, bear in mind, he is in 17th position in the Team Kiwi entry, about to be passed by his compatriot Paul Radicic.
He doesn't want to go down a lap though, so he's going to try and hang on as much as he can with this lead bunch, but he just hasn't got the pace to match these teams. So he gives them racing room. It's the right thing to do.
As you mentioned, he's doing a terrific job, Mark, and this is a great concept by this Kiwi team, a consortium of New Zealand businesses, and Holden in New Zealand getting behind this idea.
That's an interesting fact, actually. This team originally wanted to run Fords, and when they went to Ford New Zealand to sniff out any interest, Ford said they weren't interested at all. So they changed over to Holden.
Holden were jumping at the bit, weren't they, too?
Holden dealers have enthusiastically put some support behind them with parts and various other things. So a great opportunity for Holden in New Zealand, flying the Silver Fern in Australia in a very impressive V8 supercar debut so far.
Barks has lost a little bit of ground there to Paul Radicic. Must be a point of concern, I guess, for the Holden racing team that Jason Bargwanna and his teammate Garth Tander are still there. They are in third position, and anything can happen here. We are only on lap 95 of 161.
Yeah, this is a real test of endurance, isn't it, too? Test of speed, but ultimately a test of endurance. As one of these cars fails, it's going to put a very different inflection on the race. Certainly Holden Racing Team is in the box seat. Much less pressure on them in terms of winning the Shell Championship Series. Basically, they just have to finish the race. But now they find themselves in a situation where they're carrying so much car speed, they're really in with a crack at winning the event as well. And why not go for the Grand Slam? Winning the FII 1000, winning the Shell Championship Series. It'd be an incredible result for the factory team.
Well, based on the lead up to this event, they've won just about everything in endurance terms. Mark taking out the Clipsal 500 in Adelaide, with the exception of the GMC 400. They won the Queensland 500 as well. And he's 209 points clear in the championship battle at the moment. Top left-hand corner of your screen, that's the elapsed time, how long this race has been running since we kicked off at 10 o'clock this morning. 4 hours and 29 minutes, approaching 4.5 hours. We jump aboard with Paul Radicic in the Shell Helix Ford.
What a grind. This is a real test of man and machine, isn't it? Like, just incredible amount of pressure, stress, endurance. Keep in mind the race record was set back in 1991 in the awesome Nissan GTR. 6 hours, 19 minutes, 14.8 seconds. And there's a $200,000 bonus on offer from FAI. First team that can break that record. If they don't do it this year, they won't. And jackpots, another $100,000 next year.
$300,000 in 2001 if they can break it. Good performance here from Seaton as well, who's right in touch with Jason Bargwanna, just ahead of him in third position.
I'm really impressed with the speed of this FTR Falcon. This team really wasn't that competitive. They never seemed to be in a really strong position to strike last year. But they are showing some genuine competitive speed here in this brand new car. Crompton did a marvellous job during his stint. Seaton equally as effective. But the fastest man out there at the moment is Lowndes. 2:14.26, the fastest lap. That was back on 83. He's just done a 2:17.56. Still faster than anyone in his company. He was 2 seconds faster than anyone that last time around. So Lowndes pounding them into submission at the moment. 6.1 seconds the lead. He's just sprinting away after that restart.
The Falcon that Seaton is campaigning is the brand new FTR AU from the workshop. Boy, Bargwanna a little sideways there as they came across the top of Skyline. The windshield wipers are working frantically.
So the lap time's falling as the windscreen wipers come on. It's starting to rain on top of the mountain again. It's dry down here
look
in
how
pit lane.
sideways Radicic got there.
Keep in mind these guys are on slick tyres, dry weather tyres. They have no tread. So as soon as the rain starts to come down, the loss of grip is quite dramatic.
You look back through the history books, Glenn Seaton, who we're watching there now, hasn't really had a happy time here at the mountain. Last year was his 16th crack to win this race. He only managed to finish it overall 6 times, his best being second in 1987 and 5th in 1998 and 1999.
Let's have a look at this scenario. All these lead teams are on course to make it through with 4 stops for fuel. What everyone wants to do is avoid having to make that 5th stop. So fuel economy matched with speed, so critical here when you're operating in this level of competition and this quality of company. So this is just a overtime workload for the strategists in the pits who are working through a million combinations all the time.
A lot of the teams too, Mark, have internet access to meteorology information, and they are constantly updated on the weather as it's making its way toward Mount Panorama here. And given the difference between the rain we're seeing at the top of the mountain and looking outside our commentary box, and as you can see, not everyone's using their windshield wipers down low. There's no real rain down here at the moment. It's so hard to make a call on what to do.
The car sandwiched in there. That's full international squad joining Holden Racing Team this year. Ivan Muller from France and Jason Plato from the United Kingdom. And they're doing a good backup role for Holden Racing Team at the moment. Grant.
Well, I'm with Jason Plato, one of our few international stars here this weekend. How's the car going? You've had a few dramas, one spin.
Yeah, I had a spin earlier. It's a shame, really, because we were going good, I think. We started 19th, we got to 6th or 7th, but I just got caught out with a lack of testing in the car. The balance changes quite a bit during the run when the fuel load comes off, and I didn't quite have enough front bias on. I didn't move it enough forward, so I had a bit of a spin. So, yeah, my mistake. It's a shame because we're going great, but nevertheless, it's still a long way to go, and I think Ivan's pace at the minute is quite strong. So, yeah, it's all to play for.
Well, watching you here at the moment, how's he feeling? Is he feeling good in the car?
I've not had a chat to him. I'm going to go and have a chat to him in a minute. But yeah, I think so. His pace is consistent. It's quick. So we just got to keep the pressure on and try and get the lap back we've lost.
Now, we know in the lead-up to this race, Varun was a little bit nervous because he walked around the track and he had a look and he said, this looks more like a ski jump, not a racetrack.
I thought that first time I came here in 97. Yeah, I mean, it's a great track, isn't it? And, you know, it's a daunting place and extremely challenging. And, yeah, one of the true racing tracks the world has, I think.
We've got Mark Scape and Craig Lowndes, of course, leading the race at the moment. Where are you guys positioned for the remainder of this race?
Well, we're going to try and get as far to the front as we can in the HRT Holden. And, but, you know, it's such a difficult race. It's such a long race. Anything can happen. I think there's about, what, 70 laps to go. So, yeah, we just got to keep pushing hard and see where we get. But, yeah, I mean, it's great that the #1 car is leading the race.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks.
Well, as you can see on the bottom of your screen there now, pit stop time, and obviously that weather at the top of the mountain has become a factor. The Valvoline Cummins Commodore swings into pit lane, and car 18 as well. So Paul Radicic, who was running in 3rd position, and Barguana in 4th, are both in pit lane.
I'll tell you what, there's no way they're going to, I wouldn't imagine they're going to make it through without a 5th stop at the moment, unless they get a hell of a lot of safety cars. We've already made 3 stops. We haven't even made 100 laps yet. Let's go to the pits.
Well, he stalled it on the way out, Tander and Barguana's car. Now, if it is raining at the top of the mountain, they're not putting wet weather tyres on. They have gone for slick tyres. So, is it wet? Was that a bad decision? I don't know.
Well, they came in together, and the Shell team have come out ahead. So good slick work from both crews. They're right on each other's hammer. Jason Bright taking over from Paul Radicic. Garth Tander taking over from his teammate Jason Barguana. So the battle continues. Just a brief stop. Take on new tyres, fuel and a driver. We're back in business.
And about 63 laps left to go in this one, so theoretically they should only have to do one more stop. Lap 99 of 161 at the FAI 1000. Jason Bright tentatively driving around the circuit in the Shell Helix Ford, and the reason for that is, as you can see, as he heads up towards Ford Cutting, there's some rain falling. What lies ahead for this man? That's the question on many people's lips. Successful run in the IndyCar race on the Gold Coast, and a great year as well in the Indy Lights Series in America. Right now, though, it is Craig Lowndes who is leading the way. Bright has slowed down, and Barguana has gotten past him now. I don't know what the reason for that is. There might be some sort of problem here for the Shell Helix Ford. We'll keep an eye on it, but right now it's Lowndes who leads the way from Glen Seaton. That's the battle you're watching a little further down. This is the FAI 1000, around about 62 laps to go.
Craig Lowndes has a 7-second lead in the FAI 1000 after 100 laps here at Mount Panorama, but there's only a few seconds between the next 6 or 7 drivers. An absolute traffic jam. Just a reminder, the Uncle Toby Super Series begins Newcastle next Sunday, 3 to 5 on Network 10. Beyond that, of course, a massive season of golf here on 10, the Australian PGA. Royal Queensland, the venue, 2nd and 3rd of December. Check your guides for details, but check out Craig Lowndes in form and in control at the moment, right here.
Quick shot of a pass we saw there moments ago. Stephen Richards getting by Glenn Seaton for 2nd position, so a change for 2nd position. But Craig Lowndes is the man who leads the way here at the moment.
Yeah, now we've just been doing our sums up here with our statistician Nigel Greenway. By our sums, Lowndes and Seaton must make 2 more stops. But when you look at this leading pack, Stephen Richards, Cameron McLean in the Shell 17 Ford, John Bowe and Brad Jones need only 1 more stop, and all of them are covered by about 10 seconds. Jason Bright and Paul Radisich only need 1 more stop as well, but they've dropped about a minute on the road, and Bright's been going quite slowly, so they've lost a lot of track position. Add to that the weather factor here. You can see the wiper working frantically on Lowndes' car, and we can tell you that the rain has started again here in pit lane, although it does appear to be a little intermittent. This is going to be crucial, this. 2 stops required for Lowndes and Seaton, so even though they're showing a lot of speed at the moment, Stephen Richards, we're guessing, if they get a few more safety car periods, should be able to go through with 1 more stop. We're not quite sure about that. Got a call it as it happens, but if luck falls his way, the Kmart car should be able to go through with only 1 more fuel stop. And right now he's splitting Lowndes and Seaton, so he's looking very strong. And so too, Junior Johnson and Cameron McLean, currently 4th on the road, but they've only got to make 1 more stop as well. Baz?
Yeah, I was just looking at the monitor. Dougal McDougall's going well. He's up in 5th place, and Andrew Medegan, I've just been talking to their guys. They're all up to date. They've done everything, and they've just got 1 more stop to go. So they're in the hunt as well.
Yep, you're quite right, Baz. The Pepsi Commodore doing exceptionally well at the moment. Dougal and Medegan, who's very experienced around the mountain here, 3rd place in 1997 with Mark Larkham. This weather here is unbelievable. The shot we saw as they came across Skyline was actually steam coming off the road because there's rain falling on it, and the track temperature is hotted up. It's just the ultimate test, isn't it? Unbelievable. You can throw everything at these guys every time they do a lap. 6.2 kilometres of bitumen around this place. They're getting thrown every different type of weather condition you can imagine. Wipers on, wipers off, puddles, dry patches. It's a real lottery out there. They're doing an outstanding job. There's Dougal McDougall and Medegan running very strongly. They've been in there in the top 10 all day. They're currently 5th. Look at this.
Oh, contact there between the Caterpillar Ford. Bowe has to back out of that one.
Almost thought that McDougall had lost it there, as the Caterpillar Ford applied maximum pressure under brakes into the chase. Look at this, though. Glenn Seaton.
Now Bowe gets through on Dougal McDougall, and Dougal switches back at him. It's a drag race as they work towards Hell Corner now. Smart move by Dougal McDougall. The 11 car is back out there, but it's well down at the moment. And Bowe's been caught out wide.
McDougall's car is understeering quite dramatically there. You can see as he turned into the corner, he lost a ton of entry speed. Everyone swamped him again. But McDougall and Medegan have done a sensational job. 102 laps. The Perkins prepared Pepsi Commodore, and they're well in contention for this one. Duking it out in 6th at the moment. Cameron McLean in the Shell Ford, number 17. He's up to 3rd. What a fantastic race. It's just been on since the green.
Bowe's in 7th position at the moment. Ingle, who we saw there barging past a moment ago, is 23rd and 3 laps down in the Castrol Commodore.
Look at this attack by Jones and the Aussie Male Falcon, trying to get past Dougal McDougall. McDougall and Medegan have been a very strong combination, very quiet build up to the race, but now they're well in contention here. Already made their compulsory pad change, of course. 4 stops down. They made their last stop for fuel on lap 92, so they're pretty much looking at 1 stop till the finish as well. So this pit strategy is going to decide the winner and loser here more than anything. there's a whole lot of things to unfold here. Changing weather conditions all the time, presenting a major hazard to the drivers. John Bow finds himself in the thick of things after a fairly quiet build-up to the week as well. Just hovered around the rear of the top 10 for the opening few hours of the race, but now he's starting to really apply the pressure. Grant?
I'm just a little bit concerned about the water really down here in pit lane. It's raining, it's very heavy. They're big drops, and if it's raining at the top, it's definitely raining down here, and I just don't know how long they can stay out on slicks like this.
Yeah, windscreen wipers are going mad. Here comes car number 1. Holden Racing Team, Craig Lowndes at the wheel, the leader of this race. 4.6 seconds the gap they had over Stephen Richards before they pitted. Barry's down at the Holden Racing Team pit.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a dilemma here, I tell you, because as you were saying, I mean, it's raining quite heavily down here. They're whacking a new set of slicks on it. Now, if they should be so unlucky enough that the rain should start coming down as heavy all the way round as it is in pit lane, then they'll have to bring them in again and whack some wets on. But it doesn't look as if, the sky doesn't look as if it is going to sort of unload, so to speak. But you can never tell at this place, so they could, in a couple of laps' time, have to come in again and whack some wets on.
I think everyone's going to be in the same boat, Baz. If this weather changes, how do you call these tyre strategies? You just got to get messages from the top, messages from the bottom, decide if the majority of the track is wet or dry, make a decision on tyres. But we've got some very dark clouds looming on the horizon. Let's check out the Shell Helix replay.
That's the second car.
Yeah, Muller in trouble. Again at the corner, which has caught so many people out. That's almost a carbon copy of what happened to him earlier in the race.
Now, bear in mind, Mark has been sent out on slicks, and you may be a little surprised at that move, but the guys down in the HRT garage, Pete Smith and the boys who constantly monitor the computers, are regularly watching the net and the weather forecast, so I'd say to be a calculated move, Baz.
Yeah, it's all right. That's it, Jeff. Now, what's the score now, Jeff? What's the plan?
The plan is we're all going to heart their mouths and try and get through to. If we can get through without another tyre change,
yeah.
We've got one more fuel stop and then we bring it home. But
I tell you what, if it's doing this over at the top of the hill, the same as down here, you're going to have to come in and change.
Well, we were guided by what Lowndes has said, and he said, look, it is slippery down here, it's slippery up there. Everyone else is still out on slicks. So really, you know, we were a bit guided by him, and we trust his judgment. So all we can do is, I mean, at the worst, Barry will have to come in and put wets on, and you know, it might have blown our position, but we're better off being safe than sorry. But it's sort of, you know, it's light, heavy. So as I said, we're all chewing our fingernails to death.
Well, I tell you, if the forecasters can't get it right, what hope have we got?
Oh, exactly. I reckon you could go to a fortune teller and get a better result than any of the teams this weekend.
Great. Thanks, Jeff.
See ya.
Jeff Grech, a man who steers the Holden Racing Team operation, been doing it very successfully for a number of years. And Mark Scape looking very strong, just taking over the Holden Racing Team.
Think about bringing your rear bar up if you can. Try and get your bar adjustment back full tank.
The Cedars team having some dramas again. Bill and Luke Cedars in virtually the same place they went off before. Gee, there's some battle scars on the All-Trans Trucks Falcon. Now, just to give you some updated positions as we watch that Shell Helix replay from a different angle, Stephen Richards leads the way from McLean and Glenn Seaton. Alan Jones is in 4th position. Look at this battle going on here. John Bow has managed to move up a couple of places, has gotten past Thomas Mazera and has gotten past Dougal McDougall. So in the process, he has slotted himself into 5th position.
It's a great drive, isn't it, by John Bow, Jim Richards, and a good performance by the Caterpillar Ford team. It's been a long, slow, and at times painful building process, starting with a clean slate in WA last year. Seems recently purchased by John Briggs and moved its whole operation to the Gold Coast. Now they're starting to get some stability and some consistency in their performance. That's the only way you do well in big races like this. Oh, trouble here. Melrose, Christian de Gostin.
Looks like Mal at the wheel there. Former privateer winner here on the mountain.
This is a very encouraging performance from the Caterpillar Ford team. Alan Heafy, the vastly experienced team manager, coming on board Queensland 500 onwards. Alan Draper, the former engine builder with Dick Johnson Racing, building these Ford V8s in-house. So slowly they're starting to get all the pieces together necessary to front of top-class operation in V8 Supercar, and they're starting to reap the rewards of that investment. John Bowe and Jim Richards looking very strong as this race continues to unfold.
Now, in terms of how to play this game here at Mount Panorama, the FAI 1000, well, Larkham is about to come in. His team apparently have wets on standby for the Mitre 10-4. Now, admittedly, they're further down the order, but we saw Brad Jones pit early in the race and go from wets to slicks, and that paid big dividends for the Aussie male team.
Yeah, well, we'll monitor those times if Larkham comes in and does put wet weather tyres on. A lot of teams will be watching him too, because it's always going to be the judgment of whether you've made the right call on tyres. Stephen Richards and Greg Murphy, last year's winners, 1.2 seconds up the road from Johnson and McLean. The Fords are charging there with Seaton right behind him. Tratton Jones up there. Jones and Mazira running strongly as well. McDougall and Madecki in 6th. Bowe and Richards have just taken those two recently.
There's still a long way to go in the FAI 1000. Join us on the other side of this.
This FAI 1000 race update brought to you by Mitre 10.
the number 17 Ford. Last year's winner's doing a great job of things.
This is the battle for the lead now of the FAI 1000. We've seen it change so many times today, and it just continues to come at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour, this race. Yellow flag safety car is on the track. We've just saw those on top of the mountain. So someone's going to head into the pits. This is the time to do it. Let's see what's caused it. Oh no, it looks like Team Kiwi. The Kiwis doing so well. I think they've probably bogged it in the gravel trap there, have they? He's got the foot into it, but it's like the Sahara Desert out there. You've got a long way to go before you drive out of there, and he's bogged it.
That car's going no further.
Jason Richards.
What a shame, they were in 18th position. Jason Richards at the wheel.
Doing a sensational job in the 777. All New Zealand entry. Out of Auckland, a team put together by Trevor John, an Australian, believe it or not, based in Auckland. See the opportunity to get a Kiwi team, considering the strength of support the V8 Supercars have in New Zealand. For all our Kiwi viewers watching, and it's a disappointing sight to see the all-black car beached right out there on the gravel trap just off the chase.
But I guess the emotions for them are a little mixed when you consider that last year's winners, Stephen Richards and Greg Murphy, are leading this race.
But really, for a first up effort, this is outstanding. Well, here we go.
Car 5 into the pits, so Glenn Seaton.
Third placed Glenn Seaton before he came in. The battle between Stephen Richards and Cameron McLean raging between the Shell Ford and the Kmart Commodore. Here comes the FTR Falcon. It's lap 108. Neil Crompton ready to get in and take over the wheel. Car 5, this is their third stop. So they've got another one to make after this. Put them back in sequence, but sort of out of sequence with the other teams, really, when you think where they are. They're taking an opportunity of the safety car to come in, get out, new tank of fuel, new tyres, Neil Crompton at the wheel, now fresh driver. And they've looked far more competitive throughout this day than they did last year, that's for sure.
This car has been exceptionally quick, straight out of the workshop. This is its debut here. Neil, of course, a man who's been on the podium here before, 1992.
We hear
now the
from race
medical
control,
car is there.
Medical car is out on the circuit. We don't know why.
Try and get confirmation on why that is for you.
Just theorising it may be something wrong with one of the marshals or a spectator at the top of the mountain. We're not quite sure. As soon as we find out, we will give you that information. The medical car there, lights ablaze as it makes its way up toward the mountain. See the white flag there waving, warning the drivers that a medical crew is in attendance. So as soon as we get clear information on why this car is out on the track, we will give that information to you. But you can see quite clearly on the top there, Doctor Medi-Track unit just waving the traffic through as they make their way toward their destination. Not quite sure where they're going.
Good stop by the Ford Tickford Racing Team. Glenn Seaton has rejoined the field in front of Mark Scaife and Garth Tander.
Now we believe it's in attendance to Peter Dillman, who had that crash in the Gatorade Commodore. He seemed to be looking okay, talking to the marshals up there. Maybe had some problems that he wasn't aware of. Hopefully Peter's okay. Meanwhile, Team Kiwi, they managed to pull them out of the gravel. Lost a bit of time stuck in there, but the recovery crew there are pretty fast now. They've had plenty of practice.
Grant Denyer.
Yeah, it looks as though there's no damage, so that's one consolation for the team. Just a bit of mud in the front grille. Just simply went off in the chase. It's quite simply around there, and Angus Fogg said, you know, like everybody else, they're all going off in the same area.
Well, a lot of people have been caught out at the chase during the course of practice, qualifying, and even today's race. An absolute quagmire after the exit of the Auto Bytel chase. Team Kiwi rejoined the field. A couple of Kiwis leading this one as well. Stephen Richards and Greg Murphy, as we mentioned before.
Be wonderful to think this team can kick on, Greg, and become quite a competitive proposition in time to come. Certainly when we include a round in New Zealand for the first time next year when we go to Pukekohe in November. It'll be great to have the local team running fairly strongly. And there is plans for a 2-car attack next year. 2 VT Commodores in the classic black silver fern paint scheme of New Zealand.
Well, that would help them become good. Oh, he's run wide there.
Didn't he? He's
run very wide
off the wall.
That would help the team become very competitive too, because they've at least then got a full season under their belt up against the best in the business, Mark Howard.
We might have talked to this day, but finally some joy for me. Melinda Price, how are you going out there?
No, pretty good. I think, you know, we had a terrible weekend and we just made it there this morning. So we started 55th, we're up to 31st, and looks like we'll pick up a few more, so we're wrapped.
Dean's in the car now. How's he going?
Fantastic. We had a few problems in my stint. The throttle was jamming on and a few things, and we came in and sorted out all the bugs. And he's just cruising around, loving it. We both love the rain, so I'm doing a bit of a rain dance, and he'll keep on going, and I'll bring the car home, and hopefully, and everyone will just be wrapped.
Did I hear you correctly there? Are you the only person here that is looking forward to more rain?
Well, I think so. I've been doing a rain dance all week, and actually it was my stint just before that was the only one all week it had been dry for. I think we're about to get run over.
Thank you very much, Melinda. We better move out of the way.
Thank you.
Now, if you're a little bit confused at home, we do have Barry Sheen and Grant Denyer covering the pit activity for Network 10, but as we explained earlier in the program, we're experimenting with digital television. That is, we've got 2 channels we're broadcasting from Mount Panorama today. 3 channels, I should say. Digital 1, Digital 2, and Digital 3. Mark Howard is a pit reporter for Digital 2. If you want to know what digital TV is all about, it really is the future for sport coverage, certainly motorsport. You can see it all at the website 10digital.com.au. That'll explain to you how this wonderful technology is working. Channel 10 is well down the path of this technology at the moment, and it will really revolutionise motor racing coverage in Australia.
Interesting, Mark was having a word there with Melinda Price, the only female driver in the field, and since 1963 there have been 28 different females challenge the blokes on the mountain. And they actually had 6 contest the race back in 1969. Reminder too, the V8 Supercar Awards just around the corner at the conclusion of the season. Sunday, December the 3rd, you'll be able to catch all the action right here on your home of motorsport from the awards night. All the fun and games and who will receive what trophy, and that's still to be decided here today. So don't forget that.
The bonnet askew on the Haviland Ford there in the queue. It's like one of the bonnet pins hasn't been attached properly. It just goes to show when you start watching these cars tumble, there's so many competitive combinations and teams coming into this race. And as the day wears on, as we always say, the cream starts to rise to the surface. Been some surprises, surprise dropouts here, particularly the problems that beset Larry Perkins and Russell Engel. Dramatic moment when they broke a push rod in the warm-up this morning, had to do a very quick engine change before the start of the race. Suffered more problems. Now Russell finds himself 21st and several laps down. So a big shock to the Castrol fans, and there's plenty of them at Mount Panorama.
I think a lot of people had high hopes for that team today, and despite the season that Russell has had, he's been 2 times a runner-up in the Shell Championship Series. This really hasn't been his year. 2 race victories only. They had high hopes here today in the Castrol Commodore. Run to safety car here on the mountain. Last year's winners are at the front of the field. Wouldn't it be tremendous for Stephen Richards if he could take the trifecta 3 years in a row? He won in 1998 with Jason Bright, backed it up last year.
And he's the only man in the record books to ever won the race in a Ford and a Holden. Extraordinary achievement. When you think of this success that his father, Jim, has had at Mount Panorama, 6 victories. You look at the amount of success that Stephen has had, and he's still only in his 20s. He's got quite an extraordinary career ahead of him, hasn't he?
His wife Angela is here this weekend, and the young son Clayton.
An even more remarkable result, I guess, would be if Stephen took his 3rd win on the trot, completed the hat-trick, and his dad Jim came in 2nd in the Caterpillar Ford. Imagine that moment on the podium.
A reverse of their 1998 Super Touring result, where Jim took victory in a Volvo and Stevie finished 2nd with Matthew Neal in a Nissan.
Okay, we've got 109 laps gone of this 161 lap FAI 1000, waiting to return to green flag Throwback racing conditions. 52 laps remaining in this contest, and what a contest it is. Safety car has peeled off. We're going back to racing, and there's our race leader, Stephen Richards in the Kmart Commodore. Cameron McLean in the Shell 17 Ford right up behind him, looking for a move up the inside, but Stephen Richards moves across to cover his territory. They're going to go side by side under brakes. A lock brake on the inside by Cameron McLean. He's starting to get monstered now by Russell Ingall in the Castrol Commodore. Many laps down, working hard at trying to unlap himself, but they've got a lot of work to do.
Some aggressive driving here by Cameron McLean as they go up Mountain Straight. The Shell Ford certainly got the grunt. Can he get up the inside? Not enough room. Yes, there is. Richards gives way to him. Cameron McLean takes the lead in the FAI 1000, so a Ford back at the front.
Ultra aggressive move by Cameron McLean, but look at Russell Ingall breathing around the back of the Kmart Commodore. Can cause a lot of trouble in there, couldn't he? Many laps down. Doesn't want to get flustered. Russell Ingall in behind him, filling up his mirrors, and look who's just behind them too. John Bower in the Caterpillar Ford. What an outstanding performance by the Caterpillar Ford team so far. Third outright at the moment, and Dougal McDougall in the Pepsi Commodore in fourth. What an incredibly varied top 10 we've got at the moment. Across the top of the mountain.
With the Kmart Commodore, we swing across Skyline. Russell Ingall right there in the Castrol Commodore.
Back in 22nd place.
He's harassing, but he's
3 laps down in our race leader. He's pushing hard. He's up there in this lead bunch. Green flags waving, giving the drivers all clear to put the foot down. And as we know, this Kmart car is struggling with engine temperature. For some reason, it's overheating. And that is costing them a lot of horsepower. Car not quite got the punch on the straights that they want. There's a graphic indication of that. Look at the way the Shell Ford is sprinting away. Cameron McLean, the 32-year-old Queenslander, drafted into the Shell team this year. And he's doing a tremendous job at Mount Panorama this afternoon.
staged an enormous fight back with Paul Radisich at the Queensland 500. Paul was black flagged early in that race. Both he and Cameron fought their way back up through the field to finish in the top 5. Look at Ingall harassing him, the enforcer.
Full of intimidation down there. One man, I'm sure he'd be very happy with the performance of Cameron McLean. He's his teammate, Stephen Johnson. He's with Grant.
Well, Stephen, you must be ecstatic. How was that move up the inside?
Mate, it was fantastic. I mean, the car is very good at the moment in the wet and in the dry conditions. So all we got to do now is Cameron's got to put his head down and really go for it. Obviously keeping it off the walls, and when I get in, I'm going to do the same. So fingers crossed, and the car's fantastic at the moment.
Mate, you're leading this thing. Get excited. What about your pit stops from here on in? How are they situated?
At the moment, we've only got to do the one more stop, so we're looking fairly good. And you know, it's just a matter of trying to keep the car, keep it going nicely, make sure that you're not going to go off the road, and just watch out for back markers, and we'll see where we are at the finish.
So it's too early to count your chickens?
Right, mate. As Dad said, he doesn't sort of, when he's a vet lady sing, and he starts to get a bit happy, but like he said, I think it was in 94, he hasn't even heard it crank up yet, and I haven't either. There's plenty of laps to go.
Well, here's to it.
Thanks, mate.
Mark Scaife and Garth Tander are currently sitting in 10th and 11th position. Now, just to give you an idea, they are some 11.8 seconds in behind Cameron McLean, Stephen Johnson's teammate.
Mark Scaife charging, fighting his way back after that last stop in position 10. He's got some quality between himself and our race leader, Cameron McLean, in the Shell Ford. Russell Ingall showing that once they fix that problem in the Castrol Holden, it's fast enough to match any of these lead cars, but they've dumped so much track position now. 3 laps down on our race leader, well out of contention. I know they had high hopes of a good result here. This team has worked very, very hard to get on top of the Bridgestone control tyre. They openly admit they didn't know how it worked. They weren't getting the most out of it last year. But they have worked so hard over the last 12 months to get that Castrol Commodore up to speed. A tragedy to see it go out with engine problems.
Some incredible performances here. I know we're quite a distance from the finish. When you consider the year that Brad Jones has had, Thomas Mazira is currently in 5th position in the Aussie Mail Ford. And what about John Bower, 3rd in the Caterpillar Ford after a disastrous year? Look at this down the inside.
Oh, Crompton fighting his way back after that stop. He's up in 9th position. He's got Mark Scaife right behind him. He's right beside him now. Headlights ablaze, Scaife on the outside, Crompton on the inside. He's not going to give way. They're fighting for track position, so this is a great fight between Ford and Holden. Neil Crompton, as he always does at Mount Panorama, showing terrific speed in his last drive for the Ford Tickford team.
We've seen him do it on several occasions, haven't we, at the wheel of the FTR Ford? And what about that sensational performance a couple of years ago at the wheel of the Ferrari?
There's no doubt this man knows how to steer around here. He loves this place. He's as fast as anyone. Just got the message from the crew that his blinker's on.
That'll be the last thing on his mind at the moment, wouldn't it?
Hard on the brakes as they swing up through this incredibly daunting speed stick corner. The road camber falls off, throws you into the concrete wall. Headlights on, you can see Scaife loves having the headlights on as he's picking his way through traffic. Gives the cars in front the ultimate opportunity to see him coming. Scaife hard at work. Look how close he sits to the wheel. Really muscling this Holden Racing Team Commodore as he tries to make Crompton crack under the pressure. Across the top of the mountain. Approaching 200 kilometres an hour as they thread through the traffic. Bumper to bumper stuff between the two factory outfits, Ford Tickford Racing and the Holden Racing Team.
Two guys that have been one of our three Stooges Brigade during the course of the year on RPM. Tell you what, Matthew Neal has certainly got some pace. He's much further back than these guys, but he's managed to pull clear of Neil Crompton, and Crompton under siege from Mark Scaife as they head towards Forest Elbow.
Well, you can see Crompton's being held up.
Be careful of Forest in front of Vito.
Warning Mark Scaife what lies ahead.
Yes.
In terms of drivers on the road, the Shell Championship Series at stake for him, and maybe if he can claw his way further forward, a Bathurst victory as well.
This is a shot from Neil Crompton's car, looking back at Scaife, headlights on, trying to find a way past the FTR Falcon. Cameron McLean still our race leader, 1.2 seconds in front of Jim Richards. Stephen Richards, I should say, in the Kmart Commodore. John Bow in the Caterpillar Ford, threading through the traffic. Oh, Crompton gets squeezed on the curb as he tries to find a way inside the Big Kev Commodore. He's managed to do it, I think, without any damage, but Scaife goes with him. Crompton like a barge pole through the traffic. Look at Neil, he's finding back on the inside. I don't believe it.
Oh, can you believe it? Oh, no, Mark Scaife managed to hang on to it. Neil Crompton's gone.
Is the car right?
The whole front of the car has been taken off. Can you believe that? Oh, we've got a tyre rubbing here on the Holden Racing Team Commodore. Can you believe this? Drama. Now, that may not be too bad for the factory team.
Oh, can you believe
Look
this?
at the tyre pumping there. If he cuts that tyre, he's going to be in serious trouble.
He was an innocent victim in someone battling for sheep stations that simply should not have been there.
What on earth was the Big Kev Commodore doing in the middle of all that?
And Neil Crompton, to your heart, must go out to him. He was another one who got squeezed.
Doesn't look like it's going to be too bad, mate. It only seems to be rubbing every now and again.
We're hearing the radio communication there between the Holden Racing Team and Mark Scaife.
Keep an eye on it. Looks like the rain might be coming. Looks like the rain might be coming as well.
Oh, drama here. Everyone's watching with hawk eyes on that front right-hand tyre of the Holden Racing Team Commodore. It looks like the bodywork has cleared itself. We've got rain coming down on pit straight now. Wipers ablaze. So Mark Scaife, so lucky to escape from that without more damage. He got pinched in the middle of that one. Let's have a look at the replays when they're ready.
Garth Tander, another one to emerge unscathed from that mark. Don't forget, these two are still battling for the championship.
What an incredible moment. Look at the Valvoline Cummins Commodore in there behind Scaife. Garth Tander at the wheel.
This is out of Murray's corner. They work up pit straight. Neil Crompton gets a good run out of there, up alongside Matthew Neal. It's a drag race up pit straight for the run to hell corner, and you can see Scaife coming with him. Crompton pulls across.
Well, what on earth was Matt Neal doing, making a desperate dive under brakes?
A bold late braking manoeuvre.
He's way out of contention with these cars, and he's just set off a massive accident. Matt Neal, 18th position, some 3 laps behind the race leaders. And look at this, it's crazy stuff. What on earth was he thinking?
Look at Tander, he too copped a little bit of contact there as Mark Scaife tried to take evasive action, and Neil Crompton is actually now parked on the side of the circuit there.
I just cannot believe the bad luck that this Neil Crompton has in motorsport. Can you believe it? Look at this Matt Neal. I cannot believe, what was he doing?
Oh, this is the sort of thing that can decide championships. That could have been the end of the day for both Mark Scaife and Garth Tander right there.
Now John Faulkner in trouble at the same part of the racetrack. The Asia Online car manages to get it back online. Boy.
Asia Offline.
Asia Offline, yes. What an incredible moment. And the FAI 1000. 114 laps completed. It's never over till it's over, Rusty.
Well, Scaife is continuing his way around the circuit. There's the K&J Ford in behind him, and it doesn't seem as though there's too much smoke. Have to keep a close eye on it, but it doesn't seem as though the bodywork is rubbing too much, but you tend to see it at certain times when the weight transfers onto that side of the car. Bargwanna, or Tander, I should say, has obviously gotten around Scaife in all of that.
Now the big question is how hard has that hit been? Because quite often we see a V8 supercar, if it takes a hit in the front end, it can bend the steering arm and throw the steering off. So we don't know what condition that car is in. Look at the rain starting to fall on top of Mount Panorama now. As if Mark Scaife doesn't have enough to do.
How is it now, mate? Is it all right? It's drivable.
You can hear the whole racing team talking to Mark Scaife. We're trying to hear just as intently as you are at home a report from Scaife as to the condition of that car. The team desperately trying to find out, has it been damaged, is it still drivable? There's the second and third cars in the Holden Racing Team stable. Mark Scaife, look at him. Just have a look at that steering wheel. Well, when he gets onto a straight line, we'll just look at that steering wheel angle. That's usually a pretty good
like that, you think, mate?
Doesn't look too bad.
No, that looks okay. So, looks like Scaife may have got away with that one. What a close shave. Shell Championship on the line. Boy, if he wins this race or wins this championship, he's worked for it today.
Incredible stuff here at the FAI 1000. Johnson and McLean. McLean at the wheel. They're leading the way from Richards and Murphy. But this is not over yet. This is the FAI 1000.
Down the bottom, it's fucking dry rock.
next at Mount Panorama. 116 laps down of 161. This is the third place, John Bow, Cat Racing. And a disaster. How is Bow going to save this wheel on the way back? Well, there's no wheel there on the right rear. Stephen Richards in second place behind Cameron McLean, whose lead is only 1.3 seconds, I might add. So there's plenty happening at the front of the field, but there is so much going on away from that battle. Now, Bow is on the edge of the circuit trying to save what he can of this vehicle. You can notice, too, the rain is falling harder than before. Mark and Greg, this is an extraordinary race, one of the most incident-packed in memory.
Yeah, and the fortune's changing. He must have been watching. Now let's have a look on the Shell Helix replay. That's where it loses it. Now what happens? Does the wheel nut come off?
It looks as though everything is all still intact there, Mark. The hub and everything else. I'd say the wheel nuts come off.
Because it looks like he's running along on the rear brake disc. Have a look at it.
There it is.
There. The whole wheel's come off. So it looks like the wheel nut maybe wasn't tightened up properly. There's been some sort of failure. Oh, Mark Scaife! Car 1! Goodness me, they're coming at you a million miles an hour. Mark Scaife now in trouble. We thought he was going to have trouble with his right front. It's the rear.
He's hit something there. Look at the damage to the back right of that car. Something's happened on the circuit somewhere, because the damage after that altercation with Matt Neal and Neil Crompton was all to the front.
This is going to cost them dearly. We're under full green conditions at the moment. Mark Scaife limping it down pit lane. They've got the sledgehammer out now. They're trying to bash that bodywork out. Try and get him back into the race. There's team manager Jeff Greck ripping off that damaged bodywork under the sill.
Championship on the line here. Garth Tander is currently in 6th position.
Well, Holden Racing Team do have the luxury of knowing they just got to finish, but they have to finish 17th or better if Tander wins this race. So there's still an enormous amount of pressure for the factory team. 33 seconds was the stop. So they've dumped a ton of time, because this has been done under green flag racing conditions with everyone at full speed. And can you believe it? Who's third now? Tony Longhurst. After all those dramas in the Haviland Ford, he's right back in contention.
It's all happening here at Mount Panorama. Stay with us for the FAI 1000.
and where the drama continues. This is awesome. Look at Cameron McLean struggling on slick tyres, mind you, as the heavy rain falls at Mount Panorama. Now that's the Ingle Perkins car, which is out of the equation, several laps down. McLean is the race leader. He has to hold it together. And for how long on slick tyres? Already, I think the only car that has come in for wet tyres, and that was circumstantial, was the Crompton Seaton car, which had to come in anyway. So they took the opportunity to put wet tyres. Oh, there's Plato and Muller. They've had a dramatic day. They've come off a few times. That's the all-foreign entry, the second of the Mobile Holden Racing Team cars. Jason Plato at the wheel. Car 56 also in strife there. Rob Russell and Steve Coulter. Now, that will bring out the pace car again. That's the Brad Jones entry. This is Coulter and Russell going off, and where else but the chase?
Well, drama upon drama as the rain comes and goes at Mount Panorama. It's a nightmare for the decision makers in the teams. Do you stay on wets? Do you go to slicks? Makes it very, very... Oh, no, we got a fire! We got a fire here in the Longhurst pit. Stone Brothers Ford on fire. Just an explosion of fire extinguisher foam there. I'm not sure what caught on fire. Was it a refueling fire, I wonder?
Perhaps the overflow, when they pulled it out from the refueling, maybe some fuel spat out of it and over the hot brake disc and caught fire that way.
No, Neil Shembry and Gary Quartley, the Better Grow car, one of the Konica teams. That's just coming over the end of Skyline. And they've beached it. So it's very, very difficult for these cars, these drivers, when these cars are fitted with slick tyres and the rain starts to come down those first few laps. The track's incredibly slippery and it catches out so many people. Safety car on the track, allowing the crews to once again go out there and clear up these wrecks.
Now this happened just moments ago. Mark Scaife coming in, the team standing by. Not a scheduled stop. The reason for the stop, though, quite simply to stick on some wets.
It's getting too slippery out there on slicks. So this is a bold call. You've got to make the decisions as they happen. I know these teams have some pretty good insights into the weather that's heading toward Mount Panorama. Maybe this is a genius move. Maybe it'll cost them dearly. Caterpillar Ford is back out on the track. We don't know the condition of that right rear disc brake that he had to limp it all the way down Conrod straight on. Incredible.
You recall such an incident-packed race at Mount Panorama. Here are the internationals, Ivan Muller and Jason Plato in the second of the Holden Racing Team Commodores in this destroyed golf green that is the Auto Bytel Chase. So many cars have gone off there over the past 4 days.
Yeah, and this is the replay of the Better Grow Falcon.
Oh,
these rear brakes, just scraped the wall. And he was a passenger from there, fortunately for Neil Shembry. The gravel trap arresting that car, keeping him out of harm's way. And you catch your breath. This just never stops. One incident after the other. As the weather just gives a little sprinkle every now and again to wet the track. John Bauer, meanwhile, we just saw him before, he's rejoined in 17th place after being as high as 3rd. That's gut-wrenching stuff for the Caterpillar Ford team. They put in a brilliant run today.
Gee, these V8 supercar fans are dedicated, aren't they? There is around 40,000 of them here today, and they have stuck through thick and thin in this weather.
Just a reminder, RPM, the final episode. Boy, how are we going to cram all the highlights of this event into a summary next Sunday from 2 to 3 Eastern Daylight Saving Time as we see more cars coming into the pits, perhaps for wet tyres. A bit early to make their last stop, I'd suggest. So
they're going to be cutting it. They're going to be cutting it fine, Billy. This is lap 120. It leaves us with 41 laps. They might just make it on fuel. Boy, it's going to be touch and go. Grant Denyer.
Well, they're still using a lot of water to try and cool this car down. They're throwing in bucket loads up the front, straight into the grill to try and get the temperature down as much as they can. They must be really hot, running hot, and hopefully it's not damaging them too much. But a slick stop.
Well, a lot of teams choosing to come in. They've got 41 laps to go. That is right at the limit of a car's fuel economy. If you have a few safety cars thrown in there as well, they're going to be relying on those heavily, aren't they?
This is the FAI 1000. More, just a few moments.
The rain simply will not let up, nor will the excitement here at the FAI 1000. Still under the safety car as they drag Rex from the track. The Shembury-Courtley car has left the sand. They're trying to get it off the grass and onto the circuit proper. Now, there are so many possibilities here as Dick Johnson plans what takes place for his team. Still 2 cars out there, mind you. The best shape is, of course, the lead car, Cameron McLean and Steve Johnson. Barry Sheen will find out in just a moment what the strategy is, because well, that is a bright Radicic car is not too far behind them, and Paul Radicic has the helmet on and is ready to go. Now, we go back into the pits, and while we take this opportunity, we'll quickly run through the Ford Banner competition, closing in less than 20 minutes now. So this is your last opportunity to call up and vote for the winning banner. That'll be announced this afternoon. The winning banner, or the people who design it and build it, will get the Falcon XR8, $55,000 worth of motor car. And if you vote for the winner and you happen to come out in the draw, you will win a trip for 2 to any of the V8 Supercar rounds in 2001. That could take you to New Zealand. Pukekohe, of course, is on the calendar. Adelaide, Perth, it's all there. Plus $4,000 worth of Ford merchandise. A great promotion, and less than 20 minutes now to get your entry in. So dial up now, because you really want to bolt yourself in for the final 40 laps of this marvellous event. The Falcon XR8. Will it be a Falcon that takes out the FAI 1000? Cameron McLean's in front. Baird and Wills in the pits, but officially second when the safety car came out.
Bear in mind, if you're entering that competition too, folks, if you're in the Western States, unfortunately it has already closed. It's only for Eastern States viewers now, that deadline or time frame. Now, based on current lap times and the fact that we're under safety car, we estimate this race is probably going to finish at around 5:15. There's Russell Ingall and his wife Julia. What a day it's
tells
been
the story,
for them.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we estimate it's going to finish around 5:15, folks, so don't panic. We will push the news back for you so we can see the end of this race. Let's go to Grant.
Here with Stephen Richards. Stevie, you just came in and handed over to Murph, but the car obviously still running hot, still trying to pump as much water into the front end as you can.
It just seems as though in that first stint the radiator's got sort of clogged full of garbage, and we've just been, it's consistent, it's not going up, but just for Pete's sake, just to make sure it's all okay.
Is it hurting you for speed at all?
Doesn't appear to be. We are struggling in a straight line, but you know, the wet weather brings us back on even terms again. So the car's very good across the top of the mountain. I haven't been in front or behind a car that it hasn't been quicker than. So pretty happy.
You've come in second. My goodness, what do we do now? There's so many pit stops, so much rain coming and going. Do you have any idea?
No, not, you know, you just have to play your cards as they fall, basically, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to play the strategy as it happens, and who knows where we'll be in 35 laps time.
I'll let you get back to watching your man Murph.
Thanks. Yeah.
No doubt Stephen's wife Angela and Greg's fiancée Monique will be down there in pit lane with their fingers crossed, as they were at this time last year.
Yeah, it's a nervous moment for everyone, not only the drivers but the teams down there in pit lane trying to work out strategy for the last second and the last metre of this race distance. Check it out on the Ford Livet race score. Plane still on the road. Baird and Wills second at the moment. As these pit stops unfold and we wait behind the safety car to clear this wreckage. The tractors here have been working overtime today, not surprisingly. A lot of cars heading off into the gravel traps. It really does slow the pace of the race down.
Most incredible week of weather here at Mount Panorama. You saw some pictures earlier in the telecast of pit lane when it was awash on Monday, around about a foot of water. Some of the teams really have struggled.
Shembury gets going at last. Turns it around on the flick spin on the slippery surface, gets back into action. Let's go to Grant again.
I would actually have my money on some of the major teams here this weekend having spotters around the region, because if you look at it, it was dry down here earlier on and then they're putting slicks on it. At some stages it's wet down here and they're staying on slicks. So it looks like they know what's coming. They're obviously not looking around the region to see where the rain's coming from and how much. So, and the other thing, of course, this fire that was in the Caltex Haviland race team, that was caused by just one of the fuel valves getting blocked, poured some fuel, dripped down onto the hot brake discs. Of course, they get very hot, and it just ignited straight away. And through the smoke, the fire extinguishers got straight onto it. They couldn't see the hand of the guy in the back right tyre going up, and they dropped the car down while the wheel wasn't quite on. So that was what held it up for so long.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that can happen. Grant Denyer on the spot there, getting all the latest news and information from pit lane. It's been a very busy day down in pit lane 17. Here comes our race leader, Cameron McLean. And his teammate follows him in too, Jason Bright. Barry Sheen is down in the shell pit. We've seen this a number of times today. The two cars pitting in unison. Lap 122. Barry's there.
Yeah. Well, it's all a bit of a debate down here as to whether to leave the slicks on or whack the wets on. I was just talking to Dick, and Dick was saying it's just so wet everywhere that, you know, I think it's the prudent thing to do to put, I would have said 10 minutes ago, leave the slicks on, because it stopped raining out here, and now it started raining again. So, you know, it's a case of damned if you do and damned if you don't. You know, they had to stop again for fuel anyway, so, you know, they've done the right thing by putting the slick, they're putting the wets on for sure, because it's wet all the way around now.
Well, before their pit stop, McLean was running in first position and Bright in third. They've changed the drivers. This is the FAI 1000. More in just a few moments.
To use the Peter Brock vernacular, they're having a red-hot go now in the FAI 1000 in 2000. They've just gone green after the safety car, 123 laps down for the top 12. And all of them, I think, are on wet tyres at this stage, and so they should be. If you look at the conditions there on the mountain, and Mark Scaife is in a sticky situation, gentlemen.
Yeah, he sure is. He's at the front of this queue, Billy, but he's basically a lap behind, so he's got to come right around, I think, to, who's in 13th now? Almost to Craig Baird. There's a stop-go penalty here for the Big Kev team. Matt Neal, after that altercation with Neil Crompton and Mark Scaife earlier on, he's serving a 1-minute penalty. So the officials have come down very hard. And look at the condition on top of the mountain. The rain is pouring down. Everyone's switched over to wet weather tyres, and good reason. It's bucketing down now. But Mark Scaife is going to have to drive very, very hard here. There's only 2 cars behind him in the queue is Garth Tander. But Scaife is almost a lap behind.
Well, it's been a nightmare for those in pit lane. Barry Sheen's down there with the DJR team.
Yeah, I'm down here with Cameron McLean. Wow, that looks slippery out there, Cameron.
Mate, it's all day. It's just changed. You know, the whole week's been like that. But this last bit was really indecision stuff. You know, it was dry and wet and dry and wet, and then the rain got heavier, so we sort of had to make a decision and come in for those wets. But the car was going good. We've sort of gone for an intermediate setup. I don't know what the other guys have gotten in those greasy, half wet, half dry conditions. The car's fantastic.
You gave Bill Woods kittens. He screamed because he's got you in the sweepstake, you see. And when you nearly went, with Russell, when you nearly went straight on, he nearly had kittens.
You reckon I gave Bill Woods kittens? You should have been sitting beside me, mate.
I know, I can imagine it. Yeah. So, I mean, it would have been impossible to stay out there on slicks, wouldn't it?
I think so now. Like I just said to the guys, across the top, like you see the TV here, across the top, it was just, the water was starting to run across the track, and there's still, I don't know how many laps to go, but there's still a fair bit to go, and it's, it could easily end in tears, and it's just, you've got to pay the percentages here, haven't you? Yeah, quite right. Yeah, so it's a good day, though, so far.
Going really good. 38 laps to go now.
38. Oh, that's about a stint for Steve, so he'll settle in and hopefully drag it up the front again.
Well done, Ocean.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Barry.
Just keeping an eye in second position there on the Caltex Haviland Ford of Tony Longhurst. Can you believe it? After that spin this morning underneath the Dunlop Bridge and falling right down through the order, he has recovered to be in second position. The Stone Brothers Racing team have stopped with that car no less than 7 times. That's incredible.
Yep, 7 pit stops. It just shows you've got to keep fighting in this race because you don't know what your opposition's going to do. But there's our race leader, Garth Tander. Now, this is a fascinating scenario. Mark Scaife's just up ahead of him on the road. Scaife basically has to go around and make up almost a full lap to get onto the back of Paul Radisich, I think it is, in the queue now, to get himself back into contention. So Scaife has an enormous amount of work to do after those problems. So it's the Mitre 10 car already out of contention from problems early in the day. They too join the Swamp Fest down at the Auto Bytel Chase. Hopefully he can drive his way out of that one. It has not been a good day for Mark Larkham, the Mitre 10 Ford team. I think he's going to get stuck there. Safety car flags are out, we're told. So yet another safety car as they try and control the race under these treacherous conditions.
Let's try and get an idea of who is at the wheel of that car for you. Alain Menu.
And the significance of that is, we're just talking about Scaife trying to make up almost a whole lap to get himself back with that leading bunch. With the safety cars out there now, he'll do that. This has really fallen into his lap. He had a very hard afternoon's work ahead of him there, 38 laps remaining. But this will now virtually make up a whole lap for him. There he is. So they've been beset by problems. Keep in mind, Scaife is currently 14th on the road. Tander's in the lead. And don't forget that tantalising scenario for the Shell Championship Series. If Tander wins this race, Scaife has to finish 17th or better. He's only 3 positions away from being out of title contention. What a nervous moment for the Holden Racing team.
This thing is far from over, folks. There's a very disappointed Alain Menu going no further.
Mitre 10 in-car camera. He was doing a great job earlier in the race until they were set back with that power steering problem. Blow and seal. Leaked a whole lot of hydraulic fluid out of the road. They came in to fix it. It took them many, many laps. Now the day is just going from bad to worse for the Mitre 10 squad. So waiting for the safety car to come out, get the recovery vehicle out there to rescue the Mitre 10 car. Mark Scaife has been very fortunate. this safety car has come out at this exact moment. Grant?
Well, Alain Menu said it was very much like yesterday's qualifying session, the top 10 shootout. He just went into the chase, he turned into the left-hander, crawling ever so slowly, and it just understeered straight off, which is just a demonstration on how greasy these conditions are.
Just before the Auto Buy-Tel chase, they tend to get a bit of water crossing the surface of the track there, so if you carry a bit too much speed in or you lock a brake, it'll send you spearing off across the infield, or the outfield as it is there. So many cars have done it this weekend. Menu, yet another one to join them. We'll check them out for you as they stand at the moment in the FAI 1000. Menu back up and running in the Mitre 10 Ford. Tander leads the way from Longhurst and Bernard. Jones and Mazira also inside the top 8. Stay with us.
This FAI 1000 race update brought to you by Mitre
back up and unlap himself, but what a performance from Tony Longhurst and his team to be in second place now after all the problems they've had. We're going down now to the HRT team with Barry Sheen.
Yeah, Jeff, what's the score now? Can you go to the end? Can Mark go to the end?
Well, it's hard to say. We'll be scratching it. If it stays wet and we short shift, which we've told him to do, we might just scrape through, but we'll just have to see how we go.
Well, the old safety car situation, I mean, it's a real massive gamble, isn't it? So
yeah.
Well, hopefully you might get a couple more. If not, then...
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we haven't blown a championship. Yeah. That's all we're...
At the end of the day, you've only got to be in the first 17, haven't you, really?
Yeah. So you know, if we can, we will. If we can't, well, not through lack of trying.
I know that. All right, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Over to you, Grant.
Okay, Gary Rogers, I know you're nervous because you boys are in front and this championship is still in contention.
Yes, it certainly is. I mean, you know, the conditions haven't improved and we're still hanging in there, and to be quite honest, I'm not nervous. There's not much I can do now. I mean, we've done our job. We prepared the car. These guys have done a great job of doing that. The drivers have driven well all day. We've now just got to hope and pray that we go along, you know, and keep out of trouble till the end. I mean, there's a long way to go yet, you know.
Do you have to make any bit more pit stops? Can you go straight through?
This stage, I think we can, particularly in these conditions. The lap times will be slower, therefore the fuel usage will be less. So I do believe we can go through without having to stop again.
Okay, well, we're trying to get Barguana to come over and have a bit of a chat with us. But in the lead, you feeling good? You feeling happy?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're very excited at the moment. It's been a good day. We've put our best foot forward, and at the moment we're leading, so wait and see what happens.
How's this race been? Hasn't it just seesawed with pit stops and rain? And has it been hard on you?
It's been mentally tough all week, really. I mean, trying to set the car up in the wet and all that sort of thing. You get 3 laps in the dry, and obviously when you get to the dry today, you've got to hope the setup you've got works. But the car's been working fantastic all day. The stops have gone flawlessly, and now we're just excited. We're in front and wait and see.
What sort of car is Garth driving home to the finish line?
Oh, sensational one. The best.
All right. Confidence down here. Good to see.
Not a problem. Thanks.
Wherever you're watching the FAI 1000 on your home of motorsport, if you're also watching the clock, don't worry. We'll be going through to the conclusion of this race, and that will be for New Zealand and Australian viewers past the 5 o'clock news. So just to reassure you, we're staying with it, as are these brave teams in pit lane.
Oh, but Billy, what about the 8:30 movie?
Well, you never know. You never know, do you?
We're going over 6 hours now. This is a real endurance test, and we're going to stay with it right to the end. What a thriller. Never seen a contest with so much controversy, so much drama.
Oh, look at this.
And look at this battle now for the lead. Garth Tander's got a clear bit of track, but Tony Longhurst is defending hard. His second position from Todd Kelly is in third. Greg Murphy in fourth in the Kmart Commodore. And what an outstanding drive by the rookies. Christian Murchison and Luke Yulden running in 5th place outright in the second of the Castrol Commodores. What a great drive.
Murchison, the rookie of the year in the Formula Holden ranks. This season they had a disastrous run, Murchison and Yulden at the Queensland 500, but they're on it here. Talking about on it, what about the performance of Todd Kelly in the Holden Young Lions Commodore? And Longhurst goes through as well. So Longhurst barges past in the Caltex Haviland Ford. So Longhurst has now taken the lead away from Garth Tander. Kelly in third.
Well, Tony Longhurst has been in this situation before. He was leading this race back in 1998 till a broken throttle cable put him out. Now he's got a taste of the lead, and he's going to make sure he puts his stamp on it too. Garth Tander saw Longhurst charging up the inside. Oh, look at him get sideways as he tries to get the power to the ground on the Haviland Ford. These cars have got cold tyres cruising around behind the safety car. The Ford fans have erupted. On top of the mountain is Tony Longhurst, the 43-year-old Queensland veteran. One of the most experienced drivers in the field. Brings the Haviland Ford across the top of the mountain. There's the Valvoline Cummins crew. Well, Steve Kramer, a suspension specialist, just standing there in front of Gary Rogers, the team owner. Everyone watching on nervously in anticipation. Here's the Stone Brothers pit. There's Jimmy Stone, brother of Ross. 2 Kiwis who own this team. Tune these Falcons to perfection. Can you believe they fought their way back from the dramas that Longhurst had early in the day? 8 pit stops they've made, and now they're leading the race.
Well, the staggering part about that is, Mark, that Longhurst fell back to 52nd position in those early laps after that spin and has now fought his way back into the lead. This team are the first to admit they made some critical strategic errors at the recent Queensland 500, and they worked very hard to ensure that did not happen again here at Mount Panorama. And now Longhurst is in the lead. This is incredible.
The amount of spray there is on the track as they brake hard down into the Auto Vitel chase, which has captured so many cars today. It's like a parking lot down there. You count how many cars have been sitting in the grass, had to get towed out by the tractor. So that was an incredible move by Tony Longhurst. He saw the opportunity there with the cars on cold tyres. Look at this, sneaks up the inside on the Shell Helix replay. He's got Todd Kelly right up his backside. And look at him hard under brakes here. Tander just had no choice but to give him racing room. He didn't want to get involved in that.
Well, championship on the line for Garth Tander. They really do need to win, though, so they can't afford to fall too far back in behind Tony Longhurst. The run up Mountain Straight once again, and the plume of water from the back of these V8 supercars. Grant?
It's looking so good for Tony Longhurst, but guess what? He only has 50 litres left in his tank, which means he has to stop. It's because of the fire. They didn't quite get enough fuel in, so Tony has to come back in and, of course, relinquish his lead.
Oh, can you believe that? That's the typical Longhurst luck coming to the fore. We knew it was too good to be true. So he's got splash and dash coming up for the Caltex Haviland car. So Tony Longhurst, we've heard it from the pits, he has to pit again. And just depending on the fuel economy of the car behind and how the safety car periods fall, fingers crossed from Gary Rogers, Garth Tander can go through without coming in for fuel. That's going to be a critical moment in this race.
Well, let's take a look here at the Shell Helix replay. Oh! Getting tied up with car 2.
Plato at the wheel. They've been involved in a number of incidents today. It's been a tough initiation. V8 supercars for the European imports. They've acquitted themselves well, but haven't they felt the full force of Mount Panorama today? Tony Longhurst trying to put as much space now between himself and the Valvoline Commodore. He's going to come in and take on a little bit more fuel to finish this race. This real estate he puts between himself and the Valvoline Cummins car is going to be critical.
If he can put enough between them and go on to win it, that would give David Bernard a rookie win here at the Mountain, the first driver to do so since Jackie X in 1977. That is a tall order. Oh, no, that's car 8. Christian Murchison.
Yeah, the rookies were doing a fantastic job out there.
They were in 6th position at the time.
This has been a disastrous day for Perkins Engineering. Normally these Castrol Commodores are bulletproof. Both of them have failed. We hear from the pits there was a lot of steam coming out from under the bonnet. So it looks like engine problems afflicting car 8 as well.
Good news for the Kmart team as a result of that. They are now in 4th and 5th positions respectively on the road. Greg Murphy in 4th and Darren Hossack in 5th. Let's have a look at this. Murph has really started to close right in on Todd Kelly.
It's getting closer to crunch time in this race. 129 laps completed at 161. A lot of racing to go and so many contenders still in with a shot. Garth Tander, boy, he's looking strong at the moment if he can go through without a splash and dash. Mark Scaife is in 13th place now. He has to finish better than 17th if Tander wins to claim the Shell Championship Series. So Mark Scaife and the Holden Racing team will have their hearts in their mouths at the moment. Just everything crossed, hoping no more problems afflict that car. Flat tyre was such a surprise. Dropped them right down the order. So Mark Scaife driving for the Shell Championship Series and driving the race of his life.
What's in store in 2001 for Todd Kelly? A lot of people asking questions at the moment about whether this guy may be the man to replace Craig Lowndes alongside Mark Scaife next season at the Holden Racing team. He's had a reasonably good year with the Young Lions outfit. Took a race victory at the GMC 400 in Canberra. And he and teammate Nathan Pretty were certainly looking good for a podium result at the Queensland 500. The car developed an engine problem and it wasn't to be. But at the moment, on course for a podium result, Todd Kelly in 3rd.
Lap 130, 31 laps remaining for our race leader, Tony Longhurst. Here we are on board with Greg Murphy in the Kmart Commodore. We've taken shots from here all day. He and his teammate, Stephen Richards, the reigning Bathurst champions, have remained in this fight all afternoon. Murphy now battling with Todd Kelly for 3rd place. And again, what an outstanding effort by the Holden Young Lions team. They were sensational in the Queensland 500 until we fell by that engine problem that put them out. And now they're once again in contention for a victory. Tremendous drive by the Holden Young Lions. Grant.
I'm here with Luke Hilden. Luke, one of the most destroying, I suppose, stories of the day. You're into the top 5, absolute rookie, you and Christian Murchison, looking good to come home, and now you got engine troubles.
Oh, it's a cool place, isn't it? It's unbelievable. Top 10, like in your first race, going so well, but that's what happens up here, doesn't it?
Well, do you walk away with this race with something, though?
I think so. I think we did a pretty good job. Like, to get in the top 5 is unreal. So I think a lot of people sort of noticed that. It wasn't our fault that it didn't go on, so but I'm happy.
Okay, do you know exactly what the problem was?
Some kind of engine problem. I'm not sure what it is.
Where to from here?
Don't know. Hopefully better luck next year.
Well done.
Thanks, mate.
The man with his eyes on the prize, and Todd Kelly's eyes would have been wide open there as he spun. Coming down the end of Conrod Straight, fortunately managed to keep it out of the sand traps and off the Armco fencing. So a heart-stopping moment, yet another one for Holden Racing Team. They had plenty today, but all 3 cars are still circulating. Mark Scaife is moving up the order. He's up to 11th now, up behind Andrew Mediki. The Pepsi Commodore, he's in 10th place. Scaife's in 11th, so Scaife well within that window he needs to be to win the Shell Championship Series. So Garth Tander go on and win this.
Kmart boys are very well placed at the moment. Greg Murphy, courtesy of that spin by Kelly, has moved into a podium finishing position. They are in 3rd, last year's winners. And the second of the Kmart entries in the hands of Darren Hossack, and David Truckee Parsons is currently running 5th.
Look a bit further back through the order, and there he is, Mark Scaife in 11th spot. Andrew Mediki in the Pepsi Commodore just coming out of shot as his next victim in line. Lots of lap traffic there. Just check the split times from one competitor to the next. At the bottom of your screen, you can see where all the cars are positioned on the track at the moment. But Mark Scaife, a lot of work to do. Headlights ablaze as he picks his way through the traffic. There's the Team Kiwi car. Gives him room up the inside as he heads toward the Reed Park gates. A study of concentration and pressure. Mark Scaife, hard at work in the #1 Mobile Commodore. He's fought hard for this title all year. Built up a 209-point advantage over Garth Tander. And as we've seen all year, the battle going down to the wire between these 2 great rivals.
Tremendously talented driver, Mark Scaife. In 1992, he took the Grand Slam, if you like, in the sense of winning the Australian Drivers' Championship in Formula Holden. Won Bathurst as well, and the Australian Touring Car Championship that year.
There's his teammate Todd Kelly just up ahead. Great shot from the Channel 10 chopper as he weaves his way down this narrow ribbon of bitumen. There's the Monroe driver profile for Mark Scaife, 32 years of age, originally from Gosford on the New South Wales Central Coast, now bases himself in Melbourne. A man who has achieved an awful lot in Australian motorsport. This really means a lot to him, his 3rd Shell Championship Series title. It's been one heck of a battle. Look at Todd Kelly just getting a little bit out of shape in front of Scaife as they come out of the chase. You see Scaife coming, hugs the inside line. And Scaife now with his sights very much set on Andrew Mediki, driving the Dougal McDougall Pepsi Commodore. That's his next.
Keep conserving, Mark. You're doing a good job.
Hear the team talking to him there, just telling him to play it safe. Right now, he's in 11th position.
The brakes there, the #2 car, locked up the 3 brakes. Jason Plato getting a lesson in V8 supercar racing today. He'll certainly have some stories to take home to England, won't he?
What? Most importantly about the fact that he'll think Australia's weather is not unlike England's at the moment. What a year it's been for Mark Scaife, although a Bathurst win may elude him if they decide to play conservative as they are at the moment, just focus on that championship. It's been really a golden year for him and one of the best of his career. A victory at the Clipsal 500 in Adelaide, a win at the Queensland 500 with Craig as well, and on course to take out the Shell Championship Series.
All eyes on this man, though, our race leader, Tony Longhurst, 43 years of age. Originally from Sydney. Been living up on the Gold Coast for many, many years now. One of the most experienced drivers in the field. 147 Shell Championship Series starts coming into Bathurst. His last round win was back in 1992 when he was driving for the Works BMW team. He's gone 85 rounds without a victory. And it'll be so frustrating for him knowing he's got to come in for that splash and dash.
12 years ago too. He won here on the mountain. Back then it was in a Ford Sierra with Thomas Mazira. Here's Garth Tander's profile for you, the 23-year-old from Western Australia, a former Formula Ford champion, has not had a great run here at Bathurst. Perhaps they'll turn that around here this afternoon.
Well, they had strong form coming into this race, as they showed at the Queensland 500. They got a bit outmanoeuvred in the tactical department of the Queensland 500 by HRT. But he put the car on pole, and they finished second in that race. Showed that they are a force to be reckoned with. Well, they're showing it here now. Faultless run so far by Tander and Bargwanna as they try to close in on this car. The Caltex Haviland Ford, one of the miracle stories of the day. Whoever would have thought they'd be fighting back to lead this race after 7 or 8 pit stops. Quite an incredible effort.
Well, you said it yourself, Mark, earlier in the day when we talked about Stephen Ellery running off, and even Longhurst. We've seen it happen before. Larry Perkins, 1995, a lap down, and they came back to take victory.
You never give up here. You never stop racing until that checkered flag falls, because you never know what's going to happen to your opposition.
Frantic time for teams who'll be madly calculating whether they've got enough fuel in the tank to get it home. They are allowed to receive a lot of telemetry and data from the cars. The cars can beam it back to them in the pits. They can't actually transmit anything back to the car and change things mid-flight. They will know just how these V8 supercars are performing.
Darren Hossack, another major success story from this race, teamed up with David's Truckee Parsons. Was quite a solid competitor previous year, didn't really have any money. This year they drafted him back into the team to replace Terry Finnegan at Mount Panorama, and they have done an outstanding job. Darren Hossack and David Truckee Parsons teaming up. They're currently 5th, playing a great rear guard action for Murphy and Richards.
Certainly are, and Parsons knows the build of these cars very well. Let's not forget he ran a challenge recruitment entry, which was originally built by the Gibson Motorsport operation. And Darren Hossack as well, a former sprint karter who spent the year campaigning in the Australian Sports Sedan Championship in a Saab, so he's had plenty of horsepower during the course of the year to deal with. Let's have a listen. You saw just how tight that pass was. They came through Forest Elbow. Brad Jones muscling his way into 6th position as he gets past Darren Hossack. Let's take a look at it.
Yep, taking Hossack for 5th. This was the battle, and they got so close that he actually lost his driver's door mirror. That's how close it was as they came through the elbow. But it was a successful move. Brad Jones taking Darren Hossack to move up to 5th position. So it's Longhurst, Tander, Murphy, Kelly. Brad Jones now up to 5th. Darren Hossack in 6th. Paul Radicic, he's closing in on the back of the Kmart car. He's in 7th. Craig Baird in 8th. Stephen Johnson in 9th. And Mark Scaife still in 10th place. Let's go down to Grant.
What an outstanding performance by the Holden Young Lion drivers by... Oh, man, fantastic. Queensland, you nearly won. It was very close there. Now you're sitting in 4th position. But my question to you is, with Tony Longhurst having to stop for fuel, how are you going for fuel?
At this stage, I mean, if the pace keeps up like it is, it's going to be very fine. But hopefully, you know, with with Todd out there now, he'll be able to sort of short shift maybe and a few things and try and save a bit of fuel, but hopefully we'll get there.
You're kidding, he's got a short shift to save fuel to get to the line.
Yeah, possibly, if that's what it takes. I mean, we'll do it for sure, you know. Lose a lot of time in pit lane, so you can make up time on the track that way, so hopefully all going well.
And how fantastic would it be for your second drive with the Holden Racing team?
Yeah, well and truly. I mean, Todd's out there now and he'll bring it home, so we don't have to do any more stops or anything. So, yeah, I'm just, you know, praying, I guess, that everything goes our way and we end up on the podium, but time will tell.
What a fantastic run. You're staring down the barrel of a third place.
Yeah, I know, at the moment, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, great drive by the Holden Young Lions team. You may be wondering at home what they mean by short shifting to save fuel. That just means they're changing gears earlier in the rev range than they normally would. So the engine's not revving out to its maximum of 7,500 RPM. That way they can save fuel. It's a critical factor in tactics. A situation like this where the teams are getting pretty marginal on fuel economy. Every little drop they can save could mean the difference between finishing or losing.
Good shot,
ultimately winning the race.
Good shot there as we see the field stream through speed stick turn, and an idea for you at home of just how big the gap is between Tony Longhurst and Garth Tander. It's out to around 5 seconds at the moment, and Tony trying to build a substantial enough buffer before he obviously ducks in for that pit stop.
Watching the lap times, yeah. Garth Tander's just put in a quick one. Tony Longhurst a 2-minute 30.08. Garth Tander a 2:28.81. 4.6 seconds the gap. The FAI in-car camera riding with a 23-year-old Western Australian star. And hasn't he had a fabulous season? If not for that debacle on the streets of Canberra in the GMC 400, he'd be much closer to Scape by now. He would not be in this difficult situation of trying to win the championship with Scape having the luxury, the relative luxury, I should say, of finishing within the first 17. We've still got a long way to go. Garth Tander's goal has been simple from the start. He said, we're here to win.
So much criticism was levelled at that bloke after he won the Formula Ford Championship and made the massive step up to V8 supercars. But Garth Tander this season has come on so strong. Immensely talented behind the wheel. And you've got to take your hat off to Gary Rogers, who's had the faith to give young guys like he and Bargwanna a go.
Mark Larkham and Alain Menu continue to circulate, try and give maximum value for their sponsors and for the fans, even though they're way out of contention now. Well, this man's not. Car 7, the Kmart Commodore, driven by Greg Murphy, currently in third, about 9 seconds behind our race leader, Tony Longhurst, and about almost 5 seconds behind Garth Tander. Keep in mind, the Fords showed a lot of form in qualifying, but at the moment, Tony Longhurst drops out of that top spot. There's Commodores in first, second, third, and fourth position. So the Holden's rising to the top at the critical part of the day. Let's go to Graham.
David Bernard, you're the co-driver, of course, to Tony Longhurst, and you've got to make another pit stop. Is that heartbreaking?
Yeah, we're a little bit nervous at the moment, but if you have a look around, the weather's starting to clear, the track's starting to get a bit of a dry line, and if that's the case, everyone will have to come in for slicks, so stick a bit of fuel in it then, and away we go.
So there's some hope for you yet?
Yeah, we're not giving up yet. Even if we're going to make another stop, you know, it's still a good chance of getting up there, hopefully in the top 5 or 6. That's about how it looks right now, but anything can happen at this place.
The complexion of this race just changes so often, doesn't it? How have you found your inaugural Bathurst?
Like you say, I'm a rookie. It's just unbelievable. We've come from the back twice, and now we've had half a fire here. That's why we didn't get enough fuel in. But hopefully, if the weather clears and then we get that little bit of luck, we'll be right.
Well, there you go, guys. There's another possibility for you.
Yeah, as if you haven't got enough. That's the trouble with this race. There's not enough raw material to work with, is there? They just come at you by the dozen.
Not the first time Tony Longhurst has had a fire in the pits either. I think it was 1998 in the then Castrol Falcon that his car was a part of one. Now, for those of you at home just wondering about the rules of this race, depending upon what happens here with the weather, we will either go the full distance, which is 1,000 kilometres, or 161 laps, or it will finish by 5:45. Now, don't worry, we will push back the news as we mentioned before, so you will see all the action here at the FAI 1000 right through to the finish.
Tony Longhurst, tension in the pits now as the Stone Brothers team wait for good fortune to shine on them. The track is starting to dry out now, as David Bernard alluded to. All the cars are out there on wet weather tyres. If it continues to dry, These teams are all going to have to head in and put some slick tyres on. Very hard to imagine trying to push on these remaining laps on wet weather tyres. Some will try, some won't. We've still got a lot of tactics to play out here. This team will be praying it will dry out sufficiently to force some of the major teams in for a tyre change.
Good shot there as he comes down underneath the Dunlop Bridge and swings it into Murray's corner of just how much that dry line has appeared around the circuit. So David Bernard picked it perfectly, and this one is over by no stretch of the imagination.
Toll Express Falcon, good strong performance this year in the FAI 1000. Anthony Tratt, Alan Jones. The car doesn't sound too healthy though, does it?
It's definitely got a problem there.
Jones is just stroking that along now. It sounds very flat. It's dropped a valve or something.
That's a real shame too for the Toll Express team, who were running up inside the top 10 there for a time. The car is currently 14th. But the 1980 Formula One World Champion will no doubt be bringing it back into pit lane with problems.
Craig Baird, currently 8th in the Pertec Falcon. John Bauer trying to work his way back into contention. Lost a lot of time with that drama. That wheel fell off. What a cruel blow for the Caterpillar Ford team. They were showing so much speed and consistency throughout the day. Look at Bauer. He's already heading off onto the wet line to try and cool down those tyres. There's a good indication of how this drying track is starting to affect these wet weather tyres. So the drivers go off the dry line onto the wet part of the track to try and cool them down. But because these tyres display such an enormous amount of water because of their aggressive tread patterns, you can only get away with that for a few laps. Pretty soon, even the line off the racing line will be dry, and these tyres will start disintegrating. A real challenge here, facing Tony Longhurst. He will be hoping and praying this forces some of these lead teams into the pits when he has to go in for his splash and dash. Grant?
Mark, it's Barry.
Baz?
I was just looking at the monitor here. When Brad Jones and came in earlier on, so I'm just trying to work something. When Brad Jones came in and got onto slicks, the times the other guys were doing were roughly the same as they are now, just underneath the 30s. So maybe, you know, it is getting dry enough to go onto slicks.
Yeah, the big question is going to be whether these cars that are behind Longhurst choose to stay out on wet weather tyres or they come in for slicks. That's going to be the big decision. It's going to either play into the hands of the Stone Brothers team or not.
25 laps roughly to go in this one. Almost an hour of racing left in the FAI 1000. Tony Longhurst leading the way from Garth Tander. Greg Murphy in third position. The Holden Young Lions entry in fourth. And then it's Jason Bright and Paul Radicic in fifth ahead of Jones and Johnson.
Plenty of quality there. Parsons and Hossack slipping back in the top 10. No Scape and Lowndes. 48 seconds behind our race leader. Ingle and Perkins well out of contention.
For the back, Seaton and Crompton have dropped 2 laps. They're in 17th position, just ahead of Team Kiwi. Morris and Neal now in position 20 after that 1-minute stop-go penalty.
Back in the menu, in all sorts of trouble today. We've got plenty of tactics to unfold here. Don't miss it when we return.
thought there were plenty of twists and turns at Mount Panorama. You have seen nothing yet. Tony Longhurst, race leader, is still out there with the threat of a safety car. I say threat, it's not official yet. There's a car parked up on the mountain, though. They've come in to change from wet tyres to slicks in the Shell Helix team, and that is both cars. You're looking at Radisic's car now, right behind them, Johnson and McLean. So they'll go out on slicks. There's still plenty of water out there, but there's enough dry line to carry them around the circuit. So the tactics continue here, but are they necessarily the right ones, the winning ones? 139 laps down for those cars.
Imagine what's going through the mind of Tony Longhurst now as he leads this race in the Haviland Ford. He knows he's got to come in for a splash of fuel. And there was a car stranded on top of the mountain. By the look of it, they've been able to move it because no safety car has been brought out yet. So the Shell team going for broke. They've assessed the conditions. They've probably got the best information they could get on in terms of the weather over the next hour and decided, let's put slicks on and let's go for it.
I understand that the car in position 6, Brad Jones in the Aussie Mail Ford. Well, his team are on standby as well for a pit stop. What a remarkable race this has turned out to be.
Tony Longhurst still out there on wet weather tyres, and he has not stepped off that dry line once, so by the look of things, his tyres might still be in pretty good shape. There's the Aussie Mail Ford. It's been up in that top 10, now the top 5 all day. Brad Jones was 6th when he came into the pits. So all the tactics continuing to be played out here. Who's pulled the right card? We'll only know when 161 laps are completed. What a fascinating race. Just the twists and turns. And fortune, drama and tragedy unfold here. And this day has been one of the greatest. How could you ever pick a winner of this race at 10 o'clock this morning?
Now I'm just wondering what the plan of attack is here for the Stone Brothers Racing team. We heard him talking there. That looks like Dave Bernard on standby as well. So Longhurst is on course to pit on this occasion in the Caltex Haviland Ford. You heard him talking with Ross Stone and Campbell Little. Let's go to Baz.
Yeah, it's definitely the right thing to do to come in for slicks now because they're down in the 26s, and that's like 3 or 4 seconds quicker than they went when Brad Jones changed. And now Seaton's just come in, he's put slicks on. They've got the only bad thing for Longhurst, in my opinion, is the fact that his slicks that they're going to put on are brand new. They're unscrubbed, they're unroaded tyres, and they're going to be really slippery until you get the shine off them. So that's
better get ready, Baz, because he's coming in now.
I know. Well, I'm getting out of the way. Don't you worry.
Haviland Ford thundering in through the pit entry. Critical stop for Stone Brothers and Tony Longhurst. Holden Racing team look like they're getting ready for a tyre change too. Stopwatch is running. BB pit stop clock. Slick tyres going on now.
Okay, there's no driver change. It's just David giving Tony a drink, and he's drinking that quite quickly. He must have been working up a bit of a sweat. Everything all done nice and clear. Lovely.
Brake stop. Green light off, Tony. Watch the water. Reset your fuel use.
Tony being told to reset his fuel meter. He goes out for this final stop. Final stint, I should say. He's very much in the groove. It's a good idea leaving him in the car. He's got a brand new set of tyres. We hear car number 1, the Holden Racing Team Commodore's coming in as well. There it is. So slick tyres are definitely the option now.
That's exactly right. Slicks a go-go are the way to go right now. Everybody's flying in to get them. I think that dry line's just getting far too dry and the wets are just getting too hot. Good slick stop, no major problems there. So who knows how this thing's going to unfold.
Well, that's exactly right. The twists and the changes in fortune in this race, Grant. Tony Longhurst, after that stop, rejoined the field in 5th position.
So, topic monitor showing David Bernard. It's not David Bernard. It's Tony Longhurst has stayed in the car. Mark Scaife has stayed in. He's going to bring this car home as well. Where was Scaife when he came into the pits? He was in 7th position. So now it's the chance to get in some quick laps while this track's in a dry state. We could get another downpour, which is going to require another change to wets. It's a nightmare out there for the teams. It's a real game of chance.
We talk about the drivers and What stars they really are, but we often forget that this really is a team sport, and having the team played such a major role today. Incredible strategies.
The Valvoline Commodore. He's coming in now. All the decisions have been made. So that's been a good thing for the Stone Brothers operation. They were praying for this dry conditions, forcing them to come in for slick tyres.
Looks like Murphy following him in there as well in the Kmart Commodore. So, Grant.
How close is this going to be? This is a race. Second place coming in. Of course, Richards and Murphy as well. It's the race to get the slick tyres on the quickest. Both a splash of fuel each too. Not much has gone into the Tanner Bargwanna car, but a fair dose into Richards and Murphy. Richards and Murphy around first. Tanner and Bargwanna second.
Wow. The Kmart team are on it, aren't they? Their pit work today has been sensational. And they've continued to maintain the pressure all day. The car may be running hot, but they're still in contention. Greg Murphy was second when he came into the pits. Garth Tander.
Now this is going to play right into the Stone Brothers racing hands. Look at that. Tony Longhurst climbing Mountain Straight in the Caltex Ford. So the timing of the Stone Brothers pit stop, absolutely exceptional. He comes out ahead of Greg Murphy.
Now here's the test. Who has the best setup in dry weather conditions? This is going to be a real sprint now. Maximum pressure for Tony Longhurst in the Haviland Ford. The only Ford really in contention amongst this leading bunch of Commodores. So now he's got to lead this hungry Holden pack all the way to the flag. Fingers crossed in the Stone Brothers camp. Things worked out for them there. They desperately needed the other main competitors to come in and make a change to dry tyres as well. Well, that's happened for them. And you can see there, beautifully timed manoeuvre as Longhurst came out of Hell Corner and started heading up Mountain Straight. He stayed in front of Greg Murphy. So a great drive from Tony Longhurst, the veteran.
Todd Kelly is actually the first car on the road at the moment in the Holden Young Lions Commodore, but he has not pitted to change his wets for slicks. We understand he's on his way into pit lane at the moment. So the team are preparing for his arrival.
So Tony Longhurst really attacking now.
Oh, John Bowe in trouble in front of him.
He's got to try and put as much real estate between himself and his closest pursuers. John Bowe wants to argue in the Caterpillar Ford. Tony Longhurst uses the Cat Ford to get a bit of a draft, and he'll try and shoot out and overtake as they come thundering down Conrod Straight. He hasn't got enough speed there. He tries again, has a look down the inside. The Caterpillar Ford will not give way. Hard under brakes down into the chase. He tries again.
Look at the Caterpillar Ford. It locks the front left up as they swing into the chase. And lots of attitude on that car. It is struggling, possibly still on wet tyres. And Longhurst, now we see the Cat Ford duck into pit lane. So that is obviously what was going wrong there.
Let's check the timing monitor as they come across the start-finish line this time around, coming down to a critical phase. Todd Kelly now comes in to get rid of his wets. Brad Denyer.
Oh, Todd Kelly has come in obviously for his dash of slicks. Bit of a problem with getting the right left on. That's going to cost him just a few seconds. And out he goes.
Haven't we gone through some Bridgestone rubber today? Wets to dries and dries to wets, and
true indication of these track conditions, Rusty. Tony Longhurst's first flying lap at 2:22. He's brought it tumbling down by about 8 seconds. It's definitely dry tyre territory out there now. They've made the right call. And the Haviland Ford, 6.7 seconds ahead. At the moment, it's just under 4 seconds now, the lead over Greg Murphy and the Kmart Commodore. So this is why Tony Longhurst is pushing so hard. He wants to get as much room as he can between himself and the Kmart Commodore, because he doesn't know how much speed the Kmart team have left. This is going to be a real fight to the line.
Could this be Tony Longhurst's first victory in 12 years? And could David Bernard become the first rookie in 23 years to win this 1,000-kilometre great race at Mount Panorama?
Been an outstanding drive. Tony Longhurst caught in all sorts of trouble, but he's managed to redeem himself from those dramas earlier. And he is doing a great job here. Former winner, of course, in 1988 when he teamed with Thomas Mazera in a Ford Sierra, but that was many, many years ago. Tony Longhurst has not tasted victory for a long, long time. And true indication. We've just clocked Paul Radicic, who switched over to dries. He's some 3 seconds or 4 seconds faster than Longhurst at 2:18. So the track conditions are drying out very, very fast. Longhurst is really in the groove. He's got to keep up this pace.
Swings it into the chase. We'll keep an eye on the gap for you between himself and Greg Murphy in second position.
Well, the Stone brothers really were so embarrassed about their tactical blunders at the Queensland 500. They vowed they would never make the same mistake again. And despite all the dramas they've had with this car, they've kept it in contention, always kept it on the lead lap. And when it mattered, Longhurst and Bernard have really delivered. Qualified third for the Queensland 500. But they only finished 8th due to a tactical blunder, a misunderstanding on the maximum permitted time or the minimum permitted time for drivers. Look at this battle here. Greg Murphy and Garth Tander. Tander sneaks up the inside and he takes second position from Greg Murphy. So the Valvoline Commodore is flying. What an incredible battle. It's been on all day. Ford, Holden, Ford. Paul Radicic now digging deep in the Shell Helix 18 Falcon. He's in 4th. Some 9 seconds behind Tander.
Both of those cars, Mark, must have a fairly good setup for the current conditions, because Stephen Johnson has also put in a flyer at 2:18.22 on his last lap around. They are the only drivers in the 2:18s, with the exception of Mark Scaife, who is now in 10th position, our championship leader.
Yeah, it's a safe position. If he stays there, even if Tander wins this event, if Scaife stays where he is, he'll comfortably win the Shell Championship Series. That's been the Holden Racing team's focus right throughout this week and the build-up to this event, of course. Radicic is only 15 seconds behind Longhurst by our clock, and he's just done a much faster lap time. So could the Shell Ford climb back into contention? Still got a long way to go.
We talked about the performance of the Stone Brothers racing team. With their strategy, they made a really major mistake in Queensland, but they're on course to take it out here. Longhurst leading the way from Greg Murphy and Garth Tander. Their positions have swapped there, though. Tander now in second, and it's Radicic, Parsons and Hossack in the second of the Kmart Commodores. Johnson and McLean, McDougall, Kelly and Pretty.
Jones and Mazira still in the top 10. Justin Richards and Fogg still hanging on the 16th. More in a moment.
After all the rain, after all the traumas here at Mount Panorama, we are set for an awesome finish in the FAI 1000. Incredible situation. Tony Longhurst leading after 145 laps. We are going to take this right through to the finish, whether it be on time or the full 161, but we will set aside everything to take you through to the checkered flag. Garth Tander is reeling in Tony Longhurst. Greg Murphy likewise, but Paul Radisich is the big mover, clocking 2:16s. Steve Johnson, his Shell Helix Ford teammate, in the 2:17s. They are 4th and 5th, but at this rate, if the race stays at 161 laps, which it should do, we are going to be in for an absolute thriller. Who would have thought that at the end of all this, it would come to such a dramatic sprint on a largely dry surface?
Oh, Billy, we are heading for one of the all-time memorable finishes at Bathurst. This is an absolute thriller. Paul Radisich is really digging deep now at the critical time of the day. He's made contact with the Team New Zealand car. Can you believe that?
Kiwi against Kiwi.
Well, you could see it happening. You could see the pitch coming. And then there was contact between the Shell Ford. Not again.
No damage to the front of the car, thankfully. And fingers crossed.
That was the same thing that took him out last year. Radisich was on a charge. He made contact with the slower car, ripped the tyre stem out of the tyre, gave him a flat tyre when he was very much looking strong for victory. And there he goes again. Aggressive move. I don't think the Team Kiwi car saw him.
Poor old Angus Fogg in 18th position.
The yellow flags are waving now. Can he move that car? If he doesn't, he'll have the safety car out before you know it. Let's have a look at this again. On board with the Rat, the Shell Helix replay. Sets him up, gives the car in front plenty of chance to see him. Ducks down the inside. And then the black car just comes right over on Radisich. Boom.
I think he honestly thought that Angus was letting him through there. So Kiwi against Kiwi, and the all-black car comes off second best. The Rat on the attack.
Well, the big question now is was that a hard enough impact to damage the steering or the front end of the number 18 Shell Helix car? And the Kiwi is doing the best he can to get this car out of harm's way. He's having a real struggle.
Oh boy.
As the field tries to pick their way through, the yellow flags waving vigorously to warn the oncoming traffic that he's there. If he can just get it into a forward gear, get out of there, they'll avoid a safety car. I think he's okay. He's just waiting for the traffic to get through. Yes, he's back in the race.
At this critical stage, we'll go back to this replay here as we see Radisich go through.
Squeezed. Well, now has Paul Radisich got away with that? Only time will tell.
Well, a quick cheerio to the Anzac forces in Ballabo in East Timor. We're beaming this telecast to them. They've sent in plenty of emails and faxes showing their support for the FAI 1000 and the Shell Championship Series. And to all the men and women servicemen serving Australia over there, we hope you're enjoying it with us. Barry Sheen.
So what do you reckon, DJ?
Obviously, you're not showing a lot of respect for your fellow countrymen, are you?
That was, he's not New Zealand.
Well, you know, when you're being a lap car, I suppose you really need to get out of the road. But obviously just a racing incident. Unfortunately, we're not paying the penalty this time.
Well, he was lucky he didn't stick the mudguard on the tyre or something.
Well, you never know. It's still early days yet because we haven't heard from Paul, so we don't know whether he might be getting a flat tyre or anything like that. But gee, I hope not.
Well, lap time-wise, he's really eating into Longhurst lead.
Yeah, he's eating into that, and also I think Stephen's doing the same thing. So I wish the race was another 20 laps longer.
You've been this far before, Dick, haven't you?
Well, you know, all day I think we've not really missed the call with anything, but certainly things haven't worked in our favour, but that's the nature of the game these days.
It's only the last lap that's interesting, really.
It's going to be very interesting.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, mate.
Well, it's amazing after that contact with the Team Kiwi car, it was still a fast lap from Paul Radisich, 2:17.37. So he is still flying in the number 18 car. He's still about 10 seconds behind our race leader, Tony Longhurst, but he is giving it everything here in the closing stages of the FAI 1000.
15 laps remaining in this one.
Can he do it? The Rat, the man who has built such an enormous following in Australia. Kiwi born, but an Australian Ford hero just by sheer dint of his performances, his aggression and his speed. really has set the Ford fans alight. They're cheering him on as he thunders across the top of the mountain. He's got the Kmart Commodore in his sights. He's coming back.
He is reeling the Murph in here as they come across Skyline. There's the Kmart Commodore. Dougal McDougall in the pits in the Pepsi Commodore. They have been running quite strongly in the top 10. Andrew Miedeke at the wheel.
Can Radicic do it? He's honing in on the back of the Kmart car. He's putting in some brilliant laps here. Very fast in the Shell 18 car, as he was last year. You can see that damage on both sides now of the front nose cone of the XR8 Falcon. Damage clipping a back marker very early in the race. Now he's tangled with a fellow countryman later in the race. Hopefully the same fate will not befall Paul Radicic before this race is over. He's really monstering this lead. Look how much he closes up on Murphy. Kmart Commodore falling into his traps. This car has been overheating all day, costing them horsepower in a straight line with those high engine temperatures. Now Paul Radicic closing right in on the back. Greg Murphy has no answer for this flying Falcon. Paul Radicic can see third place up ahead of him.
Really closing in on Murphy here now. Murphy, last year's winner. A Rat yet to crack it for victory on the mountain. One of his best results came in 1989. He was driving for the Dick Johnson Racing Team. Then it was with Jeff Allen in a Ford Sierra. Second place.
Look at this.
Look at the grunt from the Dick Johnson Racing Ford. He is just reeling in Greg Murphy and the Kmart Commodore. Is there an opportunity to get past as they sweep up into Speedstick Bend? Murphy digs deep. Goes extremely deep under brakes. Now up toward...
Murphy is a fighter. There's no two ways about that. And the Kmart car is very strong under brakes. That's where he can defend strongly. When you come out to corner, Radicic right up behind. They've got some lap traffic here. Shell Ford filling the mirrors of the Kmart car. Greg Murphy, he's going to fight for position.
Well, it is all happening here on the mountain at the moment. It is Tony Longhurst leading the way. Garth Tander in second position. You're watching an immense battle for third. Stay with us, it'll continue in just a few moments. Between Murphy and Radicic, incredible. Hope our viewers through TV1 in New Zealand are enjoying this. Kiwi. Murphy against Radicic.
Down toward Forest Elbow once again. Great battle here. Let's see if Radicic should use the grunt of the... And the Ford fans are going crazy right across the mountain. You can hear them cheering. The drivers will tell you, even amongst the noise, the incredible din inside these V8 supercars, you can hear the crowd cheering. Must be an incredible moment.
12 laps remaining in the FAI 1000. Right now, Radicic is on course for a podium victory, but it's a question of what position on the podium he wants. He is driving at 11 tenths in the Shell Helix Ford. Third position. Can he catch Garth Tander?
3.8 seconds behind the Valvoline Cummins car. I'm sure he can catch Tander, but whether he can catch Longhurst, who is another 5.8 seconds in front of the Valvoline Cummins car, that's another question.
Stone Brothers Racing Team would no doubt be keeping a very close eye on his progress and be on the radio to Tony Longhurst to tell him to keep the pace up in the Caltex Haviland Ford to prevent that exact scenario from unfolding. Look at the way the Shell Helix Ford moves, the attitude from it across the top of the mountain.
What an enthralling contest this has been. Ford and Holden so evenly matched, taking on the worst conditions that Mount Panorama could throw at them. And the two makes have been so evenly matched. Whoever wins here, it'll be a very well-deserved victory. This is motor racing at its highest quality. The most intense race you'll ever see anywhere on the planet. And again, it's going right down to the wire. Problems here for the Caterpillar car.
Looks like the back end has collapsed in some way, Mark. Something's gone wrong there with the rear suspension. Oh, they lost the back left wheel now. They lost the back right before. Now they have lost the back left.
What is going on in the rear end of this car? Can't get the wheels on it. What a tragedy for the Caterpillar Ford team. They were looking so strong early in the race. Now John Bowe turns his other brake disc into a 50-cent piece. Tries to limp it home on the bitumen, but that does enormous damage to the suspension and the brakes. So This has been a real struggle. And just look at the never say die attitude of this team. Persisting with it. You could say he's
literally driving the wheels off it.
This FAI 1000 race update brought to you by Might.
Keeping an eye on his championship bid. He's in 7th position. Tony Longhurst has got real dramas here in the Caltex Haviland Ford. The front right is at all the wrong angles. Oh, can you believe this? He was on course to take victory.
Front right-hand tyre, the whole wheel assembly. In fact, look at that.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if that wheel started falling off or he's hit something. We're trying to find a replay for you. Let's have a look at this again. Tony Longhurst.
Oh, he's had contact with John Faulkner at the top of the mountain just before they come into Forest Elbow.
Now look at the damage on the front of that car. Can you believe that? I can imagine the feeling in the Stone Brothers camp right now. That is a bent front suspension.
And their race is over.
So close, yet so far for Tony Longhurst. I can imagine the depths that this team would be feeling right now. Grant Denyon.
Oh, you cannot believe the attitude of the team down here. They're destroyed. There's metal filings falling out of this wheel. It's wobbling all over the shop. There is no way that they're going to be able to get back out there. This is a shocking revelation to the way this race is unfolding, how soul-destroying for this whole entire outfit.
It's absolutely gut-wrenching. Look at the mechanics. They've worked so hard. They have put every ounce of effort and expertise and experience into building this car. But as we've seen so many times, a tragedy for one team can turn into triumph for another. And just up the pit lane, look at the reaction of the Shell team. Jason Bright punches the air. He knows that now he is in contention for a win here. Paul Radicic, his teammate, chasing down Garth Tander, the leading Commodore driver, a 6.6 lead when Tony Longhurst went out of the race.
Now, even if Garth Tander does take this race out, Mark Skaife, if he finishes where he is, will clinch the Shell Championship Series. He is in 7th position right now, though. This immense fight for the lead of the FAI 1000. 6.6 seconds is the gap between Garth Tander, the Valvoline Cummins Commodore, and Paul Radicic, who is on a massive charge in 2nd position in the Shell Helix Ford.
Garth Tander will not even be thinking about the Shell Championship Series at the moment. He's got his eyes on the big prize. Victory, his first victory at Mount Panorama, and he's just got to bring it home. This is a classic fight, right to the line. Oh, look at that under brakes. Oh, he's got right out of shape.
Well, let's hope he's hung on to it. We'll soon be able to tell you.
Looked like he was about to lose it in that corner.
He's just managed to hang on to it.
So Garth Tander, right out of shape under brakes, coming down the end of Condon Straight. It looked like he almost lost it.
Now, this is a replay of Paul Radicic's earlier move on Greg Murphy. just an indication of how he's been charging through the field there. Gary Holt was almost in the road there in the 2SM Ford. Boy, oh boy.
5.3 seconds the gap now between our race leader Garth Tander and Paul Radisich in hot pursuit. Grant?
Tony Longhurst, words just obviously can't describe.
Yeah, I can. You know, Faulkner's car started to pull right. I thought I could go down the inside to turn in the last right-hander before the cutting. Came across, just bang.
You had everything right. Your stops were right, your tyres are right, your fuel was right. So close, mate.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. I really wanted to win this race for Caltex, and you know, very, very disappointed. We had it all together. The boys had built a great car. It was going well. I was trying to maintain that 5 to 7 seconds on Tander. But look, you know, that's how easy it's lost. You know, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of effort's gone into this race, and huge amount of effort from all the team, myself, David. It's pretty disappointing.
Well, hard luck, mate. I'm so sorry. Over to you, Barry.
Yeah, Jason, I can't believe what's going on in this race.
What a race, eh? It's just never going to end, I don't think. But you know, Paul's out there doing a fantastic job for Shell Racing at the moment. He's been driving the absolute wheels off it. So you know, fingers crossed we can pull this one off.
Certainly is a charger, isn't he?
Yeah, mate. He's a certain. Mate, he's just driving the wheels off it, and you know, absolute credit. I'm wrapped to be his teammate.
Great. Okay, well, you've done a great job yourself.
Thanks, Barry.
Well, if you thought Glenn Seaton getting to within 9 laps victory was tragic, how about that? That would match it. Tony Longhurst looking so strong, heading toward victory for Ford. Stone Brothers. And here is the battle now for the lead. It's going right down to the wire. There's problems here. I've been watching this Valvoline car here. Is having major handling problems with this. Under brakes, the car gets very skaty. It's not turning into the corners properly. I think he is really struggling with this car, and he's under enormous pressure from Paul Radisich.
We'll check the gap for you as Tander comes up across the start-finish line. Now you can see in the background there that Paul Radisich isn't too far in arrears.
3.2 seconds. 3.2. So Radisich is tightening his grip. Digging deep in the Shell Helix Ford. This is going to be the best laps he has ever driven in his career if he's going to take the lead here and win this race. Shell Helix replay of the troubled Caterpillar Ford limping across the top of the hill, but that looks like smoke coming from that car. Oh, this is when he lost that wheel.
Well, he's lost 2 wheels up there today, so for the Cat Ford fans, some souvenirs, but that is not the way John Bowers wanted his day to pan out. Tander leads the way, but under threat from the Rat. The gap now down to 3 seconds. This is a thriller. Stay with us. So Tander, what will happen here now? Can he resist and handle the pressure? His car, as Mark mentioned, does seem to be suffering in some way in the latter stages of this race, particularly from a handling standpoint, but all Tander's got to do is just keep his head together.
The car could be fine, it's just that Garth is driving it so hard and he's just overstepping the mark on a few occasions. This is the most absorbing battle you will ever see on Mount Panorama. Ford and Holden, the 2 great protagonists, the 2 great rivals who have fought it out here since 1963 on Mount Panorama. Garth Tander still maintaining that gap to Paul Radisich. Last time around a 2:18.8 for our race leader. Radisich did a 2:16.7. That's where he found those 2 seconds. What's it going to be this time around?
Well, as he swings down into the chase, Tander wanting to inch perfect about these last few laps around Mount Panorama.
That's a better line. Last time he came through there, he was way offline. We thought he was really struggling with the car. Maybe he was just pushing it so hard. He was driving it even beyond its limits. It looks pretty good now.
Gap last time around was 3.2 seconds between Garth Tander and Paul Radisich. We will check it. You can see the Rat there in the Shell Helix 40 is not too far in behind him. What is it this time around?
No, he hasn't been able to respond. Garth has opened it up now. 3.9 seconds, so he's found about 7/10 of a second. So Garth Tander doing everything he can to fend off this last-minute challenge from Paul Radisich. A magnificent job by the 23-year-old Western Australian. Terribly out of luck last year when a crash took him out early. Also involved in an altercation early in 1998. Mount Panorama has not been kind to this relatively inexperienced driver. And now everything falling into his lap. He knows he's got the job to do.
Tander has
never finished the FAI 1000 here at Bathurst, and he and teammate Jason Bargwanna have never won it. Could they do it here today? It's the same story for the guys who are chasing them down. Paul Radicic at the wheel, never won the FAI 1000, but his teammate Jason Bright has, so he could be on course for his second victory here. Did it in 98 with Stephen Richards, and would love to do it again here today.
Well, if we thought he was struggling, we'd be incorrect. He's just done a faster time than Radicic that time, a 2:17.8 for Tander, a 2:18.4 for the Rat. He found 6/10 of a second on the Ford driver that time around, so this car is every bit a match for the Shell Ford. Garth just driving it to 100th of a second of its ultimate potential. He's really giving it everything. He's got some lap traffic here slowing him up. Saw Tony Longhurst come to grief with a slower car earlier on. Garth Tander, I can imagine the hearts and the mouths of the Valvoline Cummins team. Gary Rogers.
You can see the Rat in the background there, and he is closing.
To go for Garth Tander, but Paul Radicic employing that massive straight line speed in the AU Falcon, trying to reel him in for an FAI 1000 victory. They'll be talking about this one for a long, long time, and there is plenty to say.
What a talent this guy is, 23 years of age. Garth Tander from Western Australia, but Radicic, although he's much older, equal to the cause. And like a magnet, he is trying to pull in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. We'll check the gap this time around. An enthralling finish we are set for in the FAI 1000.
3.1.
It's come back down by 0.8 of a second, so the Rat has responded.
One mistake here, and this challenge will be over. 6 laps remaining. As Paul Radicic once again heads up Mountain Straight, trying to close this gap. 3.1 seconds. He found 9/10, almost 1 second on Tander that time around. And look at him, Joe Cool, sitting inside this car, working as hard as he can make this car go. Just balancing it on a knife's edge. The car's tired, the driver's tired, the tyres are tired. It's been a long, hard grind. And right here at the end, this gladiatorial battle. Radicic has got the Valvoline Cummins car in his sights. Can he close the gap? What a nail-biting finish. The FAI 1000, we've seen some beauties in the past. This is an absolute classic.
Mark Scaife safely in 6th position at the moment. All he needs to do is bring that Holden Racing Team Commodore home exactly where it is, and he will clinch the Shell Championship Series. But what a thrilling finish we are set for in the FAI 1000. Nice aerial shot there as they come down through the S's. And then the dipper of the gap between Garth Tander and Paul Radicic.
Just amazing scenes across from our commentary box on Pit Straight here. This crowd is spellbound. They're watching the big screen. It's mounted above us, behind the pit building. And you can just about hear a pin drop out there. The Ford fans and Holden fans holding their breath. Who is going to win this race?
They have flocked here all week despite the inclement weather conditions. It is so muddy in various parts of the circuit, and they have watched every moment of this race today. And why wouldn't you? There's been so many things that have happened, so many incidents.
Bit of debris sitting in the middle of the track there. Fortunately, both drivers being able to miss it and they go on board. Paul Radicic, the 37-year-old New Zealander, originally from Auckland, enormously experienced driver in both open wheelers and touring cars. 2 times winner of the Touring Car World Cup. Also a multiple winner of his home New Zealand Grand Prix and open wheelers. A guy with enormous amount of talent and natural speed. And the gap continues to hover. Garth Tander now has got it back. He's found another 3 or 4/10 that time around to keep the gap at about 3.5 seconds.
Crawling. It's like a match of tennis. They're returning serve against one another. And doing it at speeds upwards of 280 kilometres an hour. Tander leading the way. There's the progressive time in the top left-hand corner of your screen. 5 laps remain in this one.
This has been an endurance test in the full sense of the word. Over 7 hours these guys have been at it. One of the toughest races on record at Mount Panorama, there's no doubt about it. The quality of the competition and how hard these teams have been pushed really sets this one above the rest. What an extraordinary finish. Garth Tander, the Valvoline Cummins Commodore, Very enthusiastic team of engineers and mechanics who work for Gary Rogers Motorsport. There's only 10 full-timers, but they are all so dedicated to improving the careers of Garth Tander and Jason Bargwanna. They're a happy bunch. They work very well together. Gary Rogers has really galvanised a very devoted team. They still operate out of a workshop at the back of his car dealership in Melbourne. And they have really taken the fight up to the Holden Racing team all year. But boy, victory at Bathurst would be the sweetest win of all.
Now this one is by no stretch of the imagination in the bag for Garth Tander and Jason Bargwanna. But here's an interesting stat for you. Nobody has ever lost the lead in this race so close to the end. And Garth Tander would be listening to absolutely every sound coming from the Valvoline Cummins Commodore at a time like this. There is some massive piece of debris there in the middle of Conrod Straight just as they swing into the chase. Just to confirm for you, news on the eastern seaboard here in Australia will be at 6 o'clock. That debris there that was in the middle of the circuit is in fact a bumper bar off the back of Brad Jones's Aussie Mail Ford. So Tander comes across the start-finish line. Once again, there's part of the debris. We'll check the gap between he and Paul Radisich once again. And it's gone out now to 3.9 seconds. So Tander is fighting and fighting hard with 4 laps remaining in the FAI 1000. Heading up Mountain Straight once again. There's the gap for you. Let's go to Grant.
Well, an extraordinary race has led to some extraordinary things happening in this race. At the end of the day, so far, Jason Bargwanna, you and Garth Tander in the lead. He's pushing hard.
Can you think of a better way to spend your Sunday, really? I mean, this is sensational. I mean, it's so close at the moment. What can I say? I mean, I'm nervous as anything, and I'm not doing anything, so...
Well, they tell me the history is that no one has actually lost the race when they're leading so close to home.
Oh, bugger history. There's a long way to go yet, so... no, I mean, look, he's doing a fantastic job. He's pulling a gap now, so the car's great. It's been great all week. The boys have been working fantastic in the pits. I don't know. Hopefully in about 4 laps' time, I'll know whether we won or not.
I know you got your fingers, toes, all sorts of things crossed at the moment. What would it mean to you to win this?
Oh, it's a dream come true. I mean, to win Bathurst, I mean, that's what it was all about. So, no, it's good.
Only a few laps to go. Over to you, Barry.
Yeah, I don't know who looks more nervous, your DJ.
Yeah, Dick's handling pretty well. First time out of the car at Bathurst, so, you know, full credit to the Shell guys this weekend. We've had 2 very strong cars and, you know, only a couple of laps to go.
That's been a good fight. I just can't imagine how... It's one thing catching, but another thing getting past.
Yeah, it's all coming down to traffic at the moment. You know, who gets the best run through the traffic across the top of the mountain, and you know, hopefully we can get a bit better run than what we have been the last couple of laps.
I was going to say, it's pretty even though, isn't it? Not a lot in it.
Yeah, it is. You know, Garth is out there driving the wheels off his thing too. He almost did his fastest lap of the race, you know, a couple of laps ago. So, you know, it's going to be a tough call for Paul now.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Barry.
In recent years, it's been the young guns who've stood tall on the top of the podium. After the FAI 1000 in '98, it was Jason Bright, the man that Barry was just speaking to, with Stephen Richards last year. Stephen Richards again with Greg Murphy in the Wins Commodore.
Lap 158 of 161. Getting closer all the time. 3 laps remaining for our race leader, Garth Tander. He's managed to fight off this concerted attack from Paul Radisich. 3.9 seconds the gap. It's remained static, so Radisich has not been able to respond to Garth Tander's extra effort on that last lap. The gap maintaining the same, a 2:16.42 for Tander, a 2:16.46, barely 4/100ths of a second difference in their lap times over 6.2 kilometres.
In 1996, Craig Lowndes became the youngest driver ever to win this race at age 22. If Garth Tander manages to guide this Valvoline Cummins Commodore to victory, he will become the 2nd youngest driver at just 23 years of age to do so. Valvoline Cummins team sitting very nervously in pit lane at the moment, and so are the DJR squad, and it's by no stretch of the imagination over either as far as 3rd position is concerned. Just 1.3 seconds separating Greg Murphy and Stephen Johnson in that battle for 3rd.
It's quite extraordinary, isn't it? 2 years ago, Garth Tander was working as a mechanic on a Formula 4 team, having won the championship, the National Formula 4 title in 1997. He had nothing to drive. This enormously talented driver was twiddling spanners for the Formula 4 team. It was only when Gary Rogers gave him this opportunity that Tander was able to blossom and show his true potential. He had a rough beginning. He got caught up in a number of incidents. They thought he was a bit of a wild child, but he matured very, very quickly. And now he's showing the enormous depth of speed that Gary Rogers always knew he had, and he's delivering here at Mount Panorama Grand.
Imagine how close the tank in Garth Tander's car is to empty. Remember, we had Gary Rogers saying about 15 laps ago, it was always going to be close. Well, this is where the moment will count. Will they make it? Let's hope so. It must be very, very close to being empty.
Nerve-wracking moment for the Valvoline Cummins team. So too the Kmart team. This is the battle for third place. Shell team, Stephen Johnson driving the Shell 17 car. He took over from his father. This year, he's had a lacklustre season by his own admission, but now he's really got his act together at Mount Panorama and producing the speed we've seen from Stephen in previous years. He's been outstanding today. 2 laps remaining for our race leader. 13 kilometres of racing to go for the Valvoline Cummins driver. He will take victory. 4.1 seconds. The lead gap has pumped out even more, so Garth Tander looks like he may have broken the back of the Shell Ford Challenge here. Only 2 laps remaining.
Heading up Mountain Straight, you're riding with Greg Murphy now, having a look in the mirrors to see just how far in behind him Stephen Johnson is in that Shell Helix Ford. He's so close. They swing it into Speed Stick Bend. Junior Johnson desperate to try and get onto the podium. Murphy doing absolutely everything he can to prevent him from taking it away.
Got lap traffic to negotiate too. They come off toward the mountain. Everyone must be so exhausted. It's been a very demanding day for everyone. Drivers, pit crew, team managers, statisticians. Working overtime. It's been one of those days. What a magnificent event. There's problems here for the Aussie male Falcon. It looks like he's lost his front left wheel. And apparently, that bit of debris sitting in the middle of Conrod Straits, it's rear bumper, yeah. So he dropped that there a few laps ago. So the Aussie male Falcon, they're going to try and limp it home, but he's in all sorts of trouble. Not sure if he can negotiate that turn. Brad Jones in 8th position.
This is just a year that I think Brad Jones would rather close the chapter on and put it completely behind him. As
I could say that.
So much success in other categories, and he really expected to do quite well here. It's been a massive learning curve for this team, and they are the first to admit that in the Aussie male Ford. Limping it back to the pits. That damage to the front left. Heartbreaking stuff, but what a heartbreaking afternoon it has been here for lots of teams at Mount Panorama. Tony Longhurst, in what seemed like certain victory, missing out. The last lap board will be shown this time around for Garth Tander. So he is on course to take it out in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. He and teammate Jason Bargwanna. He would be hearing absolutely everything inside that car right now. Every noise and weird engine sound that he may even think is some sort of problem would be playing right on his mind, and all he's got to do is just keep his head together and guide it home. There's Gary Rogers standing on pit wall. The crowd will be waiting for Garth Tander. There's the gap back to Paul Radisich. It's quite sizable now, 5.1 seconds. So GT, all he has to do is guide it home. And victory in the FAI 1000 will be his. A scintillating battle for third position, which is going to go right down to the finish line. Greg Murphy just holding out Stephen Johnson as they swing it up into the Ford cutting for the final time and across the top of the mountain. Listen to the crowd across the top. Holden fans are rejoicing, and so too the fans of the Young Guns. Garth Tander and Jason Bargwanna, this is their moment, and the moment for the Gary Rogers Motorsport team into the S's for the final time. As we mentioned before, Garth will be the second youngest driver to win this race behind Craig Lowndes, who did it in 1996 out of Forest Elbow for the last time in the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. What a marvellous race it has been for these two guys. Hasn't been the best of years for Bargwanna. He took victory at the Winton round of the championship, which gave him a bit more hope. Tander has been in title contention for most of the season, except for that rotten round at the GMC 400. He would have been perhaps a lot closer to Mark Skaife. Stephen Johnson still sits in 4th position in behind Greg Murphy, and he's finished 4th here twice before. Underneath the Dunlop Bridge for the last time for Garth Tander, his maiden victory in the FAI 1000 away. So too for Jason Bargwanna. Holden conquer the mountain once again. Jason Bargwanna and Garth Tander take out the FAI 1000. Their maiden victory. Well done to the Gary Rogers Motorsport operation. Gary Rogers there looking understandably emotional. Boy, oh boy, what an amazing race this has been. Mark Skaife, who's currently in 6th position, is on course to win the Shell Championship Series. There is Paul Radicic. An amazing fight right down to the finish for Paul Radicic. He finishes 2nd, threw absolutely everything at it at the end. And Greg Murphy and Stephen Richards, last year's winners, finish on the podium as well. Here's the man of the moment. What a year it has been for him. With the exception of this race, has just about swept everything before him for one of the best years in his career. Mark Skaife from Victoria, formerly of Gosford in New South Wales, will take out the Shell Championship Series. A marvellous result for the Holden Racing team, Barry.
What do you reckon about that then, Gary?
Oh, Barry, it's great. It's just great for everybody. It's really, I've got a fantastic team. I've got fantastic sponsors. I've got great drivers, and God wanted us to win. So we won.
That was amazing. Jace, what do you reckon?
Oh, we won, yeah! I mean, how exciting is that? Like the last few laps there, he's done a great job. The whole team's done a great job today, and we won. Yes!
What did you say to him when you put the heads on?
No, I just said I was really excited about it, really proud of him, the way he drove in that last stint, and it was just, so exciting.
Well done, Ace.
Dream come true. We won Bathurst.
Well done, Gary.
Barry, thanks very much.
Jason Bright, so very close.
Yeah, well, Paul was out there wringing its neck, but, full credit to Garth and Bargs. They did a great job, didn't put a wheel wrong all day, and full credit to the whole Valvoline team, Gary Rogers down there.
But you've enjoyed coming back from the States to do this one.
Yeah, I have. It's been a pretty ordinary weekend weather-wise, and, we got through it unscathed, and, we ended up on the podium. So, very happy. Raps for the Shell Racing, that they gave us 2 great cars. Steve nearly got on the podium as well.
Could we see you come back next year?
Oh, I certainly hope I'm back here at Bathurst. I really want to come back here and do it every year that I can. I really enjoy driving these cars, but I intend on being back in America next year.
A fantastic effort regardless. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, a great result for the Dick Johnson Racing team. 2nd with Paul Radicic and Jason Bright, and in 4th position, Stephen Johnson and Cameron McLean. There's Gary Rogers. Understandably emotional because this team has taken victory in the FAI 1000. What a race it has been. Is a replay of when Garth Tander crossed the line just moments ago. The team elated despite all the controversy today and all the drama.